start posting the links and stuff, but we're live. All right, there we go. Start posting the links and stuff, but we're live. Hello, everybody. We're just posting the links, getting everything set up. Give us a moment. Let's see here. Alright, tweet. Just posting the link on Twitter. All right, guys, I think we're good to go. Let's see. Looks like we have one person watching, and I'm pretty sure that's me. Did you get a copy of the link?
Let me see.
Oh, okay, good. I put it in the Telegram, and I also tweeted. If you want to tag a lot more people than me.
Yeah, I'm looking for the link. Where's it at? Skype?
No, I put it in the Telegram. I can put it in the Skype, no problem.
No, hold on. I'm coming. Now, let me turn my camera back on.
All right, I'll post it in the Discord too. I'll go ahead and tell everybody we're live. Anybody just joining us? We're just sending out tweets, putting stuff in Discord and Telegram. We're just getting the message out there that we're live. And we're going to be starting here in a minute. Hey guys, hey Kyle, hey Crown. Thanks for joining us. Can't wait to get this thing started. How have you guys been doing?
Going on, Marco? Sorry, I'm just tweeting some stuff out here.
Oh no, like I said, I think we have a couple minutes. We'll let the room fill up a little bit. I'll just keep asking, talking to people in chat. Eight more hours tonight? I don't know if we're going to do 8 hours. We started pretty late today. Unfortunately, Gro couldn't be with us. He might pop in later. Yeah, it's definitely Monday. It's a long day. I caught up on a bunch of stuff as well. We've been busy in, I don't know, how do we say that? Spoctra? Or Spocra? I keep wanting to add a T. Spocra. The pool operators. State Pool Operator Collective. What's the R stand for again?
The Representation
Association. Spoctra.
Assembly.
I kind of, or assembly. I kind of basically just want to start and be like, live long and prosper after I say that. Spoctra. So yeah, we've been busy a lot last night. A lot of great debates, a lot of great discussion. This morning, all day today, throughout the night, working on that. So, it's all it's all temporary. This is just basically placeholders for once the board is selected. The board will then start hammering out a lot of the details for the actual foundation, for the actual collective, for that assembly, or whatever we want to call it. But for now, it's just all placeholders. Same thing, like everything that we're talking in there is placeholders, all to be decided later. The only facts that we have going on, we'll discuss those in a little bit. But yeah, I've been in there all day today, all last night till like 5 in the morning, answering questions, helping people, talking, just chatting away. Kyle behind the scenes doing his thing.
Yeah, I'm working, guys. I'm going to get rowdy in just a second. I'm just dropping some links here. And we're going to have a good conversation. We want to open it up. AMA, you guys can ask anything. What do you owe?
Yeah, like I said, it's no rush. We're just letting people file in. We got 7 people watching. So we're gonna let people pile in. Everybody that's watching, retweet the links, share it. Spocra. Thanks, Andrew. That helps out. It makes it easier. So yeah, Spoctra.
Spocra. Sounds like Shiva's dog.
What is Ra? Ra in Egyptian. That means something. Like he was like the god of death or something, or what was Ra? Amun Ra, or Ra is something in Egyptian. I forget. Anybody in chat know? Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch screens here real quick because the delay is killing me.
Do.
We do need a theme song for this quest.
Who do we got tuning in? We got operators, or we got
pretty much operators so far. I mean, that's all that's on my Twitter list.
Yeah, no, Andrew, I appreciate you stopping in. I know you're real busy. Thanks for your support. It's always a pleasure, buddy.
Yeah, Sun God. Yeah, Ra, Sun God. So Spock Ra.
I googled RA and the search results read results from rheumatoid arthritis. Nice.
It's like having Ra in the name. Yeah, giver of life. That's basically, that's a good point. You know, we're giving this life.
We need to shorten it.
Shorten it.
It's always a pleasure, buddy.
I think we lost you a little bit. Your mic unplug?
Who, me?
Oh wait, now you're back. All right.
Yeah, no, but you.
Yeah, you went pretty low there for a second, so I thought. Oh, I think we're getting an echo.
Yeah, we gotta work on that.
I think we have an echo. Is your volume turned up, maybe?
I'm on a headset, buddy. How about you?
I'm on a headset too. Let's see. Anybody else getting any kind of echo? How's our audio looking? Or sounding, I should say. Yes, I don't hear you anymore. It was kind of it was weird. All right, so I think we've got, let's see here, 12 people watching, so let's just get this thing rolling. I think our max last time was 22, 26 over the 8 hours or something like that at any one given time. And we went, I think for the first 4 hours or so, we had like 7 people. And then Andrew came in and it just blew up.
I'm dropping some links in there. Yeah, I appreciate Andrew coming in. And Andrew, is there anything you want us to touch on before you take off?
We have to keep in mind, I think there's probably like a 15-second delay or something like that in this YouTube. But yeah, again.
Okay, that's.
Anybody in the chat want to ask any questions, anything? Let us know. We're going to be here.
Yeah, Bansky, I'm on satellite internet. You're just going to have to deal with it, bro. I'm not going into town. I'm chilling. So if I say something you want me to repeat, just ask. Sorry. I'm sorry for my audio. That's how we're going to roll, though.
You know what? In a future podcast, we might explore you just actually calling in on your phone and using the audio from that while we do the video.
Yeah. I could. Let me try to explain this. Andrew wants me to provide a history of the past 12 hours. So yeah, we had a lot of activity in the SMAUG Discord, and more or less we hashed out kind of the initial game plan for moving forward. We got on a lot of tangents with where the organization may go, relevant to participating in the DC fund and the structure for that. But initially, we came to the conclusion that we are going to vote 7 board members in. Candidates should have their candidate proposal into the Discord within a week. There's the deadline. We have a Medium post that's going to go out as soon as we get 20 upvotes within the group. So I think we're at 16 or 17 now. And then that Medium post will describe all the information relative to kind of what we've kind of hashed out. But for the most part, we're just going to have 7 board members. There's no contingency of what they need to elect. Yes, the Discord is open. We can post the link in here. Do you want to go ahead and do that, Marco? Post the greatest link while I'm explaining what's going on.
Are we posting it to the Telegram one, and then from there? Or
no, just drop it. Just drop it right in the YouTube chat. The Discord link.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah. So there was a lot of back and forth. Some individuals wanted to get more structured out the gate. I think we left it open to have the 7 board members determine what that structure should look like in the events moving forward. So our number one mission is to form a collective body that can engage with IO Global and Cardano Foundation. And so I can shoot you that Medium link here. Go ahead and you want to drop the Medium link in there too, so they can kind of get a gist of what we're driving for the community. And if you agree with that, Andrew, I'd really appreciate your upvote on the Discord group. There's a thread in there. You can see it's in the pinned message.
Pinned message?
But if you don't, yeah, on the Discord group.
Okay.
So yeah, if Marco, you could drop that Medium link in there, and any feedback you've got, I'd love for that to come through sooner than, because the one thing I want to avoid is it seems like we're moving too forward without getting this communication out to the community about the deadlines for those who want to submit themselves for potential candidacy.
Well, and to touch base on that, we decided to use epochs as kind of a measure of time as well. So what we're doing is the end of epoch 211 will be the deadline for posting your candidacy. And we already have a handful or more of people already posted in there, me being one of them. And we also used a method of another epoch for the first round of voting, and then epoch 213 will be the final round of voting. So all of that will be in the Medium post. And we have the links there. I mean, I think we already have, how many people in the Discord now? 42. 103 operators already in the Discord. And it's been about 24 hours now. Yeah, I mean, basically what we're doing is we're just voting on the board. And then the board will then, take over a more structured approach after that. Kyle, you still with us?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay.
I got to do something.
Yeah, no problem. I'll keep it going. So yeah, any other questions in the chat, let me know. I'll be happy to answer them for you. Well, basically, I mean, if we're going to be, as far as Ron's asking, can we elaborate on the CEO position that we were discussing? That'll be up to the board. But in my mind, I was one of the ones arguing for the CEO to be voted on within like 6 weeks after the board or whatever. And the reason is I personally feel like if we're going to be a formal foundation that are going to be dealing with companies around the world, dealing with the Cardano Foundation, dealing with IO Global, we're going to be dealing with actual companies that want to build on the blockchain and understand our point of view and stuff. So we're going to need a real structure, a real system in place so that we don't look, amateurish, in my opinion. So eventually, we will need that formal structure. And it'll be up to the board to decide when and how that structure will be. And whatnot. But yeah, I agree. Sorry, Bansky.
Okay, I was against that, and I pushed hard against that coming out the gate. And the reason for that is this is moving all so fast, and I think any of that structure that comes into play is going to warrant more community feedback. And that structure should be organized by the board of 7 that's elected. So that was my take, and I referred to it as clutter, and I didn't mean disregarding any of your points there, Marco. But I think that if we come up with a whole structure, right out the gate, it's going to leave the wrong impression. We're not going to be engaging. Organizations we're engaging with out the gate are IO Global and Cardano Foundation. And then once we kind of get an idea of what the charter of something like this is going to look like and get that well defined on paper, it makes sense to move forward with expanding the organization to a more formal structure or foundation.
And we were able to have that conversation and that discussion in a very civil manner. It was very,
we were.
No name calling whatsoever. But yeah, it's great that we can sit and have these conversations and have these discussions. I mean, I have been pushing for this for about 5 months now, because again, my partner Adam, he runs the tech side of this, the programming, and he was in there doing testing, and I was running the business side, and I was like, hey, we should be getting together. We should be getting in on these conversations now, before launch, and everybody, I think, was just so tied up, with testing, because testing was moving fast and hard. People didn't really have much time to do anything else from the work that I saw Adam doing. I think the headspace that a lot of the pool operators were in were like, I'm focused on just getting this pool up and running and tested. I don't have time to talk about, a guild, an association, a group, or anything like that. I don't know. You can speak more on it from that side, Kyle, than I can, but that's kind of the observation I got from trying to put something together.
Yeah. Let me get kind of situated here so you guys can see my face. I'm out of the dark now. Yeah, I mean, the last few phases of testnet were brutal. It was to the point where we were testing the code more than we were testing our own setups. We didn't have time to, really get up. I think we ran through so many genesis of the Haskell testnet very rapidly. Some of them weren't even up for 24 hours. So it was a very challenging and rapid pace kind of process. And when you're in it, it's you got a lot of heat coming, and you got to kind of just keep pushing to stay on top of your game, because it's not like each Genesis spin is exactly the same.
Right.
Sometimes there'll be a new code base, and that's mostly why they did it. New commands to learn, and that's kind of the basis is just trying to become familiar with what we're going to need for mainnet, so we do it right coming out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew touched on it a bit in the last chat that we had. For his door manager, he actually had to usually be a main candidate behind or two just to start seeing the rewards, because we weren't getting the rewards readouts and testing for a couple days in some of those situations. And so by the time we were on main candidate 3 or 4, he was still working, testing out the rewards wallets and the door manager and all that on previous, candidates. That's how fast it was moving. But yeah, I think everybody came together last night, and we took in a lot of inputs. We threw out a lot of ideas. We have a lot of channels inside the Discord. We chose Discord because it was easy to divide conversations up into different channels and get people caught up once they joined. Where in Telegram, you're kind of stuck trying to piece together 5 or 6 conversations going all on at the same time as you're reading back through the history.
So I want to kind of jump to the conversation that's going on in the chat. Kyle, yeah, to address your point, the Discord group is included in the medium. I think we should include the Discord link in all communications that we push out. Once we get a vote, we'll draft a standardized message that's going to go on all these platforms. But what we need you all to do is help spread that message. Our reach is only so wide, it's only so far. And So what we don't want to happen are operators that want to participate as part of a candidacy not to receive that message. So we're going to hit Reddit, we're going to hit Twitter, we're going to hit all the Telegram groups, but we need you guys to actually push that message forward. And then, we'll come up with a collaborative list of where we want to disseminate the information. But to be honest with you, if a pool operator is not active in Telegram and they're not actively engaging in other pool operators and not actively engaging in the community, do you really think they're qualified to represent pool operators? And I'm willing to have a conversation with those operators that do fall through the cracks that aren't really paying attention. So this initiative has pretty decent visibility. We've got, Charles is aware that we're doing this. I saw that on Twitter. So I think that those communications we can help kind of get pushed out there, but we do need the state pool operator community support to kind of do that. We can't say that we don't have a unified medium of contacting everybody, but I would presume that would come together as a result of this group. But, my concern is I want to do this right. And so if there's anything where we're misstepping, please let us know. That's my biggest concern is that, we want to do this right.
Especially, we can't claim to represent operators and only 10% of the operators participate. You know what I mean? We have to have as many as possible.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point, Ron. We do need to get this message translated. So if there's anybody out there that's willing to translate the Medium post we have now, get started. I think that format's going to stick for the most part. So, and we can push that in the Discord as well. It might be actual push of the English message, but I'll push to make sure it doesn't lag more than 24 hours.
Yeah. I did touch base on this in another conversation, but there is a pretty cool app that I saw. I think it was only like $45, but I think they charge for credits and stuff. But basically, you can take any text and it'll translate it and read it in all different kinds of languages with an AI voice that's more personable and doesn't sound like Alexa or sound like Google Assistant or anything like that. It was pretty cool and impressive. They have about 3 different voices, 3 different male and 3 different females, usually for about each different language.
Yeah, we can't cover all aspects and all grounds. That's just hard to do.
And speaking of that,
we're going to do the best we can.
We did get questions about having the type of board having representation from different countries and kind of stuff like that. Unfortunately, I think this board just needs to be made up of 7 people that people want in. I think what will be very powerful is the advisory board positions. Anybody can create like an advisory board of some kind. So if you're a group of UK pools and you want to have a UK pool advisory board, go for it. You can present to, I think we'll be able to, have a chance, bring your discussions in a unified way to the group, that kind of stuff. And if you guys all have, somebody who you want on the board, then push for them. You know what I mean? The board is open to.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of discussion about having, ensuring the board was diverse. And as great as that sounds altogether, I didn't want that to be a limiting factor. What we need, hands down, we need informed operators. And just by the nature of individuals and the candidates running, that is a diverse collective. There's guys from all over the world that want to participate in this. A lot of the pool operators that I work very, very closely with, some of the best ones in the ecosystem, we're from all over. And I didn't want to have a limiting factor on talent or capability, because these decisions that we have to make, they should be made collectively by the best amongst us from a informative position as well as a competency position. So I think that those are the two major factors that we need. And then, as Marco said, the advisory boards is where we can fill in any gaps where communities feel that they may not be represented. But as I see it, there were a lot of things that came down the pipe this past week that changed the game for a lot of small pool operators. And if you guys know my history in Cardano, I've done a whole lot of work for the little guy. And I know it's important, and I know the struggle intimately. And, a lot of my colleagues who are also very, diverse in their origins feel the same way. And we understand when someone comes and they say they're going to change a parameter, we get how that's going to affect and trickle down, and we understand it instantly. We really don't need much explanation. And when you get a group of guys like that together who are very well informed, we can accomplish things very, very quickly. So, if you guys want to come back and really say, hey, this board needs to be diverse, I'm going to push back on that, just on that principle. That doesn't mean that I'm not against it. That doesn't mean that, or that I'm against diversity. That doesn't mean that, I wouldn't want to see that. But hands down, I think preservation of the majority of Cardano state pool operators is the fucking priority.
Right.
And if we get our priorities straight, we can ensure that happens.
Yeah. Like I said, we want to put this together with people who want to be on the board, people that are going to put the time, to do it right, people that are going to be invested in it, and all of that. And so we didn't want to put limits. We didn't want to put, we need this role on the board, we need that role on the board. No, we just want the 7 people that people feel like will do the best job. And we do have some questions in the chat. Pablo asks, it would be good to have a statue of how the organization will work, maybe base it on a similar types of organizations. We had that conversation quite a bit, and we just decided on what we're going to do is we're just going to form the board, and then the board will then present something more official and outline something. For right now, we're just looking for the 7 people who are going to basically. Right?
Yeah, I agree with that. We don't want to rush that process. I think that process needs to be well thought out. But what I do think is urgent is that we show Input Output Global and Cardano Foundation that we're here, we're organized, and we're ready for our seat at the table. That's the most critical thing. If we had have had this in place a month and a half, 2 months ago, we very well could have negotiated a deal 0.8 out the door, and that would have doubled the amount of small pools that would survive this first epoch. So that timing is critical. And then from there, once we have that board, we can really kind of focus and put some stuff out there, engage community feedback, and do that in a proper and endured process.
And there's going to be a lot of stuff coming down the pipe. Other than just straight up pool operation for pool operators to make money dealing with Cardano. And that's going to be things like Oracle pools, Hydra protocol, all of that stuff. And so all of that stuff's going to need to be negotiated as far as how the fees are dealt with when it comes to operators. The same thing, we keep hearing multi-asset wallet, native fees, right? Well, if you create something and a token, who decides how much of that native fee or token is used for the fee, right? All that kind of stuff.
Well, I think tokens that we support native assets. I think that's going to have to go to a vote at some point, just because that native asset's going to have to carry value, and the pool operator is going to be paid in that native asset in the form of transaction fees, and it's going to be 100% in that transaction fee, I believe. So, that would be something where we have great projects coming on board with Cardano that I believe we vote to support. I think we're going to see another ICO craze. We're going to see a lot of scams. We're going to see a lot of crap tokens come up again. And pool operators don't need those bogging down the networks. We don't need to be up in our infrastructure to support shit that's not going to be worth anything.
And so that's why we need this. That's why we need to have a voice in that fight or discussion or whatever. Because Otherwise, it's going to be left up to the academics to run models, and and like Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get hit. You never know what's going to happen. So at least we can say we have a voice, and then if it doesn't work out, well, we had a voice. You know what I mean? All right, let's go back to the questions here. Would it be public unlisted style PM board be helpful for transparency on past, current, future topics? Something like Trello. I'm not quite sure what all that meant, but I do know that there is going to be a lot of transparency. There will be transparency within the group and transparency with the public. Some stuff will be, transparency to everybody. Some will be only to members of the association or whatever. I know that the meetings, we've talked about having them recorded and stuff in Zoom or some other things, so that members will be able to watch those and see what's going on. The last thing we want is a bunch of backdoor type stuff. I mean, any takes on that, Kyle?
Repeat that one more time.
The question is, would a public unlisted style PM board be helpful for transparency on past, current, or future topics, something like Trello?
Possibly. We've got to look at that. I think the Discord is going to remain public for now.
And Charles Hoskinson just joined us.
There's going to be a lot of different. Hey, Charles.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
How are you? You want to jump on live with us and talk?
We can send you a Skype link. I don't know if you to join us. You have that link to the Skype room, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can get it.
But yeah, like I said, we want to keep things transparent. We don't want there to be a whole bunch of shady backroom deals. We don't want the board to be something that's meant to enrich themselves or anything like that. We want everybody to be involved. I mean, this Quest for 50, for example, I picked out, with the help of Glitch and Adam, all the people that we saw that were working in Telegram, helping pool operators get on board the last few months, and kind of just fell through the cracks when it came time for live staking. And so for all those watching, any of these tickers here, feel free to look them up and join them.
Okay, I dropped the link in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
So Charles says he'd jump on. Awesome.
All right.
That's great, dude. Yeah. I mean, we could use some guidance for sure. So that's exciting.
Okay. There we go.
I'm gonna go get my notepad. I'm gonna take notes.
Bear with us while we get this set up, guys.
I'm going to get Charles set up. Go and get some tweets out. See if we can get some more viewers in here. Okay.
So yeah, I'm just checking for the Skype, but Kyle, while we're getting this ready to go, do you want to keep asking questions on the chat there? And I'll keep getting this set.
Yeah, are we still have questions coming in?
Pablo had something, I believe.
Okay. For this temporary board, it would be good to define time that it will last is period until next cycle, goals, objectives for this period. Yes, Pablo, we agree. Have you guys finalized any of that discussion? I know that was kind of still in the air.
Well, that was one of the things that I think we were planning on retouching on today, was whether or not it was going to be a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year type of term. We also discussed the possibility of having two or three of the runners up be on be part of the board, or not on the board, but almost like a jury type thing, like a backup in case a board member had to drop out. The next one would kind of fill in the place and be able to jump right in. And then at the 3-month mark, if anybody on the board wanted to kind of bail, we would have somebody that can replace them. And then those alternates, for example, could then either take on other roles, if we decide like a CEO or a treasurer or something like that, or somebody, we would have options. But as far as I know, we were looking at 1, 2, and 3 years on the first term.
Okay. All right, I'm back. You guys have my attention.
And you
put this
drop
in the main group now and not get smacked down. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, like I said, 1 year is definitely an option. Like I said, we're shooting for the talks either 1, 2, or 3. Like I said, for the most part, the way I see it, and we were discussing this a little bit ago, is it depends on how involved the board will be after the initial setup. Is it going to be a thing where so all of that will also depend on the length, because if the board is just meeting like once a month, then there's no reason to have the board for 3 years, not have it for 3 years. If the board is super active and doing stuff all the time, then most likely people are going to drop and fall from the board naturally.
Charles wants the link.
All right, and how do I send it to him?
Here, yeah, I'll drop it in.
Okay.
Yeah, I dropped it in. It's in there if you scroll up, but I'll get it to you again.
Or we're just putting it in the chat itself?
Yeah, just drop it in the chat. Who cares? If somebody wants to jump in and say, hey, they can.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right, there we go. Just that's the link to the
You got it.
Skype.
I said email is fine.
Well, I think I personally don't have the email, so, but I just dropped it in the YouTube chat.
I have it. Hold on.
I said email is fine.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
So I'm
Can
just
you
gonna
see me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Personally, don't have.
We can hear you. We're going to get you on the screen. I can hear you great.
Okay. Let's see here.
We appreciate you jumping on here. We could definitely use some guidance for sure.
1 second. My audio settings might not be right. Let me just check this real quick.
Yeah, you sounded good.
Video here. Microphone is my Yeti. Speakers are there. There we go. How about now? Can you guys hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, I see it should be on there.
Yeah,
welcome.
I haven't done a Skype call in years, man. I know I'm so used to Hangouts these days, but it's we're going back to the OG.
Well, I like it because it has NDI.
Yeah,
so see how quick I was able to pop you into that photo within this overlay? With just a simple straight drop, drag and drop, and you're already in. So welcome. We've just been discussing the whirlwind that has been the last 24 hours and all of the work that we've got accomplished on SPOCRA is what we're calling it. Temporarily.
You got to take me through this acronym.
All right, Kyle, that's all you.
Stake pool operators. Yeah, hold on. Stake pool operators representation. No. What the hell is it? It's late.
It's perfect.
Stake pool operator community representation association.
No. It makes sense. Okay. Stake pool operator collective representation assembly. There
we go. SPOCRA.
SPOCRA.
You got Spock with Ra. You need to get like a Vulcan with the old Egyptian god, right?
Right. Well, like I said, it's all temporary. Everything we're doing is temporary, like placeholders while we assemble the board of 7. And then once the board of 7 is chosen, they will then pull together a more formal structure, lay it all out, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, that's pretty cool.
The immediate push. Go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to say the immediate push to kind of have the assembly together is so some of these stake pool operators feel like they have a voice sooner than later, and I think that's really important right now in this time. So that's kind of why we're just pushing to have an initial board assembly that really doesn't necessarily have a charter defined immediately, and then we can take the time to do that right while we're collecting, collective feedback through the communities.
Right. I'm really glad to see trade associations start forming. The reality is that if you want to build a great product, you need a balance in a product, and you need groups of people that worry about different constituencies. And so right now, we at IO Global are super focused on the science and the engineering, and we think a lot about security, correctness, and reliability, and these types of things. But there needs to be commercial representation that says, hang on a second here, these are not just arbitrary tickers, but these are businesses that are behind each and every stake pool, and they have economic realities that have to be weighed alongside security and decentralization and other such things. And if there's no association or associations, because there's usually more than one trade association for anything, it's like standards. We'll solve the problem of having 16 standards by having the 17th standard to rule them all. And then we'll solve the problem of having 17 standards by having the 18th standard. So it's the same deal here. There's always competition here, but the point is to have representation and be able to think about things collectively, and then help guide protocol development and also changes to the parameters of the protocol in a more sensible and balanced way. So when I heard about this today, I saw a tweet about it a little earlier. I said, oh, boy, I got to read the Medium article that you guys wrote. And then I noticed that you guys were doing a live stream. And I said, oh, this is super cool that there's already some momentum. I expected maybe in like a few weeks or a month or two, people would start talking about it. Like literally the day after I made the YouTube video, you guys got together. So this shows how cool the Cardano community is in a nutshell.
Well,
of how people just like, fuck it, we're just going to do it, right? And we're not going to ask permission. We're just going to go do it.
It's something that's been on my mind for about 5 months now. I've been asking and asking, but everybody was so focused and so busy that their minds were all focused on testnet. They didn't have the space for anything else at that point. And now that, the tests that we're out, we're live, people have the bandwidth to start something like this as a community. And it goes beyond just, representation with Cardano Foundation and IO Global, but to lobbying, right? Because there's the debate, is staking rewards and pool operator rewards income or dividends, right? Are they taxed at the time we get them, or is it until we sell them? And we need representation in that space as well for the lobbying. We need it for maybe corporations that want to make partnerships with the pools, that kind of thing. We need representation for that way beyond just IO Global and the Cardano Foundation. We need to have stuff in place to be able to have a seat at all of these different types of tables.
Yeah, we do some lobbying with FS Vector, and the foundation does some lobbying as well, specifically about staking. And we're not in this alone. I mean, Tezos is also involved, and other people, because they face the same tax consequences that we face. And at the moment in the United States, it looks like staking revenue is treated as income.
Correct.
At the time you receive it, kind of like barter. Like I give you a truck or something, and then when you sell the truck, you have a tax event as well. So you have basically 2 tax events for everything you receive. And that's not optimal. It really is not. And, we may be able to find a hack in the tax code where you can somehow freeze the staking revenue with the protocol, so you don't receive it until you get a lump or something, and then you can kind of optimize your taxes. But this is an example of where you need a lot of people working together, and we can work cross industry as well, because staking is a business that Ethereum 2 is going to be doing, and a half a dozen other major cryptocurrencies are going to be doing, and they all face the same tax reality as we all face. The other thing is that I mentioned it in my video yesterday. I really want to push this concept of delegation portfolios, because I think one-to-many delegation and delegation portfolios, both of those things will really help small stake pool operators, because they don't have to build a large marketing apparatus, but rather they just join a coalition and they're part of a group, and then people can recommend that, and then certain organizations can actually delegate accordingly. Like, for example, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Very few people think about it, but they have more money than Saudi Arabia. There's $1.5 trillion in that fund. And that fund is opening up for crypto, and they're actually divesting all of their petrochemicals and carbon fossil fuels. They made all their money from oil, but they're actually going to sell all their oil stuff. So they're rebalancing that portfolio. So let's say they start buying crypto, like a cryptocurrency like Cardano. They actually have very strong national guidelines on what they're allowed to invest in, and very strong national guidelines on how they can make revenue streams. So it may be the case that they're not ROI motivated, but mission oriented or impact oriented with what they want to do. So having delegation portfolios is really important as we start developing an institutional investor class or a mission oriented class, because then you have a menu of options above and beyond just how much money a stake pool operator is going to provide, or returns an operator is going to provide. And then you can also blend a lot of small pools in. Like, for example, if we had portfolios, I would send a formal recommendation to the foundation that they bias their entire delegation strategy, and we would bias our delegation strategy for the things that we delegate to the community, which we're going to do soon, towards smaller operators to facilitate diversity there. And then you mentioned it right before I came on, Kyle, about native assets. And you brought up a very good point, which is even if native assets, you can pay the transaction fee in the native asset, it has to be worth a certain level before you'd consider that. So like if Chainlink, for example, decided to migrate to Cardano, then yeah, everybody would probably be fine with accepting Link as payment because it's so valuable. But if FuCoin was issued tomorrow and there's no market or anything, then why should that pay transaction fees? So the only way you can get around that is by some sort of democratic process where people make decisions of which tokens are allowed to pay fees with ADA versus which tokens are going to pay fees in the native asset. Well, it would be perfect if this was something that stake pool operators and the community as a whole through the Voltaire framework were able to decide of how to whitelist versus generic token or something like that. But then there's a whole process of what is the threshold and how do you get on the list, how do you get off the list. And this is a great example where an industry organization can have a very strong opinion because they can look at it not just from a technological viewpoint, like how we look at it, but they can look at it from an ROI and say, well, does this make sense? We don't want to create unnecessary tax burdens for people, or et cetera, et cetera. So I love the idea that you guys are already starting to talk around this, and I think you can do a lot of good if you have just a little bit of preparation and planning. In particular, I'd highly encourage you to look to the DC fund because it's just getting started. It'll get you some necessary bootstrap capital so you don't have to strap it yourselves. But more importantly, there's an innovation management platform with that, which does nothing but specialize in upgrading ideas. So that's a perfect environment to kind of talk around how should the governance work, the terms work, what's the mission of the organization, the scope of the organization, which people do we care about, which people are out of scope, these types of things, and help you winnow down to a very specific proposal. And then also there's probably going to be other people thinking about this, and you might be able to merge their efforts with your efforts and combine them together, or create a franchise model where you can have SPOCRA Japan, SPOCRA Korea, SPOCRA Europe, and so forth. So you can kind of have a members organization and then start wiring together these franchises to, represent the interest of the whole. So there's a lot to think about. It's a big endeavor, and I'm glad you guys are starting to do it.
Yeah, we were approaching that. We were talking about diversity, and some of the early proposals were we should have a board seat for every region. We should do this or do that. And we felt, what, we just want the 7 best people who want to put in a lot of work and do this. And then we'll have advisory boards, right? So they could have an advisory board from the UK, an advisory board from Japan. And that could be like that franchise model that you're speaking of, where they have a seat at the table, they have a voice, or not at the table, but can come to the table with their proposals, and they could be their own entity and all of that. And everything you're saying, we had several discussions even about the ETF. Should we limit pools that are in the thing to one ETF? And we said, no, you can't. We're not here to police. We're not here to tell people or pools what they can and can't do. We're basically here to set guidelines and recommendations and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
and
guys can also be involved in.
Go
ahead, Kyle.
I was just going to say I was pushing back on a lot of the formal structure talk and hey, we're going to do this and do that. But I really appreciate your comments regarding the DC fund. And Marco, I think this is the path. I think we take our initial 7 board and then we engage the DC fund and figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to put this together, with that guidance. I think that's going to be extremely powerful rather than us trying to figure it all out by ourselves and then come there kind of half-cocked.
Right.
And another really important part about the DC fund is that money comes from the community. So the only way you get it is with community approval. So not only is it funding, it's actually a degree of democratic mandate that you get behind the organization, saying the Cardano ecosystem as a whole has decided that there's value in what you're doing and that you are representing a necessary constituency there. So it gives you a bit more clout as you start growing the organization, pushing it. Another thing is that there need to be standards about operation of stake pools, security, these things, because we've seen some operators lose money and some operators not quite get to where they need to go. So you can also think about certification. You can think about credentialing, these types of things as ways that people can get additional badges. If you guys had that, I'd be happy to build something into the Daedalus interface to actually display that on your stake tile.
Speaking of that, we actually did put put up a proposal today in the thread just as a side thing to chat about. And it was the idea of a smart contract where it would check off, is this pool part of the association? Check. Is this pool's dues up to date? Check. Is they been, is their training, up to date? Check. Is there, all these different things that the smart contract can check. And then once it's validated all those things, then they get a shiny green smiley face badge or something. And we love the idea of all those different criteria being checked and organized through a smart contract.
And that's definitely something that would be a great acid test of the utility of Plutus. In fact, I'm probably sure I can convince some of the Plutus developers to when the time comes to help you guys figure out how to write that contract as a great way of testing the utility of the Plutus ecosystem. And actually, it's a great test for Prism as well, because you can put a lot of metadata about users, and eventually we're going to be building an identity center into Daedalus. So these are examples of where the community can drive innovation. So instead of us sitting down and trying to imagine where the world needs to go, the community can come and show it. The greatest small example I've ever seen of that was years ago, right when smartphones first came out. I saw my first cell phone app for a flashlight. And then Apple saw that, and they said, why the hell don't we just build this into the phone? This is brilliant. But no one at Apple or Google, these massive companies, had ever even thought to use the flash on a camera as a flashlight. And then a small community developer did that, and now it's built into every single phone. We all use it as as a flashlight, right? Well, the same thing happens here, is that bottom-up innovation is always much more powerful and definitely does help the protocol evolution. The other thing is, remember, we're not going to always be, 50 years from now, completely just ADA-based. Our hope is that we can have different decisions, like proof of merit or reputation metrics or things, that also can influence your ability to make blocks. The existence of trade organizations like SPACRA means that there's constituencies that can help in the protocol design so that we can refine the monetary model and the reward model to make it a bit more egalitarian to a meritocratic system. So there's a lot to think about there, but this is the beginning. Now, Kyle, to your point about bureaucracy, I agree with you. It's counterproductive early on to get too bureaucratic, but where I find you can be really powerful is pairings. So if you want 7, pick a few people that are freaks for getting the paperwork done and the due diligence done and so forth. Like Marco really thought about the business side of his pool, while someone else worried a lot about the technical side, because he's saying, hey, this could end up being a multi-million-dollar operation, and it's good that we get this sorted today instead of when it happens, because then everybody's going to not be friends if we don't have that sorted out. Well, similarly, you need to kind of have somebody around who worries about crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and then somebody who really understands people and social dynamics. Basically, where are we going to fight? Where are we going to tend to have disagreement? How do we kind of deal with that disagreement and not become disagreeable in the process? I screwed up a lot in the early days on this. Like our relationship with Michael Parsons, obviously with the Cardano Foundation, was just never good. And the guy went off the rocker. We couldn't do much about it until the Guardians came along. And then that was a great opportunity for us to try to fix things. But there's no reason for a great organization with a great mission to have to wait for an external impulse to fix it. You have to think around what can go wrong and proactively kind of work your way through those scenarios to the point where you feel pretty comfortable about it. And then you have to define success in everything that you do. So, let's say SPACRA exists a year down the road. What would you like to say that you accomplished in that 1 year period? Did you get 100 members? Did you manage to keep the balance pretty egalitarian, where there's lots of small stake pool operators? Did you make sure that people are making good revenue? It's like whatever you define your success is, and be open about that and say, this is what we believe success looks like. And the whole reason the organization exists is to achieve this success and help us get there. The more upfront you are about it, the more allies you're going to get and along that way. And then it's no longer a disagreement about the mission. It's more about the strategy and tactics. And that's where you can kind of have a lot of opinions float through.
Like a convention in Las Vegas, 2021, for SPACRA members.
Yeah. Which hotel?
Panels.
What do you like? Which one do you like in Vegas?
I don't know. I was actually thinking about it last night. I would more like one just outside of Vegas, maybe, just outside Vegas, maybe it's a Red Rock.
Oh, there we go. Well, the manager of the Venetian is actually an ADA fan. I go to Las Vegas every single year for NFR, the big rodeo that they have there. Because I go to a lot of rodeos in Wyoming, Colorado, but NFR is like the Super Bowl of rodeos. Yes. And actually, I got a Kevin Costner story I got to tell you too. But first this. So I was checking into the Venetian, and the manager's like, "Are you Charles Hoskinson?" I say, hey, how do you know who I am? And he's like, I own Ada. Like, when is Shelley? That's like, God damn it. Don't ask me how my vacation went, Shelley, man. Don't ask me. And And that day, actually, we went to the NFR, and I was in the bathroom at the urinal, and this guy comes up next to me, and he's peeing. I look over, and I'm like, holy shit, that looks a lot like Kevin Costner. That can't be Kevin Costner peeing next to me. So then I go back to my seat in the radio, and they say, like, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest here. Kevin Costner is at the rodeo. I was like, holy shit, I was peeing next to Kevin Costner. This is so cool. Brings a whole new meaning to Waterworld. Well, yeah, see, that's great. You just write those aspirational goals down. Who the hell knows if you'll make them or not? But it costs you the same to dream big as it does to dream small. So go dream big, and then see who you can get along with you. And just always understand what the mission is. Why do you exist? Why are you here? You're absolutely right when you say there hasn't been yet enough commercial representation of the business of staking, and accommodations need to be made in the ecosystem for that constituency, or else we'll never achieve true decentralization. So you have to think, well, what does that mean then? And also, is it okay to have a lot of large actors, or is the goal all just small actors? Or you kind of have to think about those ideals. And the thing is that some people are going to disagree with you, so you might have SPACRA Classic. You might end up having 2 or 3 of these trade organizations, and that's okay. Every industry, if they get sufficiently large, will have multiple organizations. They represent different philosophies, but each of those philosophies blend together over time, and that's how we get to true decentralization. And it takes a lot of burdens off the core members.
We had that discussion about charity pools in the thing earlier today as well, and I actually approached this from that point of view. I was wondering about opening up small community centers in towns that really don't have anything but a library. And I thought, and I was trying to find ways of funding it. And I actually tweeted out a few times in February if running a stake pool would be a way of funding a community center off of the rewards. And the more and more I looked into it, I was like, wow, this actually is a pretty good business model, business idea. And then I remembered that whole airplane thing, before you can help others, put your mask on. And then when we were talking about those who want to create charity pools, first start your pool, get it going. Once you've started and you know the system, then approach a charity that you want to work with, right? Talk them, sell them, bring them into the ecosystem, right? Don't rely on, people who are already in the system. Go out and get them. Bring in a charity and their mailing list and say, hey, look, this is what I can do for you, that kind of stuff. And, these are the kind of conversations that a group like this can just have in the first day. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just hanging out, that's the kind of things that's amazing about this, I feel like.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the sky is the limit. It's amazing how fast these things can grow. And when it's real and genuine, it grows really quickly. When it's forced on the community, it always fails. There's no greater example of cryptocurrency than the Bitcoin Foundation. I remember when that first came out, you had these guys like, oh, yeah, Satoshi's an honorary member, and we're just going to decide, how Bitcoin is going to be regulated and where we're going to go. And I was the founding chairman of the education committee, and I was only there for a brief few months. And the entire time I was there, I was like, guys, this just feels like you're trying a hostile takeover of Bitcoin. This doesn't feel right. And sure enough, it lost legitimacy so quickly, and everybody kind of turned on it. Because at the end of the day, you had these unelected people just showing up and saying, hey, we're just going to make decisions now. And that's never how it works in the decentralized system. Instead, you need to just say, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Instead, I'm going to tell you what I'd like to accomplish, and who wants to go do that with me. Like a totally different low barrier approach. And then suddenly people just start showing up and saying, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do this together. And you wake up, you got a movement. You got 50 people, you got 100 people, 200 people. And all these really cool ideas start flowing through. There's a lot of cool models you can look at. Holacracies are one. They're meant for horizontally integrated organizations that are meritocratic. And we're actually thinking a lot about DAO theory at IO Global. It's one of our keen interests, and we're going to do a heck of a lot of research and build reference systems for it in 2021. My personal goal is for the foundation in some reasonable period of time, like 3 to 5 years, to no longer be a physical organization, but rather be a decentralized organization that lives on the Cardano blockchain. And actually, what we're going to do on our side is push for legal rights behind decentralized organizations as if they are real-life corporations. And I think we have a real good chance of accomplishing that in either the jurisdiction of Malta or in the state of Wyoming. In fact, we've talked to a couple of the Wyoming legislators specifically about this, like how do we give legal rights to smart contracts and digital signatures? And then by extension, how do we create a decentralized organization that has legal rights? Because that means the DAO can actually own intellectual property, it can hold money, it can enter into contracts, even though it's not a registered business and it has no owner or anything like that. It kind of just lives in the cloud. So we're going to push a lot of work to build templates and try to get the legal infrastructure for people to do that. And then anybody in the community can take those templates and then apply them towards their business and then use smart contracts and a blockchain to actually manage the treasury, pay dues, handle who's a member, who's not a member. And then we can build all kinds of things into the protocol for these things if they become popular enough.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of the stuff we talked about lawyers and CEOs and setting up, the foundation to make it, solid. And then the problems you run into, well, is it set up in the U.S.? Is it set up here? We have people all over the world, and then we had, again, that's why we like the idea of the smart contracts for the funds, but again, and all of that kind of stuff. But all those questions were raised last night, and we talked about it. We're like, but let's hold off until we have our board. And then we can start research groups. We can have advisory boards, all of that. And we like that structure, in that going forward. And all those things, it sounds perfect for exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, because my goal is just to create the tools for people to use. I'm not going to tell them how to use it and what they should do with it. Rather, I should say I'm going to build the infrastructure, the nuts and bolts. And if I've done my job right, it should be pretty turnkey for you guys, and life should be pretty easy. And you'll tell me where I got it wrong, and then I can go back to the drawing board and kind of figure out how to fix it, improve it. But this is the only way we're ever going to get to a decentralized society. This whole top-down approach and CEOs and this thing, it just doesn't work anymore. We live in a distributed world. I mean, my own company, we only have 250 people, but we're in 40 countries. We're as decentralized as Microsoft with 250 people. It's pretty crazy when you think about that. And yet we find a way to work. When COVID hit, it had no impact on us at all because we already all work from home, right? And this is the economy that we're going into. But all the legal structures, the government structures, the business structures, they're designed for people that pack their lunch pail and go to work 9 to 5 every day at an office. So we need to update that. And I think this is a great place where we can innovate.
Well, speaking of leadership, for example, when we were on the Cardano effect yesterday, and we were talking, and you were talking about, you have to make decisions, and they're going to be popular and unpopular. You're never going to make everybody happy, and that was one of the first big lessons I learned in life. I was running a guild of about 100 people in EverQuest, and as the guild leader, you set up these raids. You have to choose who gets what loot. You have to, who's going to go on the raid, who's going to take point, what's the game plan. And every week I would spend 5 to 20 hours trying to make everybody happy. And no matter what I did, somebody was like, well, I should have got the red stick. I should have got this. I should have got that. Why did they get it and not me? And then I realized, wait, I'm just going to make nobody happy, and I'm going to make nobody unhappy. I'm just going to do what I feel is best as leader. You guys put me in charge to make these decisions. So if I make the decision pure of heart, in my mind, the best decision I thought at the time with the knowledge I had, I can sleep at night.
Right. I used to play EverQuest. I had a high elf enchanter, and I also had a human wizard. Remember the Planes of Power expansion pack where you could finally start teleporting around?
Yeah.
Before that, yeah.
And I had a level 50 monk.
Can I buy crack? Can I get some crack? The mana buff enhancement that enchanters do.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a level 50 monk and the Planes of Fear and all that kind of stuff. Those things took a lot of planning to because if you die, it was 3 or 4 hours getting everybody back out and rezzed and set up, and so you're dealing with people's time in life. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of pressure.
Right. And I think the greatest example of where that can go wrong was remember World of Warcraft, Leroy Jenkins.
Yep.
Yeah. Leroy Jenkins.
I can.
I'm leading a D&D campaign for a bunch of like 10-year-olds and 12-year-olds.
Leroy just ran in.
And my nephew, he's the Leroy Jenkins of the group. The rogue's all, let's be quiet and snipe down the hall. And he's like, donuts! Because he's like 9. And he's throwing burritos at everybody. I mean, you gotta love kids' imaginations.
A lot of people scoff at that, but you're 100% right. It doesn't matter where you accrue the leadership skills. You're thinking, I have a group of people that are investing non-trivial time, effort, and let's be frank, money. I mean, time is money. There's huge opportunity cost for these things. And if we don't work together, we can't achieve a common goal. And, in some cases, in a highly competitive environment. League of Legends is another example of that. You have a team of 5v5 or 3v3. You have to work together. If you don't work together, you can't win the game. So there's a lot of great lessons to learn there. And this is no different in that respect. There are rules of the game. And first we ask, are the rules fair? And where are the rules going to go? And can we win? Can we actually achieve our goals with those rules? And then if we can't, well, we need to change the game. If we can, well, then we need to know how to play the game well. And there's going to be some winners and some losers, and there's going to be some changes here and there. And I was really upset when they nerfed Xerath and League of Legends. It really pissed me off. I always mitted with him. And I was like, okay, that's just, I guess I'll cast it in or some shit. You just deal with it and you move on, right? As long as it's still a playable game. And similarly, as long as stake pools are still a reasonable business model. And we failed if they're not. The other thing is, like, you have to think about where it's going. So what is the reality at $1 ADA? What is reality at $5 ADA? Is there ever going to be a case where K is 5,000? Is there ever going to be a case where K is 10,000? I mean, what does that mean? What does the network look like under a system like that? And then kind of imagine where those revenue streams are going to go. So if we do have oracles and Hydra channels and native assets and other value-added services that are provided, decentralized infrastructure like the storage as a service, for example, if we pull IPFS into the system, what does that revenue model now look like? And how can SPOCRA kind of prep for that and make sure that we can optimize in such a way? So these are some things that you guys need to talk around, and they're fun.
And it has been,
then you can, go ahead.
I have been, as I told Adam, part of my thing is to see what the next thing is. While he was working on testing the servers, I've been researching Oracle pools. And I love the idea of Oracle pools, as much as I can understand it from a non-coder perspective. But I think those are going to be huge, just because, like you said, from what I gather on my take on Oracle pools, it's you pay the one-time fee to code the block with the factual information that's been curated by all of these people, right? And then it's free to access other than the transaction fee from then on. So somebody in Africa Village can afford to access that information, can run a smart contract off that information and not be charged like a $4 US fee, and which would be, a week's worth of work or something in that country.
Right. Or on the other side, they can actually make money by being a data provider, because in many cases you actually need to get data in certain hard-to-find places, because maybe you're an oil trader and you need to know certain things about the weather and where. Actually, oil hedge funds do this all the time. They'll pay people to follow oil tankers and take pictures of them, and they use sophisticated computer models to see how low they set on the water, and then they can extrapolate how full the tanker is. So they can predict what inventories are going to be a few days ahead of time, and then they can extrapolate with their models what the value of oil is going to be relative to supply and demand. I mean, this is how sophisticated people get. They also use satellite pictures and so forth. So data is king in this economy, and what you're doing is liberating it, by having Oracle pools, and you're providing many different people. This is how Bloomberg got so rich. Michael Bloomberg, he created kind of a monopoly over financial data. They had the Bloomberg terminal, and now he's worth like $60 billion. And Bloomberg is one of the most valuable companies in the world, and everybody uses Bloomberg terminals or Thomson Reuters service. Well, oracles are democratizing all of that, and they're liberating the world's data and providing many different ways to show it. And also, you're creating a marketplace for data. So it works in both directions. Instead of having to predict what people want to know, people can put bounties on things they want to know, and then Oracle pools can kind of figure out how do we get access to that, and then the free market will kind of build those economies and so forth. So it's a really exciting world to live in, where we can go and kind of Uber this thing up.
Yeah, I have a friend who's in advertising.
Yeah, I mean, that blows
in New
my
York.
mind.
Oh, go ahead, Kyle.
I mean, let me talk, Marco. Sorry. Yeah, no, this is kind of my bread and butter in a way. My core business, I pivoted out of ad tech, and my business is a GUI-based IoT, Wi-Fi control systems, which can be set up, very quickly and very easily. And I have customers, growing plant cultivation systems and things like that. But I've been, ever since I saw your whiteboard, I started building. That's what I started doing. Your whiteboard a couple of years ago just got me on fire. And so, I had no problem with wind Shelley because I'm still building, right? And what I'm looking at is incentivizing models. And I learned a lot from running a stake pool about how to do that appropriately. And, okay, yeah, you can meter an IoT device on the data side, but then I'm looking at, okay, how can I incentivize these guys with data? And from a high level, I'm looking at, DMPs and things like that, so I can actually pay them in tokens for that data and then try and market that on the back end. And so I'm kind of looking how I can tie all this together, but I've got a lot of content coming out with, new products and whatnot lately, but, I'm gung forward with Gogan and what that's going to enable. From a high level, I want to kind of do what Amazon did and enable peer-to-peer marketplaces for how devices operate. So everything we do is open hardware. You can, go to Git, splash the code, and be up and running. All the I/O boards that we have are all open source or open hardware designs and whatnot. I still got to bridge a couple gaps with how to tie that in with oracles and whatnot. But that's kind of where I want to take it. I think that's an awesome model for people to in third world countries. And a lot of this is right now my customers are hobbyists and privileged guys, and I'll be honest about that. But I'm looking at okay, at what point is Wi-Fi going to be more of a human right? And once that happens, I can open up to where, you can create business opportunities for people in very, very low, needy economies or underprivileged economies for them to create something where other users around the world can adopt that and use that. And so that's kind of, a little bit out there or whatnot, but I don't think it's too far. So that's kind of my vision. I'm an entrepreneur. I have been for a while, but I've just always, my problem is, I'm more of I'm a kind of do-it-all guy. I market. I sold for Intel for a while, so I've got that whole back end. But everything I do, I build myself, and I could benefit from expanding into a larger team.
Right, and actually, we're working with a firm, a telco firm in Tanzania, where they're actually trying to build an ISP through mesh nets for cell phones. And this is a great example of the use of this technology, where you say it's just simply too expensive to build traditional 4G infrastructure, but then you could build these super low-cost open hardware devices, create mesh nets, and then suddenly you can wire it into like one backbone, and then the whole village or the whole small city now has internet connectivity and the telecommunications infrastructure. And it's just amazing what you can do as open hardware today. I mean, it was fantasy 10 years ago that we'd have these capabilities. And the problem, and I'd highly encourage you to read a white paper. It came out of IBM research. If you Google IBM Adept, IBM and Samsung got together and they started exploring how do we merge IoT and blockchain together. And they used BitTorrent, Telehash, and Ethereum as the pilot back in 2015, but it didn't have the mojo that it really needed to get off the ground. But they came up with a lot of really good ideas about how to incentivize things and so forth. And I guarantee if you email some of the people who worked on that team, they were probably really frustrated that it got canceled because they were super passionate about it. And they outlined a lot of problems where IoT doesn't have a right incentives layer. There's all this infrastructure that's going to last a long time, but there's no money to maintain it. And it's not an economic citizen. It doesn't actually generate revenue. So it's going to be abandoned. And it's like this IoT abandonware, basically. So it's going to become a big problem. And they were trying to resolve that with the Adept project.
Well, and that goes back to the point of the whole treasury concept.
I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
We talked about how the treasury lives in the protocol. You know what I mean? And so if you can set up a way of, funds are just automatically added to it from somewhere, and it just builds and builds and can be used, automatically without, a whole crew, a team, it helps limit infrastructure and costs,
Yeah, and that's the cool part about Voltaire is that the money is guaranteed, but the community ultimately is going to decide how to deploy that. And you kind of have to learn how you crawl before you can walk, before you can run. So right now we're in the crawling stage with the early days, and it's all about participation and voting experience, and are we properly using innovation management? We actually partnered, I don't know if this is official or not, but I'll break the news on your guys' show. We partnered with IdeaScale. We're just working out the logistics there of that relationship, but they're a major IM company, and they're going to work really closely with us to try to make sure that we have the right environment because it's not good enough just to take ballots. We want them to be successful. We want them to be actionable. We want likewise efforts to merge together and for people to meet each other. This is as much a social platform as it is a platform for innovation. And the point here is that, a lot of you stake pool operators before we started the ITN didn't know each other. And then the ITN came out, you met each other. Well, similarly, if you're in the business of innovation, you should be able to use this platform to find people who also want to do the same kinds of things you want to do. And then you can learn from each other and work together and build together and so forth. So you have to have good partners there to kind of stake that around. And that's the crawling stage. And then the walking stage is to see it all come together in production and put millions and millions of dollars every month on the table. And then the running stage is for that thing to completely decentralize end to end. So all the centralized or federated infrastructure to host up that innovation management and ballot submission gets pulled into the Cardano protocol directly, and it's completely managed by Cardano itself. It takes a little bit of time to do that, and then you have to think carefully about the security model and make it DDoS resistant and all this stuff. There's a lot of traditional InfoSec work that has to be done, and the incentives have to be built correctly. But, if the community's aligned to get there, it's inevitable. Right. And it might take 6 months or a year, but it will happen. And then once it's there, you have one of the world's largest VCs replenishing itself every year that is doing nothing but spending its money on making the ecosystem better. And at each dimension, making it more fair, making it faster, making it more performant, making it more resistant to attacks, building new business models, et cetera, et cetera. The sky is the limit, and it's only limited by our capacity to work together.
And that's what amazed me so much, how there wasn't already an operator trade guild or whatever, because once this thing gets fully decentralized, right, pool operators are the backbone of the system.
Yeah.
Right. We're the ones that have to implement any kind of changes. We're the ones that make sure that the security is maintained, that we're the ones that, are on the ground running, because once things leave testing, once they leave the stuff, it comes to us and we have to maintain that. We have to build that. We have to, keep it going. And,
right.
And for this to be $1 trillion network or system, we have to have some kind of organization to make sure that it still is operating at 100% all the time.
Right. And I'm not sure that I was. Sorry, Charles. I'm not sure that I was surprised that it took so long. During ITN is kind of when operators got their foot wet, and operators became OGs, and now we're at a point where we can recognize how changes affect the ecosystem because we lived through it. And so I think the timing is actually neither premature nor late. I think it's perfect timing.
Yeah, and you're going to be surprised how much competition you get and how much diversity you guys get. And you're not real until you've had your first scandal or fight. A lot of people came on board Cardano after the Cardano Foundation incident, and they always said the same thing. It's like, we were really impressed on how you guys handled that, as opposed to what happened with Tezos or these other things where it just kind of blew up. Here, we just said, let's just go deal with it and figure it out. It's very painful and stressful at the time, but it was an anti-scandal. It's like it fizzled out. All these people were waiting with popcorn for the fireworks, and the fireworks never came. We just kind of moved on. So that's a testimony to the fact that people really wanted to work together and just get it done and fix it. And similarly, great organizations are capable of surviving strife and conflict and disagreement. And we've certainly had our fair share, and you guys are going to have the exact same situation at some point in your history. And that's a good thing. It makes you stronger, it makes you smarter. And it's the same situation here. You thought about SPACRA after some things didn't quite go your way. And that's a natural response. And instead of just going to Reddit or Telegram or Twitter and just bitching about it, you said, well, fuck it, let's solve the problem in a more general way and make it better for everybody and make the protocol better for everybody. That's the difference between our community and other communities in the ecosystem. Our people solve real problems. Our people are capable of working together, and they don't need permission. They don't need a committee. They just pick up the fucking phone and they say, hey, Marco, we got this problem. What are we going to do about it? And then like a day later, I'm on the live stream with you. We're talking about it. You know, and 2 weeks from now, it'll be more, and 3 weeks, it'll be more, and it'll just keep going and going, and bound to have something screw up, and then you'll fix that, right? And that's what gives me hope. It means that I don't need to be around here. I can be a spectator as much as I am a leader, and I know for a fact that this is going to get done. And Cardano is going to grow to, an ecosystem with millions of people, billions of people, and it's going to be just fine. It doesn't need a custodian. It doesn't need a leader. It doesn't need somebody to sit around and make hard decisions. I'll have confidence that the system as a whole is going to make better decisions than I could ever make, and that the system as a whole is going to be able to survive any hit that comes. Because we all like to believe we're big, but let's be honest here. Look at Libra when they actually tried to rock the boat. Look how hard the U.S. government hit Mark Zuckerberg and his guys, and how they had to cave a little bit. The real fight's going to come when Cardano has 1 billion people on it, and it is running economies in Africa and other places. And then suddenly U.S. government, China or somebody's going to wake up and say, well, no, we don't like this. We don't feel so comfortable here. The ecosystem has to have the ability to withstand that hit. And it's only going to get there if it's truly decentralized.
Yeah. I always said Libra was the greatest distraction.
But at the same time, too, you also want some kind of leadership, like maybe it's the Cardano Foundation that is helping orchestrate and making sure that the pieces are all moving together in the same direction, and one's not taking this freeway that way or that freeway that way. You kind of want to have some kind of, orchestrator or conductor.
It's meritocratic, right? The leaders aren't self-appointed or they just rule by fiat, but rather they did stuff and people know who they are. And they say, well, the reason why this person's running this thing is because we feel they're the most competent to do that. And they proved it with their track record. And there's checks and balances in place that if they get too big of an ego, they kind of get filtered out, And leaders are also scoped to their time. A great example would be Winston Churchill. So the Brits kept him around during World War II, and he was the great leader. And then after World War II, they said, we don't need a guy like Churchill anymore. We're going to go, bring somebody else in. So you can be a wonderful leader for an event or for a period of history or for a particular culture, but the organization can actually outgrow you, or the organization's needs can change, and you need a different type of leadership. Another great example would be Microsoft with Bill Gates. At one time, he was the greatest living entrepreneur. Microsoft was worth $600 billion. But then he got distracted. He started doing the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And then he was kind of in Microsoft, kind of not in Microsoft. He'd be like, I'm doing AIDS in Africa, but I go buy Skype and go buy Nokia and this stuff. And eventually the Microsoft board said, we need to move on. So they got rid of Gates. And they brought in Satya Nadella. And he came in, he did the HoloLens, the Microsoft Surface, Windows 10, and really changed that company and modernized it and made it friendly for open source software and so forth. And, Microsoft has tripled in value since Satya Nadella came on board, and it's restored itself. So Bill Gates was probably the greatest living CEO in the 1990s in terms of his capability to execute and build wealth and dominate the market. I mean, look what he did to Netscape. But in 2010, he was useless. He missed the iPhone, he missed Google, he missed Facebook, he missed all these things. Same person, two different events. So that's the other thing about leadership is there's an ephemeral nature to it. I had to learn that because of Ethereum. I was a big guy there for a little while, and then suddenly I wasn't anymore. And, the people didn't like me as much anymore. And so I kind of had to think, God, all right, I guess nothing is permanent. And so, I came by with Cardano and I said, well, I'm going to be here and try to do as much good as I can as long as I'm useful and as long as people tolerate me. But I'm kind of an asshole. So at some point they won't anymore. And I'll hear the exit music and I'll know to go back onto my farm and just start riding horses again or something like that. And that's okay, because if I did it right, then they won't need me anyway. It'll be much better without me.
Yeah, sometimes it's, you have to get to the point where you have to check your ego at the door when you're in these type of positions. You can't let things hit you personally, and be able to communicate with people without, coming off like, I know this because I am in charge. Just do it.
Yeah, it's
but
easy.
Yeah, but you can't take shit either.
Right.
Yeah, and people let you do that too. That's the problem, is that when you're the big guy, a lot of the times they'll let you get away with treating people like crap for a while, but eventually you just hollow everybody out and you get high turnover and so forth. A lot of investors, when they want to assess the fundamental health of a company and the quality of their chief executive and where the company's at, they look at turnover of female engineers, because they actually tend to be the most sensitive employees. And I know an investor where he's made 11 bets based on this, and 11 out of 11 times he's been right about a scandal, just based on the percentage of female engineers and if it went up or down. If it went down a substantial amount in a 36 month period, there was a scandal in the organization and leadership had to change. Uber, all these companies, he just got it right over and over again, and he made a fortune trading stocks this way. Because you always ask for canaries in the coal mine. There's always sentinels that let you know when a culture is toxic or an organization is not working so well. So that's another thing you guys got to think around. It's like, not only define what is the definition of success for SPACRA, but also what type of culture do you want to have with SPACRA? Like, when you talk to your colleagues there and you go to work every day, you're actually making decisions. What type of work environment do you want? Do you want to just have something super chill where you call each other and just kind of hang out and discuss it over a beer? Do you want some degree of formality? And then you kind of ask yourself, like, how do we avoid the collecting assholes, and what do we do about them? There was a certain stake pool operator and member of the Cardano community who's very smart, very capable. I won't mention his name because he'll just yell at me again and do all this stuff, but I think people can infer. And we kind of got some tussle over Twitter. I can't even remember what it is. And then there was a threat of a lawsuit and all this other stuff. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, why do we want this working relationship? Why are you even here if this is how you work with people and you interact with people? I'm like, well, I don't have to be here. You don't have to be here. We should get along. Let's figure it out. Let's talk about it. The same issue with that Nostradamus guy. I actually did meet him in Hong Kong, and I did an interview with him, and we had an interesting rapport. And I actually have nothing against him as a human being or as a guy. I just think that there are some issues there, and those issues make it really difficult for him to have good relationships with most people, or at least with us. His demons kind of get at him. So you're going to run into the exact same situation. There's always that one person or group of people, no matter what community you have, where you're at, that just go crazy. Or they're crazy for you. They go at you.
I call it the 10% asshole rule. Basically, right. You can take any group of people, 100 people off the street, right? All races, all men, women, children, and you take all 100 of them, 10% of them are going to be assholes, right? And so no matter what group you put together, no matter what you do, you're always going to deal with it no matter what. I think we've been doing a really good job with the Discord the last couple of days of keeping people on topic. Anytime people start the idea of we're going to be the pool operator police, we stop it right there, right? We're not here to police the pool operators. We're not here to set, that type of stuff. We're here to put together something that's advisory. So any kind of talk of policing, well, we should have pools limited to this, or they should be limited to that, or they should have to. No. We're here to set guidelines. Because again, if we only get 50% or 50 pools, then how strong is our group really? You know what I mean?
Right.
So we want to make sure that people don't start down those rabbit holes. And we've been doing.
Yeah, no, I hear that, Mark. I think what the takeaway is we need to figure out how to handle adversarial people or people who are toxic to the culture, right? My first employee tried to sue me, and once I got wind of that, game changes completely. I understand your perspective there, Charles. I was a small business at the time, and I've scrapped for, I got kids, I got family, and so, everything changes when that adversarial stance takes, and we have to protect that and protect the culture. I think that's the biggest thing, because we will have bad apples. And so we need to think about that now, early.
Right. And that's why I say proactively just kind of like try to set that culture, and then try to be diligent about enforcing that culture and having a time. We have our own culture officer at AEON Global. Originally, it was actually Tamara Hassan. That's where she got hired. And then she went to HR, and now she's chief of staff. And now it's Tom Flynn. Yeah. And Tom also works on our PSG side. Tom's great, and Tam was great in that role. But we recognized early on culture is super important, because if you don't have your culture right, no one wants to work for you. And my problem is I hire the brightest people in the world, and they can go work for anybody. They can go work for Microsoft and Google and Facebook, and all the time those guys are trying to poach my people. Sometimes they offer them twice as much money. The only reason they stay is they like their coworkers, they like the culture, and they like the problems that they're working on. And there's plenty of ways to make money in life. You don't have to be a stake pool operator. You can certainly go and do something else. Be an eBay power seller. You can be an Uber driver, right? So why does a person choose to be part of this type of organization and work on the Cardano protocol and make some money there? It's because they enjoy the job. They want to do the job. This is something they really believe in. They believe in the mission and the environment and so forth. And great elite organizations are always capable of promoting elite cultures that people just really enjoy being part of, and they like the workflow and so forth. And this is why you have diversity in these organizations, because cultures are different. So if you've done your job right, Spockroll will have a very clear identity, but there's going to be some people who disagree with that identity, and they don't like that culture. Maybe it's too laid back, maybe it's too strict, whatever, and they go and build a competing body. And that's okay, because ultimately they get what they want, and they're happy with that structure, right?
One of the first things we talked about when we were doing this is every pool operator's in this for a different reason, right? And we are here, again, not to police them, but to offer a place. And I think one of the biggest things that we need to offer is education. Education on being a pool operator, education for delegating, just making sure that everybody is informed as much as possible and helping set that up. And I think that will help with the culture and help with all of that.
Yeah. And we have resources available. There's Lars Brunius, my director of education. If you guys ever want to talk to him, might be able to create a Udemy course or something like that. It'd be super cool to do that. And then the foundation is also starting an education program. There's absolutely no reason for that to be a unilateral effort. It'd be super cool to see real life stake pool operators be heavily involved in that. One of my most joyous moments was University of Wyoming at the hackathon last year that Kraken and Caitlin and the rest of the gang put on. And we had these high school students, and they were real young, and they came by, and they were trying to set up a stake pool, on the testnet code that we had. And they were just trying to explore how these things were working. I was like, wow, this is so cool to see these young kids actually learning how Cardano works. And then I gave a lecture to a junior high class on Ouroboros. I think they were like 12 or something like that. And I said, okay, how do I explain this to a 12-year-old? This is a really unique challenge. I kind of have, one level, and I kind of have to figure out how to, kind of lower it just a little bit to get through and make it relatable. But education really is just it's the pinnacle of expertise, and it's the pinnacle of all things. My dad's a doctor, and the highlight of his career as a physician was when he started teaching at a medical school. He was a clinical professor at Rocky Vista School of Medicine, and he had all these young medical students, and he remembered himself 30 years ago, when he was a precocious young medical student, and now he's basically seeing like a younger version of himself come through the door and know just as little as he knew 30 years ago. And being able to mentor them and guide them and sculpt them, it's one of the most rewarding parts of any person's career, and it's just so much fun to do that. I miss it. I love teaching. Jesse
Smith is actually in the comments saying that those were his students.
Oh, Jesse, that's so cool. Yeah. And that was at what high school are you with in Wyoming? I keep forgetting what's the name of it. You still with us, Jesse?
It's just a bit of a delay.
Okay.
But for example, I know you guys are doing something in Wyoming next month with the University of Wyoming. The CPA I use, he's going to be teaching some crypto CPA classes at the event.
Okay.
David Pope, I don't know, he's on the blockchain community in Wyoming and stuff like that. But he's going to be teaching some classes.
Shoshone. Yeah, it's a very small town in Wyoming. Most towns in Wyoming are pretty small. The capital's like 50,000 people, and some of those towns get pretty small where the guy who owns the bar is the mayor and the sheriff. But I love Wyoming. It's a great place, and it's one of the last frontiers around. My parents now live up in Gillette.
If it wasn't for that weather, I'd be up there in a heartbeat. I live in Northwest Arizona, and it's kind of in a weather sweet spot. So we're about 20 degrees cooler than Vegas and 20 degrees cooler than Phoenix. And so it's pretty nice all year round up here. So I looked at Wyoming, and then I saw the chart 7 months of the year. Oh.
Well, just to bridge the gap, Charles, Jesse is the individual who won the ITN. He's the pool operator who earned the most rewards with a 10% full single pool. So he beat out everybody.
That was Bounty, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, Bounty won.
By the way, we have another bounty. Who do you guys think is going to get the first block for the Epic?
You. Kind of set yourself up for that one.
Well, there's a non-zero possibility. I won't count it if we make it. It has to be a official block not made by Input Output Global. So I'm really, because we run the BFT nodes, so that doesn't count. So there's got to be a pool that's not Emergo, IOHK, or CF.
The ZZ guys out of Japan, man. Right? They're out of Japan or something. Maybe.
I think 1% might get it. Just speaking percentage-wise, possibly ZZZ, possibly IOG.
Right. Well, whoever gets it, we'll give them a T-shirt and certainly a goodie package, and we'll make sure to make a big deal about it. But actually, I think every stake pool that participates in that first Epic should get something, because it's the first Epic Club. That's like an OG badge of honor, man. That's like being a Bitcoin miner in January of 2009, if you think about it.
I own an autographing company, so I'm willing to sit down and work with you and to be able to send out an autograph to each of the pool operators.
Well, that'd be so cool. That'll be so cool. I gave you my email in the thing, but just send me an email and I'll synchronize with my EA. His name's Michael Lugudia. Mm-hmm. We can get that all set up. But I'd be more than happy to do something special, because it'd be cool to send something actually to every stake pool that actually makes a block in that first Epic, because that's part of history for our protocol, and it's so exciting to actually see that happen. Our chief scientist is damn near in tears about it. Because remember, Agalos has been working on this since 2014. Even before he joined IO Global, he was working independently at University of Edinburgh, formalizing Bitcoin to pursue a proof of stake research agenda. And he had been thinking about proof of stake since NXT in 2013. So, to actually go from thinking about it to a $4 billion production system with people all around the world running it is just such a humbling experience, because he had to design everything and think about everything and put all these pieces together. And it's just a really magical thing for him.
I feel like this should be like a live stream, watching the clock count as the epoch turns over, kind of like a New Year's type of thing.
Blow up my Twitter, for whoever made the first block. I'd love to see that. And then everybody who did something in the Epic, will do something special for you guys. Well, anyway, it's 10:35 at night here, and I got a really early morning, and I've been up crazy fucking long.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I do have one small question that will take one word answer. Sure. Epoch or Epic?
I never pronounce that right. There's epoch, epic. There's like 4 different ways of pronouncing that damn word. I guess it depends on your nationality and how French you are.
Potato type of thing. But
epic is probably the canonical, but epoch is another. But I think epic is more proper But then the problem is you conflate it with Epic EPIC, right? Like Epic Games or these things. So it's like you just can't win with that. I would have never named it Epoch.
Yeah, Epoch is what I always thought it was.
It's probably Epoch. Who the hell knows? When I was first talking about it, I said, well, why do we need these epics? Why can't we just do it on a block by block basis like other proof of stake protocols? And at the time, we're like, oh, there's all these deep theoretical reasons why that doesn't make sense. But then there's a professor at University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, named Pramod Viswani, and he actually figured out a way to do it without the epics. It's called Nakamoto proof of stake. And I'm like, damn it, we could have got rid of all the epics altogether and just done it on a block by block basis. But there's some trade-offs in that protocol and so forth, and there's more research required. But this is the beautiful part about the system, is that he didn't just write that paper. He actually read all of our papers, and we had long conversations with him and so forth. And then he put this all-star team of professors together and just kind of spit that out over a few months. And we read the paper, and we were like, man, I wish we would have written that paper. That would have been a lot of fun.
Well, thanks again for joining us on our quest to 50. And, this is memorable. And again, thank you. And I'll look forward to that email.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to you soon, Marco. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, good night, Charles.
All right, let me clean this up here for a second.
That was pretty cool.
It was pretty epic.
Yeah, that was pretty damn cool. All right, so we got some takeaways, though, right?
Oh, yeah.
We learned some stuff.
Lots of stuff. Yeah.
So I think, we want to focus on promoting the difference in the board that we want. We need some go-getters. We need some techies. We need some people.
For sure. And I think, so shall we do something?
He said, who's going to make the first block?
I know. We both at the same time. You?
You.
And I think we both delayed just enough to think, should we say it? Should we not say it? Should we say it? Yes, no? Then we're like, fuck it.
No, he's cool, man.
Yeah.
He's cool.
But yeah, I don't think I could have lived with myself if I didn't ask the Epoch Epic question. But
Epoch sounds like Ewok.
I don't know. For some reason, I don't know if it was something else, but I've always it was because that's what I first heard. When I first started researching it, but for some reason it was always Epoch. And I don't know if it was from something else.
Yeah, I mean, I use them interchangeable, I think.
Yeah. But, that was pretty cool.
That was a killer live stream.
The Discord. People were wondering what the Discord is. Let's put that back, I guess. So they don't have to scroll back
up. I pasted it a couple times in the chat. Well, I just pasted it again for Jesse. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Oh, I got it right now, already ready in my paste, I think. Give me a sec, guys. There you go, gentlemen and ladies.
Well, I think that too. I tried when I made my pitch for the board. I made it more about like what it is that I want to bring to the board, more than like a resume. And I think I would advise people that are wanting to be on the board to tell us, more than your resume, but tell us why. Why do you want to do it? And and why you would be good for the board. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if anybody out here wants to, please, get involved.
Yeah, it's, we're only as strong as, our community, and again, when I was researching all the different stuff in the communities, I really liked what I saw with Cardano. I said to myself, I want to be part of this community, and a lot of the other ones, it was funny because one of the first videos I start to see about Cardano when I started getting into it was that weird guy, the Golem monster, Chico, whatever. And I was like, wait a second, did I pick the wrong course? And I started watching those, and I was like, oh, wait, this then I started doing more and more research, and I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's just an idiot. And and then I was stopped questioning myself and started focusing on the community. And once I realized how well the community was, and I was like, yeah, anything this guy is saying is completely false. Otherwise, the community wouldn't be the way it is.
No, it's totally legit, man. I mean, this path we're on is insane. And, Charles is a great guy, great vision. And for him to take that vision and purpose and create a path for his purpose to become our purpose, right. I mean, that's some phenomenal shit. I mean, you heard him. He said he's here to build tools. That's Steve Jobs shit right there, right?
That's what I tell everybody.
Steve says, hey, I want to build tools, and I believe these people are inherently good, and they will use those tools to do good. And I mean, I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but Charles is going to be remembered for hundreds and hundreds of years.
When people ask me why Cardano, right? And what about the delay? And I'm saying, well, if you just step back and look at the long game, right? Not only is Shelley coming out, but Prism's coming out, Voltaire's coming out, Plutus is coming out. He's building an ecosystem, an operating system, or all these other chains are one thing, right? Ethereum, to me, was a test net, is a test net. Not that it's amazing, that it's not amazing, it is amazing. But, people are going to test out their products. Hey, let's see if this idea works. Let's throw it on Ethereum. Oh, crap. It didn't work, and all these people lost all this money. Right? Where at Cardano, they're building, something super solid, like Project Atlas, right? For those that you don't know, Project Atlas is basically an app store for the system, right? It's your basically an app store for Cardano. And
are you gonna? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, that's all I was saying is that it's basically the app store. Like, he is really following the Steve Jobs Apple iPad or iPod, iTunes, iPhone app store format release. You know what I mean? To a T, in my mind.
Yeah, no, it's. I think I don't think it's to a T at all. I think the model. I think that the models that he's building the platform for are going to be able to build those models to a T. They're going to create economic opportunities. Like, just to give you an example about this IoT printer, that I kind of brought up. Imagine a hardware device that is able to control the number of prints, for a 3D printer, right? And so now you can basically decentralize and enable peer-to-peer manufacturing. You're cutting out all the middlemen involved in that, and users can buy designs from individual creators, similar to how Amazon expanded their business by stores and started, selling things for people all over the globe, right? They enabled businesses and economic opportunities, and that's what native tokenization is going to do. I mean, yeah, we have great applications on finance, but commerce in itself will change forever. That's what cascading disruption is. He's built this platform that is going to enable entrepreneurs to bring these types of systems to the platform, and those systems they bring are going to disrupt as well. So it's just going to unfold and unfold and unfold. I mean, death of the middleman. It's like he says, they're going to push power to the edges. And also, like he says, we're not going to get shit from the government until Cardano does have 1 billion users. But it's too late. It's already too late. That's what Shelley was. As soon as we got all those pools up, I get it's not decentralized today. The DPRAM still won, but the network is here. It's here. And that accomplishment, Charles is the only one who knows what that feels like, or what that felt like. But to understand what he did is critical. I mean, it was a momentous moment. And yes, the first epoch where other pools are creating blocks, that's great. But the first day we all came up and we all showed up,
and had that network, that was the day that nothing can stop Cardano.
Well, I said it that day. I wanted my nephew here with me on that live stream that we did on launch day with Charles, and I wanted him to be part of that live stream, but he just had his birthday and he just got a bunch of Star Wars Legos, and he was like, nope, I want to stay home and play Star Wars Legos, and so I was like, all right. But I knew the importance of that day, and I said it even during then that we're going to look back 20 years from now at that day as something special.
A day might be a national holiday or a global holiday. Who knows? Shit.
I wouldn't go that far, but yeah. Maybe it'll be like a community, like today is Cardano Day. But from Crypto 2099, that's my whole stick, right? Crypto 2099, I'm the historian, coming back in time to keep you guys on the right track. That's what that little man is right above the 4, above the R there. He's the traveler. But again, a reminder, everybody, all the tickers on your right, these are all pools that we felt have been doing a lot of work in the community on Telegram, on testnets, all of that, whose pools have kind of just fallen through the cracks. They might not be out in front of the camera, that kind of stuff, but they are all part of this quest for 50. So take a look at them, join them, share the wealth. We really want to be a decentralized system, and this is where it starts. And speaking of, we got some. Go ahead. It's all you.
I was just going to say we got some questions. Yeah, we got some questions.
Okay.
You plan to do these live streams regularly, just talking about Cardano. I look forward to delegating to your stake pools when your ROI is updated for iOS. I think we're going to be relatively regular. We're starting to kick some things off. It's good to have chats and talk, and I see that happening in the foreseeable future. I don't see why we wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
as far as delegating, please do.
Yeah, we were coming up with episodes. We want to have, maybe on Thursdays we do use case where people just throw out an industry and we start talking about how would this industry work with the blockchain. Last show somebody was talking about wills. How would wills work with smart contracts? And so we just started talking, this is how this would work. This is how that would work, and I love the idea of just talking use case. I also like the idea of, I'm a guy that looks down the road. So I would love to have somebody on from Ergo to come and talk Oracle pools, because I want to understand Oracle pools from a non-programmer's point of view. I can read white papers all day long, but I don't understand them. I'll admit that. I don't understand half the stuff I read in white papers. But if I could have somebody on who writes those papers and be like, okay, what do you mean by this? Okay, put this into context. I would love to do that, and make things available for the everyday person who just doesn't speak IT.
Let me address some couple questions too. I agree with all that, Marco. We got the questions popping up. Okay, so Daniel, where do I pitch to join the SPO Guild? You don't have to pitch to join and take part. You're going to have to pitch if you want to be considered to be elected by your fellow stake pool operators. The Discord link is posted a few comments below where you commented. Go ahead and jump in there. There's a lot of information in there. You'll see a tab where you have the candidate proposals. Go ahead and look at that, and basically what you need to do within the next 4 or 5 days is go ahead and put your go ahead and write 2 paragraphs on why you think you should be considered, and that's what people are going to be. So Salt, as far as your question, Salt Staking would love it if you featured pools on this show. If you have Skype, you can jump on whenever the hell you want. We got 4 squares.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy.
You saw how fast we got Charles on there, right? I'm all set up. Just, hit us up. We'll send you that Skype link. And
you're welcome, Daniel.
Yeah, the whole reason we put this together, this whole quest for 50 and these pool systems, is because we want to reach out to everybody. We want everybody to feel included.
Salt wants to jump on now.
Oh, okay.
Are we gonna wrap up, or go ahead, drop that link in there, Salt? We might as well jump on now. You ready to rock and roll? You ready to come now? Talk cheap, man. I'm getting tired.
You're getting tired? Well, let's see how good of a co-host.
Yeah, it's almost one.
Let's see how good of a co-host Salt is. Maybe I'll keep going with him.
He's got it.
So as soon as you pop up and join, I can go ahead and.
Yeah, I'll hang out. I'll hang out for a little bit. Or do you want to put him in my square?
Well, I can put him in another square, and then we just keep going. And when your square jumps out, I can always literally is just move his window to yours.
He's coming in. All right, awesome, bro. Come on in, man. Yeah, we're an open kind of. Why not? You know, it makes sense. It doesn't make sense for us to talk about stuff without giving you voice. So come on. Leroy Jenkins is hilarious.
Yeah.
I got my IoT devices. If you look at my dashboard, it's Leroy and Jenkins, 2 devices on there.
Is your pool name just Salt, or what's the deal? Salt.
Yeah, it looks like it.
All right. Change.
Leroy Jenkins!
All right, that didn't work. Just waiting for you to join the. Oh, there he is. All right, he's in, and check your microphone and stuff. Salt, I don't hear you.
Check.
Oh, now we got you.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Sounds
Pretty good.
Sweet. Yeah, man.
We're just going to make your square really small. How about that?
That's fine, whatever.
I'm just joking.
Sweet, man.
You see how quick that is? Right, just like that.
Yeah.
And boom, we've got another person inside.
How's the connection?
Connection seems fine. It's just getting started.
Good.
So why don't you just tell us a little bit about you and your pool?
Yeah. So my name is Steve-O. I've been doing the Cardano thing for about I think shortly after the ICO. And originally my pool was named Meow. The Meow pool, and then there was another guy that started a pool shortly after during the ITN called Ada Meow. It's so funny because he actually just reached out to me the other day, actually yesterday. Super nice guy, and he's like, "Oh man, I'm so sorry," and he was super kind about it. I was like, "No worries, I actually like the rebranding." So yeah, it's so I called it salt staking instead of like just the salt pool. I just thought it sounded a little bit more professional, and it seems to me like Charles and IO had really been pushing to make things more transparent, more legitimate, opposed to some of the other blockchain technologies where it seems like everything's kind of like in the dark, I get it. He wants it to be this legitimate thing, right? So and he wants government and he what have you to feel comfortable with it. So anyway, I just felt the salt staking sounded more professional. Yeah, that's where it's at right now. We're at that's where it's at right now. We hit today. Or I hit, right? I say we. I hit, right? But I say it really is I. But salt staking hit, I think, 1.6 today, million delegated, ADA, so pretty stoked on that. Like, I didn't expect that to happen at all, especially with some of the bigger boys in the game where they're, well over 50 or 100, Yeah.
I mean, is it bad of me that wishes you had stuck with Meows? Because I'm just thinking of all the memes and GIFs I could have been making with Meow.
Oh man, well that was it. When it first started, that was it. When it first started, that's all I was posting. That's all I was posting. Lots of anytime on Twitter, I would post like, on cat memes, in response to whatever was happening in the Cardano community on Twitter. And it was fun and all, but over time it was just like, well, is this really, am I going to be doing this? Like, am I going to be doing this from now? If 5, 10 years from now, if the staking continues to do well, it's like,
I think Kyle has a question right meow.
Oh, what was that? What did he say?
Yeah.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Yeah. Well, no, I was just. I was gonna kind of give you a heads up of what you're in for. It took me about 60 days to mint my first block on ITN, and it was a series of ups and downs. You're gonna see delegation come. You're gonna see delegation go, and it's brutal, man. These delegators, a lot of them, once they realize pools are making blocks, half of them are going to think rewards are supposed to be coming every day, and they're going to be bouncing when they don't see rewards.
Yeah.
Then you're going to have another 40. Then you're going to have another 45%. So 50% are out the window. Then you have another 45% that you're not going to make a block your first or second epoch, and they're going to bounce. And you're going to have this really challenge to get above the threshold. Now, as the D param comes down, that goes, gets a little bit better in your favor. But obviously, don't get discouraged by any means.
Well, let me double check the audio
by jumping on and just talking and putting your face out there. That's probably the smartest thing you can do next to content creation and putting. You get your face out there. Yeah. I remember I had as a pool operator now, Faustino of CMO1. He before he set up his pool, he's like, hey, I'm going to give you a shot. And it was just because I was out there being public, being vocal. And then after I started appearing on the Cardano Effect, you start to get those delegations creeping in. And so don't get discouraged. If there's anything we can do to help you with marketing, let us. If there's anything we can do, just feel free. I'm on Telegram at a Doja Wolf. I don't know if we've but those who fight this out are gonna survive, and it may feel like we had it fucking rough during the ITN.
Just so you guys know, Salt's audio issue was on my end. Whenever I bring somebody into the stream, I have to mute their mic because it goes through my system, and if I don't mute their mic in OBS, then it becomes a really bad echo. And I hadn't muted him yet, and so his audio should be perfectly fine now.
It disappeared.
What the?
So yeah,
well, I'll tell you, Kyle. Like, I'm with you 100% on everything you're saying, and I was on the ITN, and I got in late, and it was like I had like 3 people I knew personally that were delegating to me, and that was it. And I just, eventually I was like, this isn't even, it just felt like it wasn't even worth it. And I feel bad for a lot of the smaller pool operators that are just getting in now. And, we're in, just a, like a week and a half in now. And it's
that's why one of my biggest reasons for pushing to get this operators representative association kind of at least organizing.
Yeah, man.
I'm part of the Friends and Family, so I've been training operators. I ran the bootstrap group in ITN. So, I was a small operator myself. I know the struggles intimately, and I know what's going to happen. This is going to wipe out a lot of people. And the sad part about it is a lot of these little guys don't even know it yet. And so,
we made it so easy.
Keep morale high.
We came out of ITM, all the guides, all the testing we did, we made it so easy to set up a pool that, I'm seeing in all the channels, hey, I have 100K, I want to start a pool. And everybody wants to start a pool. And, it's a lot of work. And again, you don't know what you don't know, coming into this stuff. And that's why I recruited Adam Dean to handle all the technical side. And we started our 2 pools in ITN, and we didn't mint any blocks in ITN because we came in late as well. But we just kept updating. We kept going through it. We went through all the main candidates just so that, we had that training, that experience, and everything so that we were ready, come day one. And so, it's awesome that you're here and everything. And all the way since the ICO, it came out at what, 2 cents back then? So you've been on quite a ride, huh?
Oh yeah, man. So I unfortunately I didn't get in that early. So I didn't contribute to the ICO,
right.
But I have been on the ride, man, from like when it hit like 30 cents, and I was just like, yeah. And then it skyrocketed to $1 and I was like, oh my gosh, where are we going with this? And then all the way down back to 2 cents last March, and it's, it's been a journey, for me, like at the time, I didn't have a ton of money to contribute. And, I just got into trading just so that I could get enough Cardano or enough ADA so that like eventually I could, whatever, back then we didn't really know how staking was going to work and what have you, but like I knew that I wanted to do it and I wanted a lot of it, as much as I could possibly get. So, my pledge is pretty modest at 100. I say it's modest. I'm sure there's plenty out there that are like, what, 100,000? But, for me, that wasn't easy at the time,
right.
With, where my life was. And so I'm just, I'm stoked to be where I'm at, and that, I was able to get the pool up in time. But, you brought up a point that like I want to address, it's like, and what I want to get your thoughts on, what's going to happen in like, a month from now, or 2 months from now, when exactly what you said, people start dropping out, right? I mean, Charles, had said several times, and I remember, when he was doing the Q&As just even a year ago, I was asking like, how many stake pools is there going to be a max, and he's like, oh, I think we'll do 1,000, and right now, from what I gather, there's no limit. But I mean, what's going to happen? There's only so much ADA out there to stake. I mean,
well,
we're not going to get 1,000 pools, or we're not going to get 10,000 pools.
Well, first milestone you're going to see probably is once we start minting blocks and some of the smaller pools just aren't getting some blocks, you'll see them step off. The second milestone I think you will see will be at the 90-day mark, when operators have to switch out their cold stake keys again. And a lot of them are going to won't know that. In ITN and the main, or in the main candidate, they had to do that almost on a daily basis, several, and you get used to it, right? Like there's a whole process to it. And a lot of pool operators are going to be caught flat-footed, and then there's going to be a week where they don't mint any rewards because they didn't switch out in time. And I think it'll also come with the price of ADA, right? Like you said, 100,000 might not seem like a lot, but if it's at $1, that means your pledge is $100,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then as K gets increased, pledge will become more important.
Right.
To securing the network, and you will get reward bonuses. Right now, because K is at 150, and I'm getting a little technical, and saturation's at 220, the AO factor doesn't really mean a lot. There isn't a lot of difference between a 10K pledge and a 1 million pledge for the most part. But when K gets increased and saturation tightens up, that gap will change. So again, 100,000 isn't anything to sneeze at.
Right. What do you see like happening personally? Like, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Kyle, you take this one
now. Like, how many pools do you imagine we'd see? Like,
go ahead, Kyle. This one's for you.
Well, I mean, damn, that's a loaded fucking question, man. Pardon my language.
No, it's good.
Yeah, Marco, I know we haven't really talked about language. I know this isn't your channel, but or isn't your main channel, but we can have that talk later.
It's not monetary, so it's all good.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll be myself. So, what I would like to see happen, first of all, we're going to have a lot of people lose hope. And what I don't want to see happen is that negativity trickle out into the public sphere. It is what it is. So I want to figure out a way to give these small pools hope, and we did that with the Bootstrap group during ITN. I think we came together and we formed a group that would take turns delegating
the pools to give them enough stake to kind of get over that hump to produce a block. And from there, they're showing up as showing a decent ROS. Now other people start delegating. Didn't work for everybody, but we kicked a lot of guys off the ground with that. Challenge now is we've got pledge, and two, people, it's real money. A lot of pools aren't gonna, we had to gamify the model just to keep it going, because we whittled down to the same 7 or 8 people delegating to pools every time, and these pools are trying to help each other. They're not delegating big amounts, so it was like, okay, this really isn't working. So I think if we can maybe approach the DC fund fast and get stake keys for, let's say, 10 million ADA, what we can do is we can engage and teach pool operators and incentivize them to create content, things that they would need to do anyways to kind of attract stake. Teach them marketing. That's where the majority are weak. They don't understand how to market themselves. They're brilliant. They're technical, but they wouldn't have a clue how to attract stake.
I would also like to see a testnet.
So if we can teach those individuals how to market. Well, I mean, no, these guys are running on mainnet and they're ready to rock, the ones we're dealing with. Right. What I'm saying is we incentivize them by creating content, and those who create the content, we can then say run 2 pool ops at a time per epoch and use the stake keys to delegate the stake to them, so that we can give them their shot at creating their first blocks. And so that's a process that's drawn out. That's going to get a lot easier as D comes down, but it gives the community hope, and that's the most important thing. So even if we don't have that, I think that, if us operators who are savvy with marketing and can get involved and maybe create a separate group where we can take these guys under our wing and show them the things they need to do, how to create content, how to push content, maybe how to do paid advertising, that kind of stuff. And that will give them hope that they can make a difference, because delegation, sometimes it comes free. Most of the time it doesn't, I had one guy jump into my Telegram support group for Frog this morning, and he was a pool operator, and he was just dropping links saying, hey, delegate with me. And it's like, okay, then what are you doing? It's a distasteful way to attract delegation, one. And I know you didn't think they were pool operators, because marketing to pool operators is stupid, so but come back, I gave him a hard time, but he came back and told me a story, and we DM'd it out, and he had a 12 million delegator sitting in his pool from right after he came up. Pure freaking luck, right? And that 12 million delegator bounced, and now he's sitting with some 300K. So it's like, okay, this is how the game rolls, man. We're early. After this first epoch, we're going to see such a big stake shake-up, it's not even funny. So everybody out there that's sitting below the threshold of making blocks, if you're just sitting at home at night, you're not going to get more stake. You have to go out and get it. Create content. Create something useful for the community. Grow a pair and get on TV and show your face and say something useful. Show that you're here. Show the viewers that you really care. Show them who you are. That goes a long way. I just had a 2.3 million delegation pop into my pool while we were doing this live stream.
To put that into perspective,
I think that's
right?
Some work I did earlier.
To put that into perspective, this podcast that you're seeing right now wasn't a thing till last Friday, and here it is, Monday night. We already had over an hour and a half with Charles Hodgkinson.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That was amazing. I mean, I wouldn't have even popped on, if it weren't for that. And I mean, it's a great example.
Well, it's the work we did yesterday.
Right.
Yeah. When did we set up that Discord? Was it yesterday?
Yes, it's just been now probably 26 hours. Maybe 27 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, buddy.
No, I was just gonna say, as soon as Charles has an idea, a great example is when he mentioned during the ITN, hey, it'd be great if somebody made a map with all the stake pool introduction videos, right? Next day somebody was on it, and everybody went and visited it. Well, now there's everybody knew the person that made it, and now they were introduced to a bunch of pools. But when Charles has an idea, or IO has an idea, you hop on it, and a perfect example is you guys. As soon as he started talking about, stake pool guild, or, some sort of union, I mean, you guys hopped right on it.
Well, that comes in too with the whole luck favors the prepared.
Yeah,
right?
No doubt
Both
about it.
me and Kyle separately have been brainstorming this type of concept for many months now, and so it basically gave us the permission to just say, okay, let's do it. And that preparation for over the last few months jumped in and let us, bootstrap it right away. And one idea that...
Yeah, I mean, totally.
And again, that goes back to the luck favors the prepared. When you see an opportunity, you're prepared to take it.
Right.
So one idea that just popped into my head while we were talking, for example, is let's imagine 6 months or a year down the road. We actually have a test net to train pool operators. A pool operator graduates, and as a graduation gift, we use a special fund to delegate them for 90 days.
Yeah, man, I love that. That sounds...
Right? I mean, that's a graduation gift for becoming certified and becoming part of the group and going through the training. Hey, you get 90 days, we'll bootstrap your delegation, but you're going to work those 90 days to add more to it, type of thing.
Right. Yeah, just like the original Bootstrap channel, which is a great idea. I unfortunately didn't get to participate in that, but I mean, that kind of stuff I think really does work. Even like you guys were talking with Charles about the badges. Like there's an ITM badge on Pool Tool right now. What if you could just have a collection of badges, right? And certifications. My pool has this certification. Please, delegate to us because the chances are going to be a lot higher that you're going to have higher uptime and more likely to mental block and what have you. There's plenty of.
That was another idea that was brought up again in SMAUG yesterday when we were talking, or it might have been today when we were talking about charities and how do we vet that somebody's actually donating to a charity. Well, we can use Prism to validate the charity's wallet, and then use a smart contract that automatically delegates. The smart contract takes a piece from rewards and all that stuff, and actually verifies. The smart contract verifies, yeah, this person is donating their rewards or a percentage of their rewards to our charity, and they get the green charity.
Holy
badge.
Shit!
What?
I just got a 10 million delegation to Wolf.
All right, so as of next week, we were going to be taking Frog off of this list.
Thank you.
Because I think between all your pools, you do have 50 million delegation. Congratulations.
I'm running, guys, I'm running bets, and I'll tell you if it works, all right? The ones I've been working are running, but I've spent close to about $800 in the past 4 days. I blew about $300 figuring my shit out, but what I'm going to do now, and if it works, I'm going to tell every single fucking one of you to do it. And I'm going to create some content, and I'm going to have it in Japanese, and I'm going after the Japanese market. And if that works, I will let every single one of you know how I did it, exactly how I did it, and I'll have that up and running within 24 hours. So wish me luck, guys. I'm going to go try and get some for all of us.
Well, that's the whole point, right? That's rising tide raises all, right? And that's the whole point, again, of this podcast, bringing awareness, information, We're not here to come up with a game plan and hide it from everybody, right? We're not here to be like, we want our pool to succeed and nobody else's to succeed. I remember early on a YouTuber, talking about wanting to put other people on their shows, other channels, because they felt blessed and all this stuff. I reached out to them 20 times, and not once did they reply, and not once did they ever have other operators on, and it was just a bunch of smoke. But we're not like that. Like you popped up, you were in the chat, you're right on, you're here with us right now, right?
Oh yeah, man. I try to, be as involved as I possibly can. This is the first time I've done any sort of live stream, but I mean, like Kyle said, you have to, and even before Kyle, like even before you said it, I remember when Mr. McCracken, he had put in his podcast, in the Cardano effect, his big thing was, you got to put skin in the game, I mean, and he was just, talking over and over about like marketing. He's like, you've got to put your face out there. And that's, that's when, I decided, okay, I need to make sure that, people, know who I am as, an individual, but, also if I'm going to run a stake, they're going to need to know. And
that's again part of this list, and on the tickers on the right here, a lot of those people here, you don't see them in here with us tonight because they're not camera people. They're not. This isn't their bag. This isn't their skills. Their skills are educating people. Their skills are helping others. Their skills are IT. Their skills are not talking in front of a camera. And again, that's why they're posted there. Check these people out. They provide a lot for this community, and it would be great if the community recognized that. And all right, that PSA is out of the way.
No, it's a good PSA because there's some people that the programmers that put all like the free time and effort that they to create like CN tools, right? Or any of the guides
Buffy, you just got 12 million.
Woohoo!
What's 2 million?
Oh man.
Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Oh man, that just made our night.
So somebody's loving us. Somebody's loving us. So thank you so much, whoever is our angel out there. You guys are freaking awesome.
Marco, I apologize. I don't know if my name is Stevo, so just so you guys know, I don't know if I had put that out there. So
Stevo, I remember you saying that. I'm sorry, I'm horrible with names.
No, you're good. Oh, like you put
find me on Telegram.
Yeah, man.
Find me on Telegram at Adoja Wolf, and I'm going to give you a link to the Stake Pool podcast group. And Rick every now and then will invite people to come on, and so if you're in that group, you can see those pings and step up. You'll need a headset and a wired mic, but other than that, that's a great opportunity to get yourself on the Cardano effect. You're very well spoken, and you've got some good perspective. So,
thanks, brother.
Appreciate it. He will put you through a rigorous vetting process, so be prepared.
Oh, that's good. No worries. I'll find you on what is it on Telegram? Would you say it was on Telegram? Your name?
Adoja Wolf. ADOSIA Wolf.
Yeah, I want to put a shout out to Rick as well. Not only did he let me join in on the launch day podcast, but had us this weekend. And he also came on our show last Friday for a few hours. And so, props to him for, again, putting ego aside and being like, hey, I want to work with people of all levels, just starting out. I'm not too big, and being that, because easily they could be like, no, I've made it and I want to keep this all to myself, but it doesn't work like that. Cardano, the community doesn't work like that. We all succeed when Cardano succeeds. And I like to say we are Cardano, right? It's not I am Cardano, it's we are Cardano.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, man. And, I think we're so lucky to have Charles. He is such a great example in that, since the beginning, he's had no problem going on small shows, small podcasts, and he'll take an hour out of his time to go, on whatever, YouTube show or what have you, and they may not have barely any followers or subscribers or what have you, but he takes the time to do it. And I think that has trickled down to the community,
Exactly. I mean, what other CEO or personality, people don't realize, but like he has, rumor has it, according to like block crypto Forbes type of stuff, that he has over 500 million in Bitcoin. So he doesn't need this money. He lives on a ranch. He doesn't out there, doing all this stuff. He's doing this because he believes in it. It's not for the money. And like he said the other day, when Cardano was at $1.30, they could have sold their $2 billion in ADA. You know what I mean? And they just proved that they still have it. You know what I mean? Like and so when people start accusing him of this or that, it's all nonsense.
Yeah. No, he's definitely he's clearly passionate about it. I have no doubt that. I mean, he's as you know, in several of his AMAs, he's mentioned his. He hasn't said a specific number, but he's been very transparent and has said, I'm rich. Like, I'm not in this for the money. Like, I have no need to scam anybody. Like, I'm fine, and he is fine, and there's a much larger drive to it than money for him, and he has a real passion for this project, without a doubt. It's his brainchild, as he's said before.
Well, it's funny too.
That's his purpose, man. It's amazing, when a man finds his purpose. I said it. That's the genesis to his path, and it's just so unbelievable how he's attracted so many intelligent people. I mean, the coolest thing about the Cardano stake pool operator community is, guys like me, I'm kind of engaged full time. I have that luxury. I'm running my own business too, but I can put hours and hours a day. But a lot of these operators, they work full-time jobs for very, very exceptional companies. I mean, these guys, some of them are extremely intelligent. And through the ITN, we formed a very unique brotherhood. I would describe it like that. We're very close. A lot of the top operators, even the small ones, we're a very tight-knit community. And in that regards, those minds being so diverse and so, they all bring some level of amazing expertise to the table. And when we come together, I mean, it's just unbelievable the things we can accomplish. And that's just, from a group of pool operators. I mean, I don't think you see that anywhere in any community. I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not that engaged. But the results kind of speak for themselves, I would say. So I got to give my hats off to the man. It's just, I'm sure he gets a lot of that, hey, you're great, blow smoke up your ass. But, if you can actually see the vision and really understand what's happening, I mean, I'm floored at the opportunity to be. And so, we get a little hot, we get a little heated, we care for each other. We all want to be there at the end, but at, the end game, this stuff is going to make a difference in a whole lot of people's lives, more than a whole lot. And so, for me, I think that's an amazing opportunity to indulge in that purpose. I mean, that's what life's really all about. If you don't have purpose, what do you got?
Exactly. I mean, I deal with, we talked about it a little bit last time. I deal with a little bit of depression where, 1 minute it's kind of a bipolar depression where 1 minute I'm super into something and all over the place, and then I'm fighting to get out of bed for a few days. And when I have purpose, when I have something that I'm working towards or something like this, it helps. It's what keeps me excited, what keeps me going. And sure, there's ups and downs, and you start to feel that depression kick in, but then you work on it a little bit more. You do something like this podcast and you're excited about that and you're excited about this. And so, it's giving me purpose, as well.
Oh yeah, man, that drive is that's a life, man. It's almost addictive in its nature, but in a good way, a good addiction. It's healthy for the mind and the body and everything else, dude. So I'm with you on that 100%.
Yeah.
I want to, if it's okay, I want to ask just again quickly, like, what do you guys think about, the amount of pool operators? Do you think we're gonna get to a point where there's, far less? I mean, we talk about there being far more. I mean, the way that it's set up, there should be more. But will that take?
No, I think we're gonna see a fallout of the weak hands. In the next few weeks, we're going to see a lot of people discouraged. But ultimately, I think it's going to keep growing. I mean, I'm in the Cardano forum channels training ops every day, answering questions, bringing them up to speed. Cardano Foundation just launched the stake pool school. So, yeah, once that D-param gets to a certain point, that barrier becomes much, much lower to hit your first block. The challenge that ops face between now and the next few weeks is they've got to get, north of 5 million stake within one epoch to take effect so they can hit that block. Now, that's not, an accurate blanket statement, of course, because, some delegators are going to be willing to wait 2 or 3 epochs for their rewards, but it's not a very high percentage of them. So I think we're going to keep growing in pool operators, to be honest with you.
Well, because what about decentralization, right?
Well, let me put it this way. I like to put things into context, right? That's my thing, telling a story to prove a point. I see pool operators being a lot like an ICO. Day one, the number just rocketed, right? It's going up. Everybody's FOMOing into being a pool operator. We've hit 900, right? And then reality sits in, right? Epoch after epoch, then they start realizing, wait, I could be earning a lot more by staking, right? This is a lot more work than I thought it was going to be. I thought running a pool was going to be as simple as staking, right? Like I download the app, I follow the guide, I pledge, and all of a sudden I'm going to be making twice as much, 3 times, 4 times as much without doing anything extra. And when that doesn't happen, they're going to be like, okay, I'm just going to stake, right? And then as Cardano, so then that's when we're going to see the drop off. And that's when it turns into the bear market, right? And then eventually as the price rises, and the parameters start evening out, K goes up, D goes down, we will start seeing a need, because the pools that did stick around will be making actually pretty decent money, hopefully. And then people will then start doing it the right way, coming in and understanding, and we will start building that next generation of pool operators. But again, it's going to rocket down and then reset.
Yeah, something needs to happen though, for sure, because again, if we want to go full decentralized, we got to have more pool operators, right? There's another thing to take note of is in relation to that was Charles talked about at one point location being a variable, right? Just to increase the decentralization of the whole thing, and minting blocks or something else, or whether it maybe be a bonus, for being further away, that kind of thing.
Well, see, again, what is decentralization, right? 10 pools spread out, that's decentralization. 100, right? Right now, the decentralization is pretty top heavy, but we haven't even started minting blocks yet, right? As all the parameters start to kick in, as D drops, right, decentralization will start to even out, and eventually we will hit K where all the pools are saturated. And when all the pools are saturated, that forces decentralization. That means that the top 150 pools, right, are all saturated and all earning blocks, right? When K is at 250 or 500 and saturation, or say 500, right? Saturation becomes 60 million, right? Then we're going to have 500 pools minimum that are at 60 million, and then a whole bunch, left over that pick up the rest, right? So when all those things kick in, that's decentralization. If and it goes back to the whole bare metal versus server. If Amazon, Google got together and said, we're blocking all of Cardano, all right, so we spool up an hour later on Ocean. We spool up an hour later on our own bare metal. If an ISP says we're shutting down America from using, or suddenly, whatever, is shutting down all access to nodes, well, those people can spin up on a cloud server within an hour. Our pools have daily snapshots, right? So we are decentralized at that point, even if we only have 100 pools. You know what I mean? So the question is, how much more decentralized can we get? And the answer is a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's the goal, right? And there'll be people that'll still run nodes and what have you as well.
Well, the game for a pool operator right now is to accrue as much ADA as possible to sustain once A naught increases, right?
Yeah.
So you can increase your pledge.
Exactly. So 1% may not be able to run 1% for a while. Now he's got to stack as much as he can to get those pool pledges up. I don't know. Has he raised his pledge yet? Let's see. Let's see if he went through ITN behind pledge yet. Okay, he did. He's got 111K on all his pools right now, with the exception of 1% A, which is not his pool. Okay. So all his pools have 111K on them, so he understands too. So those are his ITN rewards he's throwing behind it. So he gets that. Will he be able to compete with 1% brand? You see what I'm saying? He's going to be holding that 1% margin. If A naught goes up faster enough, he may be, forced to go down to 3 pools at 1%. Now, how profitable is the organization at that point, right? So that's something that, he's going to have to look at from his standpoint, from an operational perspective. But A naught's going to drive a lot of multi-pool operations out of business and form a consolidation, So initially, the best thing we can do as a community, there's nothing we can really do, from a parameter perspective, because the technicalities have to play king until we know this protocol is good, and I understand that. So the best thing we can do as a community is help educate each other how to market it through these next few weeks. And so I'm willing to do that. If anybody wants to reach out to me on Telegram at a Doja Wolf, maybe we'll set up a separate Telegram group specific for pool operator marketing. But this is what you guys need to learn how to do. If you guys are sitting here the next few weeks, just complaining because you're not getting stake and blocks and you're not creating content, you don't have to put your face out there, but you have to do something. So, and maybe we can kind of help that. But if you guys, there's not a lot of people interested in Cardano. Globally, it does. It's a huge community. I'm not trying to say that, oh shit, I might lose my battery. But what I'm saying is, fuck.
There's people that aren't even in the community, that are just, they're looking up stuff. They're looking up videos on Cardano. They're looking up tweets, what have you, and they're going to see videos like this. They're going to see, posts and such, and they're going to recognize your name, and they're going to delegate to you if you pop up on data lists or what something else or Pool Tool.
All right, hold on. I'm going to bring in another operator here. Just like clockwork, when one drops out, another pops in.
Perfect.
So let me go ahead and add this one. Why don't you go ahead and tell everybody again about your pool salt while I do this?
My bad, dudes.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, grow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just going to finish my statement on the marketing, and I'll let you go ahead and jump into your salt description. If we can create an environment where operators can learn how to market, and we can teach them, and we can work together with them, I think that would provide the hope that would fill that gap between us being able to do something like a bootstrap initiative to kind of get them their stake. Because really, it's hard to just give a man a fish. Man has to work for something. Woman, they've got to work for what they take. And so if we can teach them how to fish, I think that's something that
that's what I
really
like too
to do
with Spottra, right? Like I was saying earlier, we put them through the course, the training, and once they've graduated and got certified, for the first 90 days, we have like a fund that delegates $5 million to them or something like that as a reward for graduating the course from the.
Yeah. I mean, if we could get a hold of that much funds, you got to think about how many pools that would entail. I don't think that number for 90 days is necessarily reasonable.
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah. No, I think it's a fantastic idea. I think numbers and all that shit. But I think it's great. Obviously, logistics would need to be worked out.
wasn't IOHK at the time? Weren't they during the ITN? Weren't they delegating to pools periodically?
I think
so both IOHK and Cardano Foundation were delegating to pools. They were different. They called them golden tickets. That's the reference. So what Marco and I just received now, I believe, are golden tickets of some degree. So it's more or less. IOHK had a certain amount they would delegate. I believe it was for 10 epochs at certain times. Cardano Foundation had an amount they would delegate for a certain amount of time. And at some point, Cardano Foundation, I believe, this isn't obviously verified, it's only based on assumption, based on the number of ADA delegated and, the consistency across a wide number of pools. So I don't want to go out there and say they absolutely did this. It's just all, theory, which is a very educated guess, if you will.
I'll be right back.
In some instances, those delegations were put in place for a very long time. So some of them were rotating between pools to give them boosts. Some of them were being delegated to pools that were either performing very well or were performing, community, service to the community in one capacity or another. So that, Cardano has an official statement. They are not going to engage with pledge partnerships with any pool, but they will be pursuing community delegations. We also suspect some of that has occurred to some degree. We don't know the extent of which that will continue or not. But yes. And so what IO Global has stated is that within a couple months, they're going to try to run a 50-25-25, where 50% public pools, 25% private, and then 25% of their stake they'll delegate to the community. So I don't know what their strategy will be behind that. That's totally on them. That's amazing that they've even decided to do that. They're an operation, and a lot of that money's come out of Charles' pocket. So I totally understand his need to monetize, and in that regard. So by them, deciding to delegate versus running pools, that's pretty stand up in all things considered. So. As far as what makes, drives their decisions, that's on them. But the best thing I can do and recommend is the more valuable content you're creating for the community, the more likely you'll be noticed in that regard. And that's obviously not a dead set strategy. That's just a high level kind of recommendation. So as a stake pool operator that really wants to succeed, you're going to need to market regardless. You're going to have to do that. So if you can think of a content strategy that is beneficial for the community, but is also beneficial to attract delegators and marinate that in a hybrid approach, that's probably a winning strategy.
All right, so I'd like to take a moment to bring Raymond in. What's up?
How's it going, guys?
It's going pretty good.
Hey Raymond, nice to meet you. Man, I was prior to me delegating or to myself, I was actually delegating to you. So.
Oh, all right. I get to meet one of my delegators.
Former
we
delegators.
have an echo, apparently.
No, it should be fixed. It was just while Raymond was getting set up. It should be fixed.
Okay.
You hear me okay?
All the audio good, guys? It should have been fixed as soon as I muted Raymond. Yep, we're good.
Yeah?
Yep. Raymond was the man yesterday when we were setting this up. He was our summary expert. Going back, we're like, no, add this to the summary. No, add this to the summary. Change this to the summary. And he handled all that like a champ.
Yep. Are we talking about the Trade Association initiative?
Talking about it all, my friend.
All right.
Yeah, we had
nice to meet you, Steve.
We had Charles on here for an hour and a half.
Charles, man, you screwed up big.
Say that again?
Charles hopped on, man. Charles was with us for like an hour and a half.
Oh my God, I missed that. I was taking a nap. I was so exhausted.
Dude, it's like 2 a.m. here. Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing like getting a $10 million pledge to wake you up.
And it's great.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Did the viewership go up?
I believe it did.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we have like 50-something people in here.
I'm going to have to go back over and check it out. That's great. That's good news. Fantastic. I think it seems like from what I'm seeing in Twitter and in some of the channels, people are really catching on to the show and they really appreciate it. I think they're seeing it as value added to the community.
Well, I'm having a lot of fun. Like I said, I've been wanting to do something that was, I feel like I was talking to Kyle earlier. I feel like those sports shows with the model who hosts the show, right? She knows a little bit about football, enough to be dangerous. And then you have like the 4 athletes that are on the panel. So I'm the model who knows just enough to be dangerous. And you guys are all the athletes, programmers doing the rest. And I
that should be our motto.
The medium and post is out there.
Just enough to be dangerous. That's what we are.
Yeah.
Well, how many other shows are there other than Cardano Effect? I know Peyton, Big Pay, he's got kind of a thing going on.
Big Pay's doing his shit right, man.
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna bash on Big Pay. Big Pay's got his game going.
I don't know like how many like commentary shows or just hangout shows there are. I know there was some guys doing something like once every month or so that I kept seeing pop up, I think. But for the most part, it was Cardano Effect. Pay's doing his thing. David Likes Crypto is doing his own thing. And he's pretty focused on Cardano and started his pool. You guys should all check out his pool. I think it's ticker David. But he makes the best videos for Cardano. They're professional. They're simple. They're made for everybody to understand. I watch them and share them nonstop. So if you guys get a chance, check out David Likes Crypto, especially his video about Project Atlas. That was pretty spot on, amazing.
Yeah, super good. I use it in my presentation, actually. It's nice. It's quick. I think it's like somewhere between 7 and 15 minutes. It's fast. It's well-paced. It's got content. I really liked it a lot. I also really like what he did on the Bitcoin efficiency. That was a really good video where he compared proof of work to proof of stake. And I think when I showed that video to people, I started with my family, and my family's watching me get into this thing. They're like, "What the hell are you doing staying up all night? 2 days in a row. What is this all about?" They see all this energy going here. And I said, "Well, let me show you." And I sat him down for about an hour and 15 minutes. And I brought him through a spot-on presentation. I brought David Likes Crypto's videos in there, and they just got it. I saw their eyes open up. And by the end of that hour, they're like, "Oh, we're joining up. We're going to support you." I'm like, "Thank you, family operation." I
wish I had half his talent to do stuff scripted like that. Every time I try to do something scripted, it's like, "Hi, I'm..." Okay, start over. "Hello, I'm..."
Yeah.
"What's my name again?" "Okay, my name is Marco." "Okay. I'm your..." Wait, crap. Am I doing my last name first or my first name last? And I'll sit there like 20 minutes to an hour to do like a 30-second piece,
Right.
And he makes it look flawless, where he just does.
He really does.
I mean, Did you see the video
that we were in just this morning with the United States of Cardano?
Yeah. I saw it early. I didn't watch it this morning, but I tweeted it this morning. But yeah.
Yeah. He just came out with that, and I think he picked us up out of this show. So that was just, to me, we get publicity here. We get to, we get out to the world. The project gets out to the world. So what else did I miss? You guys have been on for a few hours, like 3 hours or so, right?
I think we got on about close to 8 o'clock.
Okay.
7:30, 8 o'clock, but I don't know. Well, Steve-O joined us. Steve-O, do you got any questions for Raymond? I mean, he's your former senpai, right?
I've been... Sorry, say that again?
He's your former pool that you delegated to?
Yeah. Former pool was Meow, And I was telling the guys when it came to the mainnet, during the ITN, somebody had started a pool called Ada Meow. And so I would just like, it just got to a point where it's like, it's just not even worth it. So I did a rebranding to Salt. And yeah, Meow was the pool prior to that. So
I remember Meow. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I had
that was you?
Too. What's that?
That was you?
That was me, yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll take it.
It's Meow Salt now. Or it's Salt Meow.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, that goes to show you that, like, I mean, you obviously saw the name. It was probably Twitter or something, right?
I don't know. I either saw it on Telegram or right on Pool Tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be where I saw. I really like your theme, by the way, Steve. The salt theme. I remember when you posted just to check out the website and stuff, and I went to check it out, and I just felt like I was in Salt World. It was really cool the way you did it.
That's right. I remember that conversation. That was just a couple nights ago. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. I was like, oh man, I was kind of jealous. I was like, I like it. It had a good flow theme to it. Everything just sort of kind of packed together, and you get that sense of salt. I was like, yeah.
Well, Raymond.
Yeah, it was tough because I was working on the node like just nonstop, and it was like, okay, like I got to get this website done, and I threw it together, and I was actually, honestly, I was genuinely impressed with myself that I managed to get it up so quickly, but. There was no easy task, but thank you so much. Seriously.
So, Steve-O, Raymond's the perfect guy to ask your question earlier. You know how we were talking about staying motivated to keep your pool going, right? That's one of the reasons why I had Grow in here in the first place, because I saw you were at what was your live delegation, Grow, at the time?
Let's see. I'm currently at 1.62 million.
Raymond.
Oh, sorry.
What was the question? What was my what?
When we invited you to the group, you were just started your delegation, your live stake.
My live stake when I came in with Grow was 108.
Right, and you were talking a lot about dropping out and stuff like that, and we all rallied around you and brought you in, and we wanted to keep you going. And so, can you talk to him about what it's like to keep going? And keep motivated and keep making those videos and making sure you want to hang in the game, 6 months from now. Let them know what it's like.
I will. This is actually perfect timing because this is really what I've been going through. The test nets are 6 hour epochs, right? And now we're in 5 day epochs. And I think when we're in that kind of a pace, it's easy to stay excited. We get faucet, testnet, monopoly money. We get developers throwing us a little help here and there, and all of a sudden we start seeing blocks, and it's just exciting, right? Everything happens fast, and it keeps us going. As soon as mainnet happened, and a wallet dropped out, and all these things started happening, and I saw that I had put myself on Mount Everest, and I looked up, and I saw how steep this climb was. And I started asking myself, what am I doing on this mountain? Can I even climb this mountain? Can I get up there? Right? Look at all these other people. Look how much further ahead they are. And then I said, well, what does this mean? What does further ahead mean? Right? What are all these other people that have all these delegations? A lot of them. What have they been doing? Right? And I start asking myself, what are these people doing? And across the board, in most cases, what they're doing is bringing high, rich value content to the Cardano community, right? I've only been here in this community just for like 4 months now, right? That's not a long time at all. Some of these people have been here since the beginning, right? And they've been building this momentum. They've been on this climb for a while. And so I realized, I'm like, this community deserves people like us to keep producing content, to keep showing up for it. These kinds of problems that Cardano is trying to solve are huge. This is the kind of revolution that creates a legacy if we stick to it, right? this is the kind of thing we can pass on to kids. I think Marco was talking about that earlier in the last broadcast. He's starting to work with his 9-year-old or 10-year-old that's around him that's really curious and wants to get into this. So this really is, I think, about building a legacy. And once I saw that, I was like, okay, Ray, I was used to being the 300 and the 600-yard runner when I was in high school, right? And I was really good at that race. This is a marathon, right? We're talking, a very long race. I cannot be at the pace that I've been at in those 600 yards, maybe mile run, right? And so I started asking myself, how do I slow down enough to stay balanced and healthy and address the other needs that my life has, and also still give this project and my pool and my community the energy that it needs to sustain itself and really bring these solutions to the world. So that's where I'm at now, is I'm discovering my pace. I'm looking up, I'm on Mount Everest, I have a long ways to go, maybe a year or more before I actually really start to see, and I know that's a long time in this world. Every day feels like an eternity. And it's really difficult to get through. I wake up in the morning, I check my little pool tool bot. I'm like, oh man, okay, I got a little delegation here, little delegation there, and I'm like, man, I'm nowhere near where I need to be. I need to be at least 5 mil for D equals 0. At D equals 0.9, I'll need to be at like 25 mil to make a block. I am not in that pack, and I'm bummed because I've got the Ferrari on the track, but I don't got the gas to make the lap.
I got
so
it.
It's all.
Yeah, I got. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish, Ray.
No, that's all right. Yeah, I'm done. So I hope that you see, Steve, where I'm coming from is it really is a legacy, I think, that we're building here. It's a big kind of project. It's got a lot of energy in it and a lot of amazing people, and it's just going to take a while. It's going to take patience, right? It's going to take not being on energy drinks and caffeine and just drinking more coconut water and fucking water. It's just like can't see it. I just show myself.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out real quick. Papa Cart, man, that red heartbreak is mean, bro.
I know, it's so mean.
Well, speaking of that, it was like we did our first 8-hour thing, right? The other day, and Adam sent me the pool tool thing with the thing, and it was like, you lost this much delegation. I'm like, crap, you lost this much delegation. And I was like, man, I did 8 hours. I'm actually less than I was before. But then I looked down at the list and saw about 60 people had delegated, less than like 20K. But I was like, wow, that adds up. But you know what I mean? I was happy that those people all. So even though I lost 2 bigger ones, I was more happy, or I was happier, I should say, to gain 20 more people that put their faith in us, and stuff like that. It was funny because Spike, which is, I'm not even pushing Spike because it's like the secondary pool, is just killing it, and I have no idea why. Like I had the one guy who dropped 5 mil in it to start with, and he was the only delegator, right? And then I checked today, and then somebody did like 15, 60K pledges to it, or delegations to it, all 60K, 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 60K. I'm like, I'm not even advertising this thing or pushing it, And I'm like, I'm pushing Buffy, and Buffy's just sitting there like. But I guess today,
I think Spike has that edge, right? I think when people first see it, that they're not, they don't know that their characters in like Spike, right? It just hits them. It feels good, right? Like Salt's the same thing, It's like it hits them, and they're like, they get curious, and they follow a link, and they're like, cool, I'm just gonna go for this. I can't wait till the wallet can multi-delegate to pools, just with freaking few sliders.
I'm a geek.
That's gonna open it. Yeah,
I'm a geek.
Were you guys in before the bug? Were you listed before the bug?
Yeah, I was. We were listed like within like an hour, like within the first hour.
I missed it.
Talking about?
I missed it by like minutes, an hour.
But like I was saying, I'm a geek. Oh, okay. Take care, brother. Thanks for joining us. I'm gonna keep.
No, I was talking. No, I said I stayed up and got it done late.
Oh, okay. I thought you cut out, and so it's like all I heard was I'm late. It's late. I'm out. And I was like, oh, okay.
I might go make a sandwich quick.
No, but I mean that delegation that we just got, that's like a 5-hour energy drink shot right there, right? But like I said, I'm a geek and I'm too clever for myself sometimes. So when I heard that, proof of stake, first thing that came to mind was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? So I did a whole bunch of Buffy memes. I'm like, I'm gonna do Buffy, Spike, Angel. And then like Angel was already a thing, and I was like, damn. So now we're gonna do Willow, maybe, and I should have just done Mario.
I like Grow. Grow's excellent. Grow your Ada, right?
That's it. I don't know if you guys remember. Do you guys remember Dream? You guys remember seeing a Dream ticker way back on ITN? I came in at the end of ITN. My first ticker was Dream.
Dream. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Anything that strikes a nerve, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I got a new one.
The pool. Sorry. I got a lag, so it's not like I'm intentionally cutting you off.
No problem. That's how this thing rolls, right?
What were you saying, Raymond? No, I didn't mean to cut you off, buddy.
No. It's okay, man. I talk a lot anyways. It's easy to cut me off. I'm not going to say what it is, but I spun up a new secret pool last night.
Nice.
I got curious and I just hit this like little vibe, and I was like, bang, I got room, I got spec, I got power. I'm gonna spin up this little pool on the side and see if anybody just fucking jumps on it.
I'm curious if it's the idea that we were talking about earlier. Like, I would say, I wonder if it has anything to do with the idea we were talking about earlier, but
secret pools.
No, not secret pools, but like a name of a pool.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, just to see at this point in the game. Why not? I'm not going to put any energy behind it in terms of marketing and branding. It's just a random, stray cat on the side that may or may not catch attention. I don't have the energy to brand myself across the board like that. I would love to. I am seriously thinking about going to the bank and sitting down with the loan officer and being like, look, this is what I need. Right, I have a massive marketing campaign. I need this much money to get this done. I want people to help me in producing content and really like get my vibe going. So I talked to my wife about it tonight. I said, hey, I'm thinking about this. So I haven't decided, but it's that kind of stuff.
So
this project's worth it. It's going to more than pay for itself. You know what I mean? I'm not concerned about paying that off. I just want to be in this game now. I want to be in that pack, right? I want to be making blocks. I love making blocks. Man, I had no idea I had a passion for making blocks until I came to this project.
Yeah, like I said, I wish I would.
My little girl comes in and says, "You make any blocks?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Speaking of making blocks, were any of you? I'm curious. Were any of you ever into mining at any point?
No, I wasn't.
I wanted to be. By the time I got to mining, a friend of mine who had mined 400 Bitcoin in the early days, he handed his rig to me. He's like, hey, man, he said, here you go. But by the time he was giving me that rig, the hash rate on the chain had gotten so crazy, my chances of pulling a coin off of there was like slim, right? Because it's such a crazy hash rate now. You use so much power.
The funny thing is if I look back, I probably should have been mining because I had a rent-controlled apartment in Manhattan, and it included utilities, and there was no monitor for like which apartment was pulling what energy. So I could have probably had like a whole mining setup in my apartment and never paid a dime for electricity.
Yeah, man, there were stories out where.
Wait a second, I just rearranging my Bluetooth.
Yeah, no problem.
People were mining in their dorm rooms.
Yeah. Well, that was a storyline, and I don't know how many of you guys watch Billions on Showtime, but if not, you should. It's an amazing show, and one of the guy's sons his name is Bobby Axelrod. He runs like the the largest, meanest, most corrupt like hedge fund there is, and the show's about him versus this attorney general, and they're always going at each other. Well, his son ends up going off to private school and creating a whole crypto mining thing in the attic of the school. It ends up causing a brownout like for the entire community. Once they like finish building their rig and everything, it's pretty funny. But it was
I tell you, once you start mining, it's like you look at power completely different. And there's just, I'm sure so many people either in the live chat or, plenty of people can sympathize with me. You will look at certain places and the first thing you're thinking is, how can I utilize the power and the space, and would it work, and would it be profitable?
Yeah. Anytime you become a business owner, right, you start looking at everything different. There's a point, after running a business, you go to buy something and you're like, well, this could get me so much of that, right? And maybe it's the same whenever you start getting into crypto, like, oh, I could buy this new video game, or I could buy, $60 worth of ADA. You start looking at prices in like, this could get me, this much of this, or this is going to cost me this much of that. Your mentality shifts completely when you start, running your own business and doing that thing.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, what brought you to crypto? You said you started trading, Steve-O?
Oh man, it was actually Ethereum. I had some friends that were mining in like 2013ish, maybe 2012. They were mining. Gosh, I can't even remember what they were mining at the time. But we're talking video cards, and Ethereum wasn't a thing yet. Ethereum was talked about, but then Ethereum became available. Like it was, the ICO had happened. I didn't know about it. I didn't know what an ICO was, but I had some friends in a Slack channel, and everybody kind of knew each other, whether it was from school or companies they had worked for. And that Slack channel still goes on, but they were talking about Ethereum, and they were buying some on Poloniex back then. And I was like, well, how do I get this? And at the time you could only buy Bitcoin on Coinbase. You couldn't buy Ethereum at the time. And so, I bought some Bitcoin and moved it on over to the exchange and figured out how to trade, like just messing around. And one thing led to another. And I was, purchasing Ethereum at the time for $2 and $4. Had no idea it was going to like do anything. And then it started going up and up and up, and it was just like this massive rush. But that was, that like Ethereum was what really got me into it. And then what led me to Cardano was, I actually had a cousin it was like, hey, have you heard Cardano? I was like, yeah, I'd heard about it, but didn't really look into it. And that night, for kicks, I just started researching about it and realized that like I had no idea that Charles had left the project, left Ethereum to start Cardano, and the rest was history. And I've just been 100% in. And every investment that I have done, whether it be into other cryptos or what have you, in hindsight, I knew that it was going to eventually be in ADA, one way or another.
All right. Mm-hmm. So you have started spooling up your salt pretty soon, right? What would you want Spokra to be? Tell us, Steve-O, like if you're coming to this, let's imagine you're just starting out, right? And Spokra is an established thing. Tell us what do you think you would like to see Spokra offer you?
Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be absolutely unobtainable, but with a lot of guilds or unions, you often have to put in your work, kind of show that you're in it. I know several guilds and credit unions. If you want to be part of this credit union, you need to be, you need to be doing this, right? I think that's fine, but it should be accessible, and it shouldn't be. If there's going to be a charge, I don't think it should be expensive, but it needs to be worth it, right? As being unionized or being a guild, I think it's important that the community is obviously going to help me out, and as a pool operator, I mean, right now, again, we don't know what it's going to look like in the future per se, but right now it's a game of, I need delegators. We need delegators, or we're not going to mint blocks. If we're not going to mint blocks, we're not going to feel great about this operation, and we may not last, right? But I think giving individuals the proper tools to promote themselves, proper tools, whether it be like some sort of bootstrap thing, but regardless, I think having access to tools that are going to help, and I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally don't envision there being like a huge hurdle to joining or getting training or something like that. We want people to come through us. We want people to be trained and do things the proper way. So I don't anticipate there being anything. But again, that's something for the board and all them to work out. But in my vision, I don't see it. I see like if you want to be a pool operator, you come to us. We'll say these are the training courses, these are the training stuff. This is what you need to become one. And once you've gone through this, and here we'll certify you. This is what it costs. This and that, and that's how I see us. I see education being a huge part of it, and I'm a big fan of making education accessible, free. You know what I mean? I hate the idea that textbooks cost an arm and a leg for information that's basically just facts, right? Most of the time,
With certifications, would they, come at a cost? That's another thing, would you want, I don't know, it's 100 ADA if you want to take this course for this certification, I mean, or at that point, or do we want it, or would you want it completely free? I mean, there's so many different things to think about, but I'm with you, man. I mean, even, I do work in technology, and certifications even can be costly. A lot of the times if you work for a good company, they'll pay those certifications, but it just...
Yeah, Red Hat certs are expensive, as an example.
I feel like there has to be a charge. I feel like there has to be, because we do have to eventually have some kind of revenue stream to cover the day-to-day workings of the business, because we're going to have staffs, and we're going to have, for something this large, we will need some kind of thing. But at the same time, I feel like maybe we could even have ways of refunding those certificates, like if you're costs, or offering scholarships for those certificates. I think there's a lot of ways around charging and offering it at the same time. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
So, like I said, all that can be gamed out, down the road. But it's great, and it's a great topic, and it's it's something that we need to talk about and all that kind of stuff.
I got to tell you, Marco, I really, really love, and I mentioned it once, and you mentioned it, and you mentioned it with Charles. I love the idea of these certifications being as sort of a badge of honor, and I don't know if you may have to work with Pool Tool or Ada Pools to get it, in the metadata, but to have some sort of recognition, some badge,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we are sculpting this world, right? And that's why it's important that we have this in place so that we can be one of the sculptors, right? We don't want to leave it up to the academics. We don't want to leave it up to people who don't run pools, who aren't doing it for a living, right? People who, because they won't know what again, I say this all the time, and I'm a broken record, but you don't know what you don't know. And if you're an academic in a room, basically visualizing what it would like to be a pool operator and not actually running a pool operator as a business, you won't know what you don't know. That's why you need pool operators to inform them. This is what it's like to be a pool operator. This is the kind of stuff that we need to do our job. This is what we need to make this a business. Otherwise, you know what? My pledge is better off being staked, right? And we need to have that voice, right? Otherwise, this is never going to work, in my opinion. Like, it might work, but it'll never be the potential that it'll be. Which brings me to a conversation or a question that I see, I guess, miscommunicated from a lot of pools and a lot of people. And I've been wanting to ask this a few times, and I think this might be a thing, but Raymond and Kyle, and maybe even you, Steve, do you know, people are out there saying that pool operators can't spend pledge. They can't move. Their pledge is locked up. But that's technically not true. A pledge operator, after a snapshot, could transfer their pledge, could spend it, whatever, move it. That just means that the next thing that they don't earn rewards. They're technically not locked in. Am I understanding that right?
Say that again.
Pledge, right? Pledge is technically not locked in, right? If you,
here's how.
You don't mint blocks.
Here's how pledge works. So if you drop below your pledge, a pool operator drops his pledge. Say he moves ADA out of the wallet. No, it's not locked. You can move it at any time. But if you don't meet your pledge at a stake snapshot, your delegator is going to lose all their rewards for every epoch that you don't meet pledge.
Correct.
So
the
appropriate way to move pledge is re-register your pool, decrease the pledge amount, wait for that cert to take effect on the blockchain. So you got up to 10 days for that, and then you can move your pledge. That's how you do it smart. But if you move your pledge before you do that, the chances of you losing most of your delegation are very high.
Right. But the reason I bring this up and the reason I wanted to verify this is because I do hear a lot of pool operators out there telling people, I'm sacrificing as a pool operator my ADA. I'm locking it in, right? If there's ever a bull run, I can't take advantage of it like you. But that's not true. They can choose to be like, hey, ADA just hit $5. I'm taking my pledge and cashing out right now. Right? Nothing's stopping them.
They could tank their pool.
They could take their pool.
You could tank your pool if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It would be remarkably stupid.
If they wanted to just take the $5 per ADA and run, and you know what I mean, and just give up on their pool,
Look, if you're if you're in this game, and you're running a pool operation, I feel like you're confident that ADA's gonna go sky high, or at least you have hopes and dreams that it will. And I just don't think a pool operator is gonna sit there and try and trade and hop in and hop out and hop back in.
No, I'm 100% with that. I'm just saying that they're going on, but my point is they're playing this kind of victim role. I see where they're saying, oh no, I can never move my pledge. I can never do anything. It's completely locked. I don't know. Maybe it comes across as insincere or trying to take a mechanic of the system and play it off as more serious than it is. You know what I mean? I don't know. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. I just,
I think when, the pledge, if you remember during the ITN, pledge wasn't really talked about. And then when it became a thing, it was this huge deal. And, they had, IO had to come out and say okay, yeah, we know we're gonna present it. We're gonna present it. And then finally on Cardano effect, pledge was talked about. But, there was this seriousness about it when it was being talked about that oh yeah, if you don't meet your pledge, you're you're not going to get anything, you know. But I think that maybe some of that is like you know, coming from that or something.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I get that. I was just wondering, like, if that was actually like a fact that your pledge is locked in, or if it's just locked in because you don't want to possibly lose your pool.
Yeah, it's not locked by any means. If I wanted to take all my pledge out right now, I could run a command line command, and I got it.
And it's right straight into
no delay
to Binance, you know, sell it off.
Yeah,
and as long as you replenish it by the next snapshot, you know, in reality you could, you know, but. Anyways, it's just something that I was curious. I see some pool operators playing that up as more serious, and I just was wondering if it was that serious or not. About sacrificing a bull run just to be, or whatever, to pledge. But yeah, back to your point. I mean, there was a while there that 500K was going to be that people thought would be the minimum for pledging. That they thought AO was going to be that dramatic, you know.
Would have put me out of the game.
And, you know, so, yeah, there was a lot of, that's the biggest criticism I could have about, you know, a lot of this is just a lot of uncertainty between a lot of the stuff was, you know, pledge, you know, the AO, how things were going to be play out. You know what I mean? You just didn't know. We didn't have the information.
I totally get it, but I think they did the right thing by making ANOTs almost ineffective out the gate. It would have hurt most people who wanted to show up. And so what that did is, yeah, we had somewhat of a race to the bottom. We're seeing that, but I'm also seeing that we can counter that with good marketing. You know, I'm getting decent delegations, and you know, we're outperforming. There's a lot of 0% stuff out there, which kind of baffles me. But I think this is where the game starts. This is where, you know, we're going to have pool operators that are moderately successful in these next 6 months, but they're not going to bank enough pledge, or they may take it out and flip it, and that's fine. You know, that's their prerogative. But I think, you know, pledge really ultimately isn't going to make too much of a difference. AK's got to be a little bit higher for it to make a difference. ANOT's got to be a little bit higher. But what most people's misconception about pledge is, I mean, if I had a 100K pledge and the total stake in my pool was only 1 million ADA and flat fees and variable fees constant, I would perform better than a 2.5 million pledge in a fully saturated pool.
Right.
So pledge effect is relevant to the amount of stake in the pool, and a lot of people don't get that. So if you delegators are chasing rewards, and I think we just got pool ops on here, and maybe you guys who have small pools, this is the message you guys can push. Hey, delegators, if y'all are chasing rewards, you want to stake with a moderately high pledge pool that has a really low amount of stake. You know, and obviously they want to be relatively close to that threshold of making blocks, or be patient. Give me 2 epochs, right? If you're sitting at 2.5 million, give me 2 epochs. I'll hit a block. You know, you maybe if you're unless you're really unlucky. But we all know the slot.
Can you explain that real for me? Because I'm still confused about that, right? Because to me, you know, the difference between a 1 million pledge and like a 10K pledge was like 4 ADA over a year. For when I ran some calculations.
It's not a very big percent at ANOT. So, you know, I watched some good discussions from Sonny, the operator, and UMed, and Sonny says that there's really only a 1.5% difference in rewards. And that's from no pledge all the way up to fully saturated pledge, right? 220 million in your pool. So the effect is minute. It really is at this point in the game. Pledge ain't going to be the winner. Fees really aren't going to be the winner. The difference between a 1% fee pool and a 5% variable fee pool is about 0.25%. So if you were making 5% annual ROS as a delegator on a 1% pool, you'd be making 4.75% with a 5% pool.
Right.
That's minimal in rewards as it scales out. So the number one factor is going to be pool performance. Is that pool knocking its blocks? If that pool's not on tip and handling its shit, then all of it goes out the window. So
and that brings up
performance is going to be king.
And that brings up another important.
I'm done.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what it's all about right there.
I thought you said I'm not done. But that brings up one more point too about hardware, right? Because as the chain grows and gets larger, the hardware needs and server needs are going to get bigger. You know, so you might be
fan, yeah.
And so that's something else to keep in mind, especially when we add other stuff like Oracle's multi-wallet, you know, Hydra, all that. The server requirements that we see now are not going to be the same a year, maybe 2 years from now.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Are you guys running bare metal, or are you cloud based? If you don't mind me asking, I don't know if you want to disclose that, but
I'm cloud based. We have our two relays are in different countries. All three, our main producing is in one country, our relays in another country, and our other relays in another country.
Yeah, that's what
guys. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the questions. Look, the hardware doesn't fucking matter. Okay, it doesn't matter as long as you got a viable system that stays on top of tip. You can do that on a cloud. You can do that with a home server. It's all about how you manage and set up your node. But what we should probably talk about are the philosophical difference of decentralization and what that means. And there's a lot of misconceptions there. All right, I'm going to make a sandwich. Go ahead, Ray. I didn't mean to cut you off, buddy.
Well, that said, but what I was saying too was the fact
that I tell you what I like. I'm in cloud. I'm in Azure, and I'll tell you what I like about Azure. I can change my disk size on the fly. I can move a VM anywhere I want in the world. I can spin down. I can spin up. I can snapshot, right? And I can be ready to bring a pool up somewhere that needs to be up at any time that I need to do it. So that kind of resiliency and flexibility is what I want to bring the community as a pool up. At the same time, that being said, there's some really good pool ops that are bare metal. I love bare metal. I grew up on bare metal. Right? I used to build my own machines. That's how I got into this business 25 years ago, building machines in some basement and work my way up. So, you know, it's like Kyle said. At the end of the day, there is, you know, I've spoken with a few of the developers about this specifically, and what I'm getting is that there are some specs that are minimum requirements now at the level code base that we're at right now. And like Marco was saying, as the chain grows, right, that epoch boundary right now, if you're on your pool and you're watching your node cross that epoch boundary, you see what happens to your mempool. You see how your CPU spikes, everything goes up. All those calculations are made, boom, 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 commits, crazy. Some nodes get knocked off because they can't handle it. Some of them ride through, right? That's a really good time, by the way, for all the pool ops out there to be on your rig and watching, because those epoch boundaries are intense, especially at the lower specs for people who are cutting a little closer for cost. And I know they're coming out with new code base for that. They're going to be fixing that epoch boundary issue. It's in the code base as well. So, you know, I think it all comes down to your style, you know, and how are you going to meet the demands of what the blockchain is doing and the conditions that it's in. If you've got a nice internet pipe, I think what bare metal comes down to, more than the computer and the hardware, the CPU and all that stuff, it comes down to the stability and consistency of your internet connection, right? Make sure that if you're bare metal and you're at home, have network monitoring, right? Check your ping latency. Make sure your nodes aren't dropping off in the middle of the night when you're not aware because someone's doing a Netflix stream and you know, and they're just killing your neighborhood and saturating it. Get some good network monitoring tools that lets you look at what the performance of your network connection is at all times of the day and see if you see bottlenecks, right? Because that's the last thing you want is for Ouroboros to come, slithering around in its awesome way and say, oh, I want to elect you, and you get the selection, and then your freaking node is not up when the election's there, and you miss that block mint, right? All because the freaking latency was too high on the node, or something was up in the neighborhood with the saturation of the cable internet. So network monitoring is very important, and making sure that your node is up. The cloud people have that down in most cases, right? It's the bare metal people that really have to look at their networks.
With that said, I think the debate,
animal in itself. I think Rich is running bare metal, and it's not to mention, like, if he is, he's got a fiber line to wherever he's running it. It's not easy stuff by all means. It's not just building a computer and running it and on your cable internet or DSL or whatever. I mean, you can do it, but it's like, reliability, man. That resiliency.
What it comes down to is, to me, the debate between bare metal and cloud is silly. In the long run, we need them both. We need a percentage of bare metal. We need a percentage of cloud. We need a percentage that are in satellites. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I tell people, run your relay. If you can run multiple relays, bare metal. Do that, at least for now, until, there's some sort of variable saying, like, hey, you're going to be better off not running in the cloud. But, I even thought about, creating a LTE, or, like an LTE modem on a small computer running off solar, and then throwing it out in the desert, right? I
had an idea of where you put one of those in every single ATM.
That's pretty cool. So yeah, I love that stuff.
Right?
Could you imagine a node in every ATM?
That kind of stuff. For some of the pull-offs out there's some really cool solutions now. Dato's got some stuff out there. Ubiquity's got some really cool solutions with dual WAN. You can actually stick a cellular card or a cellular modem onto one of the ports on your router and have failover.
Yeah, so if something the Ubiquity's set up, right?
Yeah, they got a nice setup.
Yeah, super nice. And I think they do have with AT&T, but you can use anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think my issue with bare metal maximalists, I guess we can call them, are they really haven't thought things through. And what I mean by that is, I think the number one fundamental is adaptability, because what we haven't seen yet, I think it's going to come. I hope it doesn't, but I believe there will be adversarial action from legislation, right? Governments, they're not going to like what we're doing.
Yeah.
And it'll be far too late for them to stop it, but pool operators are the target. Okay, that's what they can hit. That's what they can squash. And so in that regards, an ISP can shut you down. All right, your ISP can shut you off immediately. Same thing with a cloud provider if it comes down to it, push comes to shove. Contingency. How fast can you get up if shit hits the fan? And that's really important. And, then that goes to Marco's perspective. We need both right now. We need nodes everywhere with every provider, because when it does hit the fan, we're going to be scrambling to figure out the path and what to do. And we definitely need to figure out remote architectural crazy shit, like desert, solar powered funkiness.
Hell, we could even, if it gets big enough, we can create our own network. So, our own cellular type satellite network, launch a couple satellites in the air, with...
Sounds wild, but totally doable.
Look at what SpaceX is doing. Too. Starlink. Hell, we could even hey, Starlink, well, we're going to purchase a little section of every single one of your little nodes and, run our own cell network service on all those as well.
You can get really, really wild into your thoughts and, think about way into the future when, we get to a point where we can just, the internet will essentially be mesh, just a giant mesh network, and there won't be ISPs anymore, right?
I'm a TV guy, right? I love TV. It's my main business and all that kind of stuff. And it reminds me of the drug shows like The Wire, where the cops get all thing and they tap wire their phones, so they started going to burners, right? And then once they started being able to tap burners and get stuff up on burners, they actually started creating their own cell networks. They would have a guy create like a cell tower here and a cell tower there, and because they didn't need to go far, maybe 10 blocks, 8 blocks, whatever. And they would just set up on the different rooftops their own cell phone network. And that could never be hacked, or even known of or whatever,
Oh yeah, I mean, you go back to with the radio days, with the pirate radio and all that. All that stuff is doable as long as you have the physicality of it, right? And I do think that at some point, when I don't know if it'll be in our lifetime, but you will see a decentralization in data transmission, and I don't know like what it's going to take to get there. It might need power, it might be a means of power, but something like that will eventually happen. Maybe it'll be built with on Cardano in some sort of weird fashion. I don't know how. I can't fathom it at this time, but like I'd imagine
And at the same time, right, I think as the markets get more and more tied up into crypto, right, it's going to be harder to untangle, nearly impossible. I mean, when you look at like Wall Street, for example, right, why is it that we keep bailing out banks? Well, it's because if the banks and bailing out the stock market, right? Well, it's because they've been gambling the 401k money of all these people for a generation, right? So if we let the stock market tank, then a whole generation of people lose their retirement funds, right? So we have to keep bailing out banks and funds and stuff. So, so that's going to be the same with crypto, right? If we get it to the point where it's so intertwined with financial institutions and all that stuff, they have no choice but to let it go and let it be. Otherwise they run that risk.
No, I think they run the risk of going out of business if they don't adapt. The third world's going to use this technology, and it's going to separate their infrastructure and provide them with such economic freedom in a way that they're going to be able to outpace us with innovation. And if the countries don't adapt, then we lose economically. Right. And I think entirely the banks are going to be restructured to where they actually serve the people again. They're going to have to actually provide services rather than milking a nickel and diming everything that they do today.
Right.
And so we'll see a drastic shift in how they kind of adapt. We're already seeing banks being able to be custodial services, right? The technology is to a point where, custodial services, there's a market for that because people just don't want to mess with it, right? That's going to change, right? As the technology matures, and, disruption is exponential.
Right.
And that's a fact. That's always been proven true. So people who are adapting to kind of just grasp onto that middle ground, I don't know if that's going to be a successful play long term or not.
Well, but the problem that we're going to have, right, is the same problem that the housing crash of 2008. All of the banks knew what they were doing. They all knew they had shitty ETF funds or whatever funds, right? They all knew that those mortgages were bad, right? So, and when they saw them about to fail, what did they do? They dumped them onto people, and then they took that money that they got and then bought real stuff with it during the crash, right? And that's what's going to happen when these big institutions and these things that have an eye on the pulse, that are educated, that know what's going on, when they see that point, that tipping point happen, they're going to unload everything they have. They're going to switch all their fiat to crypto, right? And then all of the people that are going to be stuck with the fiat, that sold their crypto for fiat, they're going to be the ones holding nothing, and all the institutions will have all the money, all the crypto that they need to play with and do whatever it is and invest in all the ICOs. All these institutions are just basically going to become investors and have a piece in every pie. And and that's what's going to happen. And they're going to have the power to do so.
Yep. I think resiliency
got a
is...
bunch of stuff too. You're right, Ray. Sorry.
It's okay. I think, resiliency is the key here. Adaptability, like we've been talking about, rewind a little bit. If you have a cloud server, a true adaptability is having a little bare metal on the side also, really, right? In case regulation comes down and says no more Microsoft Azure from this regional data center, right? Even though I can spin up and move that snapshot somewhere else pretty quickly and come up somewhere else if I need to, but still, I think that resiliency is really important. And I think the same is true with currencies right now. I just, made my very first payment for services with Cardano yesterday. My web developer accepted a payment in Cardano, a significant payment in Cardano. And he's looking forward to, I also helped him make a delegation, not only to my pool, but I did make a delegation to another pool in the video. I'm going to be releasing that video, by the way, in a few days. It's, how to use the wallet and how to delegate and how to pay people with Cardano. Super exciting.
I accepted Cardano too the other day for technical services.
Oh, that's so
I
awesome.
thought about
I can't wait.
I own an autographing company, right? And I have a whole website with a lot of autographs from TV shows and movies. And I thought about actually doing a thing where basically I would be giving 50 cents on the dollar exchange rate for ADA worth for products. So if something in my store costs $100, right? Give me, 50 ADA for it, or 200 ADA for it, I guess.
That's cool, man.
Just because I know that eventually that ADA will be worth $200, and I will, have basically double my money. You know what I mean? But I just don't see a lot of people giving up their ADA.
I think that's the same thing with like some of these airfare brokers. I think it's like justfly.com or something that accepts Bitcoin. A lot of these companies that are started accepting crypto, a lot of them were but they might still be banking on it being an investment. It's a direct investment, or it's a direct access to a portfolio by accepting that. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, like I was discussing with my brother-in-law, I talked him into taking a big chunk of as an inheritance, and he picked up about 600,000 ADA, and he was waiting. He's like, yeah, eventually I want to use it to buy a house. I'm like, well, don't sell the ADA. By the time you're ready, there'll be stable coins. Use that ADA as collateral. Take the stable coins. Use the stable coins to buy the house. Pay back the stable coins while your ADA still grows. That's why I am a big believer. I know it might be counterintuitive, but
I love that idea.
Don't spend ADA. It's what I call a baseline currency, right? Use the ADA as collateral. Use it, to stake. Use it to think, and then use that other stuff to spend. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Get a credit card, max out your credit card. Spend that before you ever spend your ADA. The 10% or 15% you're paying on your credit card a year ain't nothing to what ADA is going to be going up a year percentage-wise.
Right. That's why I'm like...
Not financial advice, by the way. I don't even know if that's even legal, covers you or not, but what the hell, everybody does it.
That's why sometimes I'm a little shy about, spending my ADA for things, because I'm like, I realize that I'm like, yeah, I'm giving you the value of what it is now, but like in 6 months could be double that. So I think that's why with certain people it's really cool. You know, in a sense, it's almost like an angel donorship. Be like, hey, you know, I'm paying for this now, and and look out for me later. I might need to come back and get more because it's going to be worth more.
About a month ago, I bought. I got about $5,000, and I had a choice of paying off a whole bunch of credit cards or dropping it in ADA. And I knew what I was going to do is I knew there was going to be a lot of people after the launch that were going to need ADA, right? So I figured I'll just take the 5,000, buy ADA, and then after the launch, if I need to, I can sell that 5 that I just bought, and of course it doubled between then and now,
Right.
And so
that's
I can part with just a little bit and then pay those cards off. You know what I mean? Like, it was a risk, but I felt confident that, that we were going to be in an upward trajectory.
Dope. Yeah, sure. Definitely. It's happening now. Good morning, pool operators. Hey, I want to shout out to West Pool and everything you're saying in the comments. You got some good comments in there. I appreciate your knowledge, and I'm also appreciating your participation in the new trade association that we're bringing to the fore. So there's some good energy.
Why don't we take some housekeeping and go ahead and we'll drop that link for the operators. If you're an operator and you're just popping in, here's a link to Spectra Discord. Let me see here.
Hey guys, while you're doing that, does somebody want to jump in and take my spot?
I was just going to say
3 a.m.
There's got to be someone out there. I see a few guys.
And another note.
Who wants to jump, guys?
And as another note, all of the tickers that you see on the left, Buffy, One Love, Grow, Frog, Angel, SMAUG, Salad, AEON, these are all people that we felt were part of the community, working in Telegram, putting in a lot of work. And when staking came, for some reason or not, were just fell through the cracks. And not all of them are, great in front of the camera. They're great in front of a computer, but maybe not a camera. So if you get a chance, check these tickers out. Help support the community and whatnot. With that said, link to the Discord, and if anybody wants to jump in, let me know. Otherwise, we can run 3, we can run 2. I'm down for as long as I have someone to talk to. And I know Raymond just got up from a nap.
Straight.
Huh?
We almost did it.
I've got to nap out.
Yeah. All right, Kyle. Yeah. Any last comments, statements, anything you want to put out there before you sign off?
Has anybody got any questions? Yeah, or else you did put a lot of work in the ITN. You did.
Well, so check what pool are you? Do they have a pool? Do you have a pool, Ors?
Zereda, Eric, shout out to Eric. Eric is my ally. He's another Azure cloud hosted pool. Really knowledgeable and very helpful. He's with me in early mornings and late nights too. So shout out to you, Eric.
Oros pool. That's Tiago.
The which pool? Oros?
Oros. That's the full name, yeah.
Okay, there it is. There, I see in the chat now. All right. Cool. Well, shout out to Oros Pools. Hit me up on Telegram and Inside. You're an ambassador in Brazil. Well, hit us up. I'll talk to Kyle and Raymond and stuff. But yeah. All right, Kyle. It looks like that's it. Thanks for joining us. Get some sleep, and we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you, Kyle.
And again, thank you for all the work that you're doing with Spectra and everything. And, I'm glad we were able to hit the ground running with that. And it's, we have, I would like to say we have 45 online in Discord right now and 72 offline. So my math right now, 45, 72, that's like, what, 112, 100 and something. Anyway, like over 110 people in the Discord, so operators. That's amazing.
Not bad. Kyle, it's nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, it was really cool of you to jump on, Steve-O. That's awesome, man. So I look forward to engaging with you in the future. And everybody, y'all have a good night. I need to crash.
All right, brother. Yeah, Steve-O. To that point, it's we can talk. We could talk all the time with each other, and we have our conversations. That's why it's nice to have them online now. And so when you jumped in, it gave us another perspective, right? And you were able to ask us questions. We're able to ask you questions. And that's what it's about. It's about perspective, right? Your perspective, my perspective. We all come at this from a different place.
Yeah, for sure, man. I was going to hop on when Charles was on, but I was like, I don't want to do it. It was like you had just sent the link and Charles hadn't come on yet. And I was like, oh, whatever, I'll hop on. But then...
Yeah, the problem with that kind of stuff is sometimes it kills the vibe. And while I'm trying to juggle setting you in, Charles will be like, all right, I think I'm going to run now. That happened. Yep, that happened on launch day. Poor, what was his name? From the Ada North Pools, Einstein. He had put together a nice little 2-minute clip for launch. And, we were all doing our thing. We had Charles and 3 other people from IO Global, or 2 other people, talking about the launch and the stuff. And then it was Einstein's turn to kind of talk a little bit about himself. And he's like, well, I have a video I want to show you guys, right? And he's like, let me load it up. And they were getting all the screen share set up, and they were getting the thing. And they're like, well, there's something wrong with the audio. And Charles was like, all right, this is a good time for us to check out,
Yeah. And these guys they don't have time to mess around usually.
Right. And so that's probably why I wasn't even paying attention to the chat, to be honest with you, when we had Charles on. I saw it moving, and I'm going to have to go back and go through all of that. But, I was just, this to me was the time for me to ask all the questions I've been wanting to ask,
Right.
And I know there were people in there commenting well, why don't you talk about your failure instead of this or that? And some of the comments I was glancing at, I'm like, yeah, we're going to take the time to ask that question? I don't think so.
No. And he'll usually answer that stuff in his AMAs, Right. He's pretty transparent with that. So, no, man, it's been good. If you want to have me on again, I'd love to. It's just, I don't really have anybody else to talk to about this stuff.
I know.
Well, I mean, that's the point. Like I said, we have our group, and not a lot of them are, they're very camera shy, I guess. And so the more people that we have to talk to, the more perspectives we have.
For sure, man. Well, it'd be my pleasure to do this again. It'd be awesome. I just can't thank you enough for the small opportunity. It's been good.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. Anybody wants to pop in, hit me up. Well, to me, I've got lots of extra time. That's why, I love helping out with Spectra and putting resources to that. That's my role in the company, right? Like I said, we have Crypto 2099, which is me, Adam Dean, and Jason Guerin, and my nephew who's 9. But my role is the business side, the future, the big picture side. Adam's role is to sit at the computer and do the minting the blocks, keeping that thing running. And so this is what I'm meant to do. I'm meant to work and help get this Spectra rolling. I'm meant to have this channel and have people on and help people up, because again, like I said, we are Cardano. I'm not Cardano, you're not Cardano, we are Cardano, right? Us together as a community will make this thing epic, in my opinion.
That's right, and it needs us too, right? I mean, that's the thing about being a state pool operator. We're also a backbone. we're infrastructure for this. And the more of us there are working together and collaborating and giving a unified voice. I'm really excited about bringing unified voice to IOG and all these guys up there, and make sure that pool operators are heard and have representation. That's going to be really important moving forward. And I think the fact that it's happening, that all of this has happened before even one block has been minted by state pools, really says a lot about this community and what it's capable of achieving. I mean, it feels like it's been forever, and it's only been a couple of weeks,
right?
Not even, right? Since
time flies and moves slow at the same time.
Huh?
Time is moving fast and slow at the same time.
Right? I know. It's like, I know. Some things are like crawling, and other things are like zooming at the same time.
Guys, I think we're hit 1,000 stake pools tomorrow. We're at 974 right now.
It'll be interesting to see, how much of them were dropped dead already, and then spooled up another one, or how many
the little pools that was it Raymond that you created? You created a tiny guy.
Yeah, there's a bunch that just spin up. I want to shout out to Alessandro and his Pi pool. He's building pools on Raspberry Pis, and he's still doing it. I'm watching his pool performance, his live page, and it's keeping up. He's got a decent slice of delegations, which I think will come in as D parameter heads down towards 0. He'll be able to mint block. So just want to shout out to that. I actually bought a Raspberry Pi myself, and it looks like the Pi 4 with 8 gigs can pull it right now. I think it looks like he's keeping his peer count down a little bit so he doesn't override on those epic boundaries, but he's up, and I see that he's got good attention, so I just want to shout out to him because he actually adapted the code base to work on the ARM architecture of the Raspberry Pi, and got it to function there, and he's got a nice GitHub account too, so shout out to Alessandro.
Well, speaking of that in the chat, it looks like, who is it here? Crypto W3S asked, how much memory usage at your pools? Here to grow a 16 gigabyte now.
I'll tell you, I started off with 8 gigs, then I moved to 6 gigs by somebody's recommendation, and I was getting beat, and then I moved it up to 16 gigs, and I'm currently at 8.35 used, and it hasn't really gone above that. I haven't seen it go above that, but who knows when the switch is flipped, right, guys?
Right.
Yeah. The minimum. One of the things I really appreciated about the testnet space was I got to really experiment with what the hell the spec was that was gonna pull through, especially in those epoch boundaries. And so the min spec that will run 2 passive relays, and that's it, is 2 CPUs and 8 gigs of RAM. Okay, and that's if you want some peace. You can do it at less, but your peer count is going to have to be down. And that might be a compromise in communication and the chatter that gets everything moving. So that's my personal experience. Is 2 CPUs and 8 gigs of RAM is absolute minimum spec right now, for staying on tip and for getting through the boundary. And even that is still cutting it close now with some of those boundaries that are really high in the mempools. So it really depends on also, how many nodes you're trying to run on a single instance, right? Whether you're running the Docker builds or not. So yeah, the more CPU, obviously, the more RAM is going to be good. I've seen that's one of the advantages that bare metal people have is RAM is cheap, and they can drive their RAM up to 256 gigs, do a nice mem swap, and have really nice running pool there, and not have to worry about some of that performance. So that's one of the advantages of bare metal.
Where do you guys have your relay nodes running at?
What was the question?
The relay nodes.
What do we have them running at, or?
Yeah, like server spec. Do you have them running at anything different than everything else.
Yeah, the relay node stuff can be on a lower spec, right? The biggest, from talking to the devs about this, the biggest load on the CPU is actually the minting of the block because of the encryption that's involved there, right? That's actually the most complicated thing that it does, from what I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody out there in the world. But that seems to be the most complex and CPU intensive operation. And then it goes down from there in making all its other calculations, right, and committing transactions and passing transactions and all that kind of stuff. So again, it really, I think that's why the test nets were so valuable. And really, honestly, even this time, guys, we're not making blocks yet for another 3 days. So now is the time to really kind of push a rig around and test these things, especially with how many transactions. Isn't this incredible? It's just so cool to see how many transactions are going across these nodes. I mean, it's like in the thousands. We didn't see that. It took a whole test net to see just even a few thousand. We're seeing this stuff in just a few hours now. So there's a ton of activity on this network. I am seeing better performance myself at the network layer. I'm seeing blocks happening faster, transactions happening more quickly than they did in the test nets because there's just more nodes running now, right? So things are happening more quickly. So that's my reply to that.
So I have a question for you, Steve-O.
Yeah.
Are you running any monitoring tools, alert tools on server performance?
No, I'm not right now. There's like a few that people are running. Right now, because I'm on GCP, and so I'm using some of the stuff that's built into that. But I can only do so much with that. So not yet. But I've got some other things I got to work on in regards to my pool, but that is on the list. I obviously everybody needs to have that. I think it's super important. And the other things are, like security, but that's a whole nother story, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big thing. One of the things too, I think, at some point on one of these shows, I'm gonna kick up a network diagram and kind of help out. I think this one of the places I notice a lot of the newer ops are in, right? Because they don't have that network background. They don't understand as much how things are functioning at that level. Start sharing, network diagrams and helping people see how things connect to each other and how to build topology. And the other thing also is how to start peering up with each other and creating a nice ring of DDoS protection, right? There's actually a way to protect ourselves from those attacks. We can actually keep the blockchain minting blocks, not at the highest level of performance, obviously, when you're under attack, but we can actually keep the blockchain up during massive attacks by how we build the network and how we peer with each other and protect each other from seeing public ports, and then also having IP ACLs that say these peers out here will not be able to see me, but these peers, they can. And so the only thing that can see me is the thing that I'm contracted to allow to see me with other pools, right? So that'll protect you from getting stormed and getting those flood attacks on your nodes because they just can't see you. You don't exist to them. You're totally stealth. And we can build those rings and keep ourselves protected.
Yeah, man. Guys, I got to get going. It is.
Right.
It's pretty late here, and
well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Thank you, Marco and Raymond, and so nice to meet you in person. And yeah, let's we'll have to do it again.
Likewise. So good to meet you, Steve.
Yeah, you as well. And I guess if I miss like any sort of tweet that goes out or what have you, and you have an open spot to have me, feel free to just send me a message either on Telegram, or I just joined your Discord. You message me on there too, and I'll find a way to hop on.
Yeah, like I said, we'll go live. I like doing the whole just freestyle marathon. We come up with like, hey, let's just talk, right? Just hang out.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I'm always happy to just talk, again, like I said earlier, and you guys can can relate. It's just not a lot of people to talk to in person about that get it. So.
Yeah. Me and my brother-in-law are banned from talking crypto anytime I go over to their house, because we'll sit there and all the kids are just like, "Come on, we want to play video games with you guys, or we want to do this," and me and him can go on for hours about economics and the stuff. And the great thing about this world is every day there's news to talk about.
Yeah. All right.
Yep. All right. Take care.
All right. Later, Steve.
Marco, take care, guys.
Get salty, baby.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thank you.
All right. Later.
So how was your nap, bro?
Oh, dude. I those naps, you know what I'm thinking of doing? I wonder if I should say anything, because I want to run with this. But I'm thinking one of the things I'm seeing, for the stake operator pool community is just the need for psychological support and moral support. And I'm thinking of actually opening up a channel and doing some videos, and just coming from the perspective of just helping people out at that level, right? Giving other operators people to talk to and share, because it's such a exciting, passionate endeavor. And at the same time, it could be very private and lonely sometimes if you don't have people around you that you can talk to about it and ride the waves, right? Oh my God, I just got delegations, fantastic, right? You're soaring, and then you wake up in the morning and you just lost a big one, and you see that broken heart in a Telegram, screen. And it hits hard sometimes, and depression is just kind of a natural part of this, I think. So any way that we can support each other, I plan on actually, I think I'm going to do that. I think I could really help this community out in that way. Look for that as well.
With this in general, maybe we can find a way that people can reach out to us without coming in as video, right? Like a Dear Grow. And they leave you a voicemail or talk to you. Because with the Skype, I can actually just bring people's audio in, right? Like, I don't need
That's true.
to show the video. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yes.
For example, I could turn your video off right now by clicking this button. Let me see, where are you? Right here. Okay?
Oh.
Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Can everybody in chat still hear Grow?
Yo. Testing. 1, 2, 3. I like what you said, by the way, West. 88 grief management. That's a good pool ticker, grief.
So yeah, I hear you. I don't know if they can or did not. Did you guys, yes or no in the chat, did you hear Raymond when his video was off the screen? That way people can come on and talk without, being in front of the video, without having a webcam, right? So, and again, and that's the whole point of this show, for me. It's an outlet. It's a place just to hang out, just to talk, Think of it like AA, right? But for crypto. Hi, my name is Marco. Exactly. I'm a crypto addict. And I would like to share the story of where I lost 20 Bitcoin on the Mt. Gox hack. Type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think I'm going to do it, man. I have a lot of experience facilitating for groups who are dropping down into what's true, what's hot for them, what's sad, what's happy, what's angry, what's joy. So I might play with this and have some fun, bringing people together in a kind of like a live forum style, and giving them an opportunity to speak to how they're doing, on a personal level, and just be a source of upliftment also, and reflection for the community to keep going. I think we need it.
And honestly, that was, again, one of the driving factors of this group, this quest for 50. Adam was starting to get down. I saw Glitch starting to get down. I saw you starting to get down. And I was like, there's something that we can do to all come together and give us hope again, right?
Yep.
And I said, you know what? We have basically 24 hours until the next epoch. Let's just get online and we're going to just talk for as long as we can go. right?
That's
And
right.
it turned into something beautiful, something awesome.
Yep.
When you think about it,
I'm so glad you did that, Marco.
3 days later, we had Charles on here for an hour and a half. And, you know, you have to go back and watch that, but it was pretty insane. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun on that one. I tried to download that video with my cool YouTube video downloader. I think it's 8 hours. I saw the progress. I was like, oh my God, I don't think I'm going to be... I think it would have taken longer to download that video than it took my node to bootstrap to the main net when I first came on.
All right, so we got somebody that will jump in. Falcon View West. Are you also in the Discord? I think you have the was it Frack West or something like that? Frat West, is that you?
Yeah, that's him. There's another comment in here. I'm having trouble reading. Something about Marco. Could you avoid?
He's just
you
trolling.
See that comment?
Yeah, he's been in here the whole night just trolling. It's fine. Nothing serious.
Nostradamus. What is the future, Nostradamus?
You know you've made it whenever you start getting people trolling you, right?
Yeah, right. Perfect.
All right, I'm going to send you the link real quick, and we'll have you jump in. Got like so many windows here open.
Hay calor esta noche, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Mi madre. So I just want to let pull-ops know, any Spanish-speaking pull-ops out there. I do speak some Spanish.
¿Sí hablas español, amigo? ¿Sí hablas español?
Puedo hablar español, yo soy cubano.
Podemos hacer casi todo en español. We've now reached the Spanish hour.
Marco.
Yo y Raymond estamos aquí por hablar contigo de Cardano. Hoy, en este programa.
Muy bueno, muy bueno.
All right, I think I got the link. Let's send it over in Discord. Where'd it go?
Thank you, Nostradamus. I appreciate that prediction. I remember when I was, I think I was in high school, and I was holding my little baby brother. He probably wasn't more than a few months old. And I had just gotten a hold of Nostradamus's prophecies, and they weren't all that great. And I was just crying. I was just sad that I was holding my little baby brother, and he wasn't going to get to see the world that I did, because we weren't going to make it through the next 5 years. And this was back in like probably 1995, so we obviously made it. But yeah, Nostradamus hit me hard when I was a kid. He seemed to have his pulse on something.
Keep going while I set this up and get Falcon View in here.
Is he going to do a mic?
He's going to do
a mic only?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Notre Dame. I didn't know that. The cathedral. Yeah. Speaking of which, what happened to that cathedral? I remember it went through a fire or some damage not too long ago. Did they rebuild that? Oh. I used to love going into cathedrals when I was a kid. They really impressed me, the architecture and just the sheer vastness of it. Really amazing.
You know what else would be really cool though too is why don't we talk a little bit about Spectra? What do you think some of the cool things or advantages and why we need it?
You want me to speak to that?
Yeah. I just want to have you talk and have something to talk about while I'm getting this going.
First and foremost, as soon as I saw Charles's video, and by that point, right, we already knew as a community that we needed a stronger voice. Things were happening that were hurting some of us, and that were also creating a dangerous situation for the network, right? So much delegation and so few operators. And I think that's one of the reasons why it started headlining and why Charles spoke to it. So for me, the number one piece of that is bringing us together and having a unifying representation so that our voice is that much stronger and louder in the places that it needs to be, and in the places that it's going to be mutually beneficial, right? If we are infrastructure, if we are the backbone for the project, and they know that, and that's why they have a reward system going on too. The community that is the trade association, it's the guild ops, all of us speaking together, it's a unifying standard. Anything that's unifying, that brings us together and increases the strength of our voice is really going to do us a great service to this project. It was so obvious, and it was beautiful to see within 24 hours that Discord server popped in. Organization started happening. We immediately started working on the central organization and how we were going to organize and how long that was going to take. So the power of community is really amazing, especially when it collaborates and when it's actually able to get things done. And I've been seeing that happen time after time in the time that I've been with Cardano, and it's really why I'm still here. If the community wasn't strong, and if it wasn't able to pull together, and if it didn't care more about the visions and the goals of the project and its own personal gains and profits, I couldn't do this, right? The support wouldn't be there energetically. I'm able to stay in this game for as long as I'm going to need to stay in this game to be successful on a personal level, because there's a community of people who are supporting each other. I'm not just having to do this by myself, and that's what I love so much about this show and other things like this, the way that we can pull together. So that's what SPACRA is all about to me. It's about a unifying standard, a unifying voice, and a way to represent a community that needs really strong representation in the project.
Speaking of how quick it came together, luckily both me and Kyle had been working on this idea for many months separately. I had been approaching pool operators for a while about the idea, but everybody was so busy with ITN and mainnet and testing and all that, they just didn't have the mental bandwidth to take on something.
Exactly.
And so when the time came, we were both already prepared. And basically he was just like talking to his people. I was like, let's get the Discord going. I threw up that vote on Telegram, Discord, or Slack, because we need something with channels, with forums, with places to separate the communication. Where Telegram unfortunately doesn't have the ability of channels and stuff. And so we were prepared, and we were able to hit the ground rolling, And there's been a lot of great ideas come out of it in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it's been incredible. It's like, wow, look at this. This is incredible. This is like, oh, I love it. This is what real decentralization really looks like too. Right, when just open source people from everywhere come and make their contributions, because the vision, and this is a real compliment to the leadership of the project, right? They set the tone in terms of what is the vision, right? What can this community look like, and what kind of strength does it have to pull together? And how to get through those tough times, right? That's what the vision does. It makes it possible to do that. So really grateful to have the kind of leadership that we do.
Okay, so we got him here. Go ahead, start speaking if you can.
Hey, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect, I can hear you. So let me go ahead and kick you into the chat over here.
Welcome, Bill.
Hey.
What did I put here?
I don't know what name it shows, but yeah, you guys can call me Bill. All my gamer friends call me Frat. I've been known as Frat for 20 years. On Discord or TeamSpeak or Ventrilo or whatever you want to call it. So Frat always works, but yeah, my family calls me Bill.
All right, so
okay, I can do Frat. Whatever you want. What do you want?
It doesn't matter.
I'll go with Frat because that's how I met you. I just saw Bill on the screen, so I said that, but Frat's how I first met you.
Yeah, that's like I said, most of the Discord. I answer to both, except when my wife calls me Frat, I have to draw the line there.
All right, can people? Whoa.
Bang.
All right, I don't even think I need to do that really. Can people hear Bill?
I can hear you guys just fine. I just purchased a webcam. I plugged in my old webcam because I was going to join you earlier, and it's like 240p. It's from yesteryear. Obviously, I don't do much webcamming, so I didn't. I look even worse than normal. So I went ahead and ordered a new webcam. It will be here on Wednesday.
What's your poll ticker?
West.
West.
Yeah.
West.
Do you want? I think he wants.
Put me as Frat,
right?
Yeah, because that's how I'm known on Discord and everything. So.
Frat. Yeah. Okay.
Sure. And I'm not trying to necessarily hide my identity, but I brought this up in chat. Is it is 15 cents right now. When it's $1, $2, $5, I've got $1 million in my pool. I don't necessarily want everyone knowing who I am.
We had that conversation. It was kind of it took a dark turn with was it his name the Georgia manager guy why did his name just skip my mind? The Georgia manager guy, the Blue Cheese Steakhouse.
Yeah.
What's his name? Raymond?
Andrew Westberg.
It took a dark turn because I asked a question about what do you think about using scripts as a pool operator when somebody could slip in? We have to put a lot of trust into these guys who write these scripts, right? Because they could update something, especially like ones that make wallets that change an address, and all of a sudden all the pools that use the script deposit their rewards go into that person's wallet and they run off, right? And he's like, yeah, but I'm a visual person, everybody knows me, it's very public, if I would do that, then I'd be ruined, I would never be, and then Kyle was like, yeah, but I'm more worried about like people kidnapping you and forcing you to do it.
That's my fear. I mean, Charles did that great security video, and I've been in IT security for years. My wife actually works IT security for the government, so I live and breathe security. And what Charles said about protecting your system and all the other stuff, spot on with all that stuff. But he didn't delve into it too much, which is the dark people side of things. Right. Don't make yourself a target. If someone thinks that you've got $200 to your name, they're probably not going to kick down your door with guns and hold your family hostage and demand some keys, right? If you've got $5 million to your name and you've been blasting yourself all over the internet and people can easily find out where you are, just don't put yourself in that position.
All right, so this is the last time we're streaming, guys. It's been fun.
No. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to... I do business continuity and global resiliency, pandemic planning. Hey, so I was right there for that. This is the type of dark side stuff that I think about for a living. Some people say I have a criminal mindset, even though I've got a security clearance, right? So I don't, Do you
want to go ahead and discuss that security clearance a little bit?
No. I don't go into... I don't try to make myself that present. I do have, a Facebook profile, but I think I go there twice a year. I don't necessarily advertise everything that I do. I have a LinkedIn profile, but I didn't put it up on the on the candidate proposals like some other people did. I would prefer to stay semi-anonymous. I don't mind putting my face on the webcams. I don't mind going by my first name, so on and so forth, but I'm not going to give everyone my home address, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I would urge people to exercise some level of caution. And that was my biggest concern with people saying, do your bare metal servers and stuff like that. I mean, I have one in my garage. It's a great server. I've got a good connection to it, so on and so forth. And it's, what I used to set up the pool for the first time to make sure it would work. And then I just transferred my certs up to the Azure environment. But I would just caution people about, having like their IP addresses public or their domain names. A lot of people are setting up domain names for, their pool. And if you do a who is on them, it's registered to so-and-so at this address. Gee.
And for $9.99, you can ensure your identity.
Yeah.
A year.
That's why you want your domain proxy. You have protection against that.
And those are things people aren't thinking about. Those are things, as a community, we need to educate people on. Don't make yourself a target.
And if you go to my candidate proposal, you'll notice I use my quote that I say all the time.
Yep.
You don't know what you don't know.
And one of my quotes is 90% of being smart is knowing what you're dumb at.
Exactly. Wait, how do I know if I don't know what I don't know, then how do I know if I'm dumb at it?
Well, if you ask me how to rebuild an engine, I'm dumb at that.
Me too. Or tell you about a piece of artwork.
So, yeah, I'm not going to start talking like, out of my ass about how to rebuild that engine because, I watched someone do it a couple years ago.
On YouTube. I saw a guy take an engine apart and put it back together on YouTube. I now charge $2,000 an hour. Who's first?
Yeah. And that kind of comes back to what I was saying about, some of the ideas that we're having on Discord about maybe coming up with some gold standards, best practice guidelines. What's kind of an ideal minimum operating environment or best standards that pool operators should hold themselves to? Right. And try to publish that. This is the gold standard. This is what you should. A lot of people want to know. Give me guidance. What should I aspire to as a pool operator? Here's what you should aspire to. Maybe not have a lot of the guides suggest having your nodes and your production nodes and relay nodes and having two of them on the same box. And I'm scratching my head going, well, why would you? I can see for cost having a relay node and a production node on the same box, even though you're bypassing the security aspect of it. Yeah. But why would you have two relays? And one production node all in one box? What's that other relay really doing? Exactly. Other than consuming memory and bandwidth and everything.
Well, see, and that's the point. I think we've spoke about this a lot in Spectra. Education. And we need to be able to educate the next generation of pool operators, as well as the current one. Right. But Steve-O was on here and he asked how we saw the future of pool operators. And I said, a lot like an ICO. We're going to start off with a lot. Everybody's going to FOMO into being a pool operator. They're going to realize that they could make more probably staking their delegation rather than running a pool. And so we'll see a bunch of a drop-off. We'll see a bunch of drop-off at the 90-day mark when they realize they have to switch KES and missed a week, and everybody's pissed at them because they lost a week of rewards and they lose a lot of delegation. And so there will be a drop-off. And then, eventually as K increases, D decreases, we will see pools start to saturate. And eventually we'll get to a point where people can see the reality of running a pool as a business again, and we will start a whole nother generation of pool operators. And we need to be ready for that and ready for them when they come, that we have the programs to train them, the programs to help them get started, whatever their first launch on mainnet, you know what I mean? And all of that.
So let's do some quick math, and I'm going to do this on a calculator here on my desktop, but I'll just kind of talk you through the calculations, and you tell me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay.
Totally wrong.
Okay. So the network is generating a block every 20 seconds. So we got 3 blocks per minute. 60 blocks per hour. That's 180 blocks, 24 hours in a day. Wait, hang on.
Well, let me stop you right here.
5 days in an epoch, so that's 21,600 blocks per epoch.
Right.
We're good with that, right?
No. Let's start over. On mainnet, a block is supposed to be every 1 second. Every slot is 1 block. That's why there's 432,000 slots, and there's supposed to be 432,000 blocks during the epoch. And the only reason that there wouldn't be is if a slot failed to produce one, and it merged with the next one.
So
it was my.
So you're saying there is a block per second, then, right?
Block
is that
per second, 400,320 blocks per epoch.
Okay.
Potential. That's like the maximum potential.
That's the max. That's what it is. And the only reason it shouldn't be is the fact that somebody missed their slot and it went on to the next person.
Okay, so we have. Thank you for correcting me on that. I was
I
looking
could
at
be
how
wrong.
often things were going, and it was looking like every 20 seconds. Didn't see anything that.
I think that's on the Federation servers, right?
Okay. So, all right. So if that's the case, then we've got 432,000 once. Now, if that's just on the Federation servers, that's going to make things a little bit different then, because when D starts, right, 10%, if D set to 90, that means 10% of the total production comes to us stake pools.
Right, which should make it 43,000, I think, blocks that should be made by the...
So 43,000 will be made by us, but then if the other one, is the other still going at 1 every 20 seconds?
Yeah,
I don't know. 1 every second?
I don't know. But what you're getting at is what I kind of calculated, and I just assumed when D hits 90, there's going to be 43,200 blocks up for grabs.
Yeah. And it's my understanding, right, with this, assuming a stake pool is not saturated,
right?
It's only based off of the total amount of ADA that has been delegated, not the total amount of ADA in the universe. So if there's only 11 billion ADA that's been delegated, then there's basically 11 billion shares amongst those stake pool owners to compete for the privilege of minting a block. Is that correct?
That I don't know. I've tried to do the math and reach out to different people, but I get a different answer every single time.
Okay.
So your guess is as good as mine, but keep going.
Well, and that's so I didn't have the 432,000 number. I was basing it off of 10% of the other number.
Right. And again,
which I don't have in front of me now because I got 432 in front of me.
I could be wrong on that as well. So,
Yeah, and what I was getting at is, the odds of, and I'm sure people have broken this down that are smarter than either of us and have really looked at the code. But as far as setting and managing those expectations, based on the size of your pool, if you've got 1 million in total delegation, that's your pledge, that's your stake, the people that have staked or delegated to you. If you got 1 million, what are the odds of, you being awarded a block come D90?
I think it's
very low. Very low.
I came up with 20% based on 11 billion being staked.
See, I think that's not. I don't think that's right either.
Yeah.
That's the first I'm hearing of that. I know Umed and Sunny did a video, I think.
Okay.
And I think, and also I think Samuel put out in the forums as well that during the last epoch, the last snapshot, the minimum to mint a block was 2.3 million.
Right, I saw that also.
And so, since then,
so 2.3 will give you a 100% chance, or on average 100% to mint a block, right?
Was a chance at minting a block. Just because you get a block doesn't mean you'll win the slot, for example. But yeah, a chance at minting a block was 2.3. I think since then, since they pushed it back, an epoch, I think it's now up to like 5 million or something was to mint a block.
Now, why would that change if the D value hasn't changed and the amount staked hasn't changed?
No, it has
because
changed
the
quite a
stake
bit.
has changed.
Yeah, the amount of stake went from roughly about, I think, 7 or 8 billion to almost 13 billion, I think, at the last snapshot.
Right. That's what's happening. As that stake goes up, that threshold for election also goes up as well,
Yeah,
right?
I got that. And I think I was basing my calculations on 11. But if I was saying 40% for 1 million, then yeah, that would mean 100% chance, or an average of break even would be about 2.5 million, give or take, which was kind of in line with that. Now, if those numbers have moved, I mean, that would be an interesting discussion to have. But it would be good to set people's expectations. You know, if it is in fact 40% chance per million, and I happen to have 2 million on my block, well then okay, I could say, hey, I've got an 80% chance of possibly creating a block this epoch. If you only have 500,000, you might have a 10% chance or whatever of getting a block. So, if you don't get one, don't panic.
Right. Yeah, right. That's the real, I think, that's why these first few epochs are going to be really, really tough on smaller pools, because that threshold right now is way up at 25 mil. Right, at 10% of the pools with the amount of stake right now, I believe the threshold is somewhere between 20 and 25 mil for the chance to make a block. It's way up there right now. That number is going to come down as d-parameter decrements, towards 0, and it'll start, sloping down toward whatever it is, depending on whatever the stake is at that point. But from what I understand, the threshold right now at 10% of the pools making blocks in the next epoch, somewhere in the 20, 25 mil range.
Now, the other thing is rewards. What do you get for minting a block? So I had heard somewhere, and correct my ignorance on this, that if D were equal to 0, that for minting a block, you'd roughly get 1,000 ADA. But the reward should be the same, even if we're at D equals 0.9. So if you mint a block, since there's only 10% of the blocks being minted, would that mean that that block would be awarded 10,000 ADA based off that calculation?
I don't think so, but that is out of my
1,000.
territory.
Yeah,
I do not understand how the value of the block is determined and what the variance is based on the conditions of the network. That's still an area I need to do more research in myself. I don't think that the value goes that high. I do know that they raised tau, so the treasury went from 5 to 20%, but they also raised the reward per block
from 0.22 to 3 to 0.3.
Right. So there isn't, everything's been increased and changed, but it's proportional and the same in that sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, during the main candidates testing, the rewards were out of whack. And by the time we started getting rewards, even though they were out of whack, we were on to the next main candidate. So we never actually had a testnet or main candidate that actually produced reliable rewards.
Yeah. I remember seeing in one of Charles's talks, because I tend to watch them all, and maybe I misremembered this, but I could have sworn he said that when he was talking about D, that the rewards were going to be the same. In other words, how much the stake pools get once they start earning rewards, they're going to get the full amount. That their system isn't going to be keeping 90% of the rewards. All the rewards that are available are going to be sent out. But if we're only producing 10% of the blocks, then that would, in my mind, the way I interpreted
okay. I see what you're saying.
As much.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that the allotted amount of rewards per epoch normally would be split up over the entire epoch, but now you're saying that all of the epoch's rewards be split up over the 10%. Yeah.
Yes.
My guess is no. My guess is they probably made another change, and that is going to stay, that the reward's still going to stay 10%. Or at 1,000 would be my guess. But again, nobody knows. There's people like, I think Umed and Sunny made a great video, but again, I think they're assuming quite a bit in their calculations. While their guess is 1,000,000 times better than mine, I still think it's an educated guess.
Sure, and
But check that out. I think it was either.
I might go back to one of Charles's videos and just kind of re-listen to that part and maybe make reference to the timestamp, and you guys can listen to it and see what if you hear the same thing I hear.
Unfortunately, I could probably pull up 20 things that Charles has said that ended up changing. So he could have said it, and it just didn't.
It's a good question. I definitely want to get an answer to that. It's an interesting inquiry, right? Because it really depends on the bounty of rewards available per epoch. Where is it coming from, and is it always available? And if you have less pools making blocks, are they going to see more rewards? You know,
well, I
out
can
of the
tell you
gate
where it's
these
coming
next few
from.
months.
But if that is the case, I mean, what you might see is, let's say, a lucky stake pool that has maybe a 10% chance of getting a block. They get a block. That will happen. And if that block is worth 10 times as much as it normally is, well, then those people that stake to that pool are going to probably see an ROI, that is just massive.
That will happen. It happened on the testnet. That's why
and whenever
bounty.
You look over everything, you can say, "Hey, this pool makes you 200% per year," and everyone's going to go join that one because you got lucky that first week.
And that's the problem going to be with rankings.
That's the kind of luck some of us are hoping for. That ROI number is huge in the wallet. So that's why it's like, for the small operators out there, it's as we near that boundary, make sure your pools are solid, your uptime is really good, all your peers are aligned. Do you know how it is with peers when they drop off, take a little while to come back in, I think that our chances for slot leader election are going to be higher if the protocol sees that we're solid and we've got good peerage, we've got good uptime. Of course, the stake matters a lot, and that's why we're all driving. That's why we're here. But at the same time, there are those little lucky those lucky moments where the election comes in and your rig is ready to make it, and it does, like, yes, right, and the ROI jumps up. So that's personally what I'm going for right now.
Well, that was where the D pushback was kind of a kick to the gut. Because we made the first snapshot with both of our pools, one at 5 mil and one at 6. And we were like, oh, we can probably get 4 or 5 blocks on each pool based on, the rumors going around.
Yeah.
And then that will get us in the rankings, the first set of rankings, and we were like, we made it. After all this work, we were like, we could take a side. We made the snapshot. And then we didn't. And then we ended up losing stake.
I got a question.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that the next epoch's calculations are based on the snapshot taken on the previous epoch, right? We're not going to be dealing with the first snapshot, are we?
No. We're dealing with the second snapshot, which was done at the end of epoch 209 or 208.
Okay, so we are dealing with that snapshot still.
Yeah, no. We're dealing with the 209 snapshot.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
and
so
better 208.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is because what happened was a lot of people ended up missing that one because their pool didn't show or something like that once we hit over 430.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's purely selfish on my part, and I know that, and I'll admit that. But and in the end, it should all work out.
So the other, going along that initial logic about rewards, something that pool operators should realize is that if they're only minting a block once a month or something like that because their pool is so small, yeah, that's kind of going to work out for them. But the people that have delegated, if you only have a few delegates, that 340 fee is going to come out of that one block. Right. So if let's say you're getting 1,000 out of that one block, boom, kiss away 340, 34% of it just to go for your server fees. And then, of course, whatever your percentage is, so on and so forth. What is left, right, may not make your delegates happy when you finally do get that block.
Right, and that 340 is calculated on getting 340 every 6 of them in a month, so that won't even cover 1/6 of the server costs in reality, type of thing.
Well, I'm not talking about the cost to the individual server. I'm just saying the math that's gonna happen on the epoch. If you didn't mint a block, your delegates aren't going to be charged 340. You're just not going to get anything for that. And whenever you finally do mint a block during that epoch, your rewards are going to minus a 340 charge on that. And so the people that delegated to your pool, might be going, finally, you minted a block. It's been a month. I'm glad I stuck with you. Oh, wait a minute. I only got 15 ADA out of all that. I was expecting a little bit more, like 20 or 30. I'm just saying there's calculations out there just trying to manage and set some expectations. Ideally, I would say that that small pool operators should try to get up to whatever the threshold ends up being to maybe produce at least two blocks an epoch if they can. Try to set that maybe as a target so that you don't have as much variance. 1 week you might do one week you might do three, but everyone's getting paid each week. You're getting paid because you at least get that server fee each week to help maintain, your pools, and you're not going weeks, without getting that little bit of income. Figure out what those thresholds are and at least aim for that as a minimum. And if you can't hit that as a minimum, no matter what, you might want to consider about, delegating to another pool. I don't know, or changing your tactics on how you attract delegation.
Right, and that goes to the point too, for pool operators themselves, because you're also staked in your own pool, right? So, for example, if BUFFY, right, I have a 1.1 million pledge in it, and if it's not minting blocks, right, not only am I not getting the server fees, but I lost out on 1.1 million worth of staking rewards. You know what I mean? Like, where I could have used that in one of the bigger pools or whatever, and been making the normal amount. So eventually, some of these smaller pool rewarders are going to realize, hey, I might be making more from staking consistently than I am running a pool.
Yeah, there's going to be that threshold where you do make more from staking, certainly, and we can maybe help give that guidance, but I mean ultimately it's the pool owners to right. You got to figure it out.
And once we start minting rewards, right, we will have information, and then that information, people, I guess the video that everybody should go watch is the one that Umed put out, UMED. He does a great video on rewards and all that kind of stuff. But even he will have a lot more information to better his calculations. And then people will start to get a bigger picture on what's possible and what's not possible. And then we can start educating people that way as well. I'm sure I'll do a video. We'll probably talk about it for hours on here the day we start seeing blocks and rewards and all that stuff. It'll be out there.
Yeah, my target, because I'm spoiled by the test nets, I need to be making 100 blocks an epoch, baby. That's what I'm shooting high. The other thing I'm really curious about, so let's say you have 100 delegators, okay, and you make 3 blocks, and each block is 1,000 ADA. It's 3,000 ADA minus 340, right? Minus the pool fee. You get whatever is left after that. Let's say 2,500 or whatever, 2,200. Now, if you have 100 delegators, and they all have different delegations, right? Some of them are larger than others. Are they all getting the same reward distributed? Is it an even distribution across each, or is that just it's not, right?
Think of it as like shares in a company. So if you have 1 million in delegation, each one would, for each ADA rewarded, that would be 1 millionth per stuff. So it would calculate out, proportionately.
Good. Okay. So what do you guys think? Do you think the number of so let's say you have a pool that, it makes 3 blocks and it has to distribute 2,200 ADA across all those delegators. Is the ROI going to be higher for a pool that has fewer delegators?
Yes, probably. I mean, let's take my pool Spike, for example, right? It has 5 delegators, and one of them has 5 million, and that was the one that we did as a backup with 200K pledge, right? So if that pool mints a block, that person who did the 5 million is pretty much going to get the entire reward.
Yeah,
right?
But the total delegation, I mean, is it going to affect you if you have, let's say, 5 million in delegation across 100 delegators or across 3 delegators? The amount that you end up with and the amount that they end up is still proportional. It's still going to balance out in the end, and it's still going to be equal. There's actually more risk with having just a couple whales because they might be flaky and get pissed off if the performance isn't what they expect after the first week or two and leave your pool in shambles. Right. Where if you have 100, smaller people, well, typically maybe they're not as glued to their performance as maybe the whales. And if you lose a couple and gain a couple that are smaller, you're not going to change your chances of minting a block as much.
Right, but I guess that wasn't, the question he was asking.
Right.
It was just a matter of the ROI, right? So that person, because they have 95% of the delegation, right, they're going to get 95% of the leftover rewards after a pool.
Yes, that's true.
And so their ROI is going to be huge because they're not splitting it up that much with other delegators. I mean, and the other delegators, while even they're small stake, their ROI will be high as well. But, that one whale who did back you, they're going to be making out pretty. And that's where sometimes it's actually best to join in with those ones that are, roughly the 50 million, probably 60 million, 80 million. Because those are probably going to be the ones producing the biggest ROI in my estimation.
That's what I'm really curious to see is, and what these next few weeks look like when you have a pool that has a lot of delegation and also a lot of delegators. Is their ROI going to be lower than another pool that's smaller, making less blocks, but has a better ROI because of the amount of delegators they have? I have a lot of curiosity in what that's going to look like.
Amount of delegators doesn't affect ROI. The amount of stake I guess it does, the amount of delegators. So the less delegators. Wait, hold on. I got to rethink that. It's the total stake, I guess, is the answer. So if a pool that has 20 million ADA, right, and mints one block, versus a pool that has 10 or 5 million ADA and mints one block, right? The ROI is going to be 4 times greater on the 5 million staked than it is on the 20. But I could be wrong because I think there is an adjustment.
The ROI, I mean, it should. The only fee that that has to be deducted is that 340 fee. And of course, whatever the stake pool pledge is. So once you deduct that, everything else goes proportionately to whoever staked in. Now, mind you, if that 340 fee is a big percentage of what you're earning, if you're only producing one block per epoch, then you're taking 34% of all of the earnings out right there. Your pool might only be set to 1%. So you're getting 34% for that and then 1% for that. So you're taking 35% out of what they would have otherwise gotten. So where they would have, in an ideal situation, gotten 5%, they're going to get 35% less of that 5%. So they're going to end up with 3.5%.
And this is why
or something like that.
Bounty at 10% outperformed all the 1% ones.
Yeah.
But what my point is let me explain this part. The point that I was trying to make. So say you have two pools that are pretty much equal, except for one is 5 million and the other is 20. Right? They both mint one block. Right? So that's 1,000 minus the fee. Right? And let's say they have 608 rewards left in each. Right? Well, that 600 gets split up by 20 million ADA in the other one, and then that same 600 gets split up by 5 million in the other pool. That's where the higher ROI comes into play.
You're absolutely right, Marco, but that's like trying to guess a winning lottery ticket or something like that and betting on, or a roulette, you know what I mean, betting on the right color each time. Mm-hmm. Statistically speaking, over average, right? If you look at the statistics over the entire year, those should even out.
Right.
And so yeah, you might have, especially early on when D's low and not many blocks are being minted by stake pools, some of those small stake pools are going to be big winners and have huge ROIs, relatively speaking, because of the short amount of time that the ROI can be measured and because they happen to just get lucky.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Now those
the point I'm getting
at. Pools right off the beginning are probably going to mint the appropriate proportional blocks because they're near saturation. They're going to be minting, if they're supposed to be minting 100,000 blocks. If D's 0, they're going to mint 10,000 blocks when D's at 9. And so the people on those nearly saturated pools are going to get, statistically speaking, what they should be expecting week after, or epoch after epoch after epoch.
Right, and that's the flaw in the ranking system, I think, too. Is that
it will, yeah.
It's going to show, and then you're going to get those people that are going to jump from one pool to another based on the rankings and the ROI. And, again, this is where education comes into play, where if we already had SMAUG Trust set up, we could be educating all of the stakeholders on this right now. But we didn't have a voice when it came to the rewards and how they worked out. We should have known all this information already, and should have been able to educate delegators on this information already. I mean, how many delegators still don't know that the ranking system is random?
Yeah, I know.
Right, a bunch of them, I think, still. I mean, it's out there, but and then what I'm curious about is all of those, ADA holders who aren't on Twitter, who, they just have it, and some of them don't even know that they can earn rewards and see a 4 to 8% ROI on their delegation annual. So I'm getting curious about outreach for all of those folks who aren't aware of the new Daedalus wallet and all of the different options that this blockchain is offering them and their investment in this cryptocurrency. So
to be honest,
that's where the rest of the stake is, and I'm really definitely hoping that what's left starts to spread out more evenly across the smaller pools.
I wish I could send a message, and I don't think you can, but I wish I could send a message and send one ADA, right, to all of the top 1,000, richest list, and say, hey, if you haven't heard about my pool,
yeah,
and if I can get one of those,
right.
Well, there was actually a story Kyle was talking about today, where there was a person that messaged him on Telegram, saying, hey, I see you're interested in ADA, check out my pool. And Kyle's like, I'm another operator. But one of the people that he cold hit up ended up staking like 5 million with him or something.
Nice.
But it goes to that many people out there that probably own ADA. You know what I mean? There might be wallets by multiple owners, but in reality, we're still crawling. You know what I mean? Like, what is the true number of actual bodies that own ADA? Right? And it's the same thing with pools, right? Of the 900 and some pools, how many of those are actual bodies? Is it 400 out of the 900? 300?
Yeah, I was, trying to do some of that math, and I kind of came up with roughly maybe 200 people that weren't serious stake pool owners, and I don't mean that with any disrespect, but maybe they have they put a really small pledge and they haven't even met it yet, or their total delegation is like less than 5K. And, it's sort of like they're just doing this as a hobby to see. And, if you've only got 5K delegation,
right,
great, you learned how to set up a pool, but I hope you've tempered your expectations.
This is where I wish we still had a testnet, where these people could go and practice and play on the testnet. You know what I mean? Like,
but you know what? They're going to get back their, if they dereg, they'll get back their 500 ADA, and they'll have had a good learning experience, right? I mean, there's really not much of a loss for them. To do this there, and if anything else, they're probably going to end up getting to somewhat involved in the community. They probably went to some community guides or YouTubers to figure out how to set up their pool where they wouldn't have done that otherwise. So they've already started to become engaged in the community, and although they might not be big stake pool operators right now, it doesn't mean that we haven't lit that passion to them. And 6 months from now, they could be a major participant, major player. Maybe they're just figuring out whether they want to fully support this coin when there's a lot of coin options out there.
Right.
Yep.
So.
I mean, and that's why, we're still in Telegram. Adam is in there all the time helping people set up their pools. We're not isolationists. Like I said earlier, we are Cardano, right? So the idea, and maybe, those pools don't work out. Well, maybe since we helped them set up theirs, they pledge with us later. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And, give them that positive experience, show them why Cardano is a great choice, why it's a better choice than some of those other ones, if they're on the fence about whether this is the cryptocurrency that they want to go down. I personally, I probably shouldn't say this, but there's 2 cryptocurrencies I'm involved in: Bitcoin and Cardano, and that's it.
Right.
So
well, I don't consider Bitcoin really a cryptocurrency. I guess it's a cryptocurrency, right? But it's like gold is to the fiats, right? It's just going to be. It's like dumb money. It sits there. It increases in value. It does its thing, right? Like where Cardano and Ethereum, they're ecosystems, right? They're baseline systems, right? That are powered by and ran by the baseline currency, right? It's like smart money versus dumb money type of thing. So, if you have it, you have it. That's great. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be ashamed of or not talk about it. I mean, I am one of those people that went all in on Cardano with everything that I have because I feel like it has the most room to grow. And I think when it does settle, people will start taking some of that data and, putting it into ICOs and all that kind of stuff. But,
my investment, my personal, and okay, guys, don't take this as investment advice, but, this is for educational purposes only. Got to put that disclaimer out.
Now, is that actually legally binding or not? I just see everybody say it and everybody do it, but is it actually like...
Who knows? But I've been fairly successful in the stock market and other type stuff. And, my personal financial philosophy is, for my investments, is I invest 90% of my money in Fortune 500 companies that I know something about. Okay? The other 10% I put into speculative assets. Well, what do you think I put those 10% in years back?
Bitcoin.
Right? When it was a speculative asset. It's not so much of a speculative asset now. I mean, yeah, you might still say that, right?
Well, I mean, if it goes from 12K to 1 million, then you're still got a lot of room there, right?
Now my crypto portfolio is a lot more than 10% of my overall portfolio.
Well, I mean, look at the stock market is really held up by 6 stocks, right? Microsoft, Google.
I own Microsoft. I own Apple. I sold my Tesla too early. I just bought Exxon not too long ago because they're a good dividend stock and a good value proposition right now. Even though I'm not bullish on the oil industry and energies, I think that they're undervalued. But I mean, we're not here to talk necessarily about stocks. But what I'm saying is, I think any good investor should balance risk by putting a portion of their money in something that is known and a portion of their money in something that is speculative. Right. The way I looked at it when I purchased Bitcoin is I actually bought, and I bought a set amount of money because I got a early pension retirement from one of my employers, and I used most of that money to pay off my credit cards. Okay, so boom, I'm credit card debt free. But then I still had a little bit left over, and I'm all thinking to myself, you know what? I just took away from some of my retirement. It wasn't much. I think I got a total of like 10 grand or something like that from the stuff. But I took away from what I would have had in my retirement. I'm going to put the rest of this money in Bitcoin because in 20 years when I'm ready to retire, Bitcoin's either going to be worth 0 or it's going to be worth a heck of a lot of money.
Right.
50-50 chance. Right? 0 or a heck of a lot of money. But I'll go to Vegas any day of the week if I could flip a coin and have 0 on tails and 10 times my money on heads. Right? I mean, who wouldn't? So that's the way I looked at it, and that was probably the smartest investment I ever did at that time. And I've since, taken that and, sold it and divested it into things that you probably shouldn't have. I bought Cardano at 70 cents. Right. Okay. And then I rebought at 35.
Yeah.
I rebought at 20.
I
rebought at 7.
I dug up an old message that I sent to a friend that was like, "You should buy Cardano. It's at 38 cents." I was laughing at that. But and that's kind of like my philosophy, right? Like I took a lot of the money that I had that I came into recently, got myself about 800,000 ADA, and my plan was to basically get to the point where I can live off of the rewards because I'm lucky enough that I live in an area that's pretty cheap. I own my houses. I don't pay electricity because I have solar panels. I live and have an autographing company that pretty much runs itself. And I don't need that much money to live off of comfortably, right? And so if I can get to the point where I just can put a pool in, I'm set. That's about it. You know what I mean? And I don't need much more than that. And
no, that's smart. Keep your footprint small. That's what I do, so I don't have to pay as much taxes each year.
Right.
You know, and we're not even talking about taxes right now. But I mean, if you live frugal and pay off your debts, right? If your cars are paid off and your house is paid off and you don't have to pay electricity, you're going to find out that you can live comfortably on $40,000 a year or whatever the case might be. Where, you know, if you had all that debt, maybe you needed $100,000 a year or $80,000 a year or whatever the case might be.
Right.
So again, I don't think that we're necessarily here to talk finances, but ultimately, I'm sure most of our stake pool operators do have some sort of financial interest. And
right. I mean, we're all here for different reasons, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's why it's important. So let me get your take. I wanted to get your take while you were here on something. And it just slipped my mind. I had it there, but multi-asset wallets and paying in native currency. I don't know did you hear Charles talk about it a little bit, and me and Kyle talk about the ability that maybe Spectra has to be like, okay, this coin should be able to be paid with as this, and this coin's not really, or how do you see the multi-asset wallet and these other coins coming in and not having to use ADA for payment of transactions?
You know, ultimately, I mean, it's what the community needs. Like you said before, this is a platform, you know, and if you look at it like a programming language, you know, are you going to go out and just say that you can do this or can't do that? I think it's worth having the discussion, but I don't think that there's enough information there for me to make a good decision on it. It's something I would like to hear more about. Is there a value in having multiple payment coins? What are the pros? What are the cons? I don't know that information to make an informed decision right now.
Well, the way I look at it is, you remember how you were this is why I thought about it when you were talking about 10% in speculative. Well, let's say you have you've taken in a whole bunch of coins, 5 of them, right?
Okay.
And 4 of them turned out to be shit coins, but one ended up 100xing.
Yeah, that's good. That's the whole thing about speculative, is they have a high degree chance of failure, but there's also there's a chance, maybe not a high chance, but there's a high chance of it mooning, of just tomorrow technology type stuff.
So if we're able to just get even a handful of every single ICO on Cardano, for example, how amazing would that be?
Well, that would certainly bring a lot of attention to Cardano network, and I'm sure increase the value of ADA, but I don't necessarily know if I don't know how that would work. Are they going to be like the ERC20s? Are they going to need ADA in order to fuel their DApps?
If they're created
these tokens,
if they're created on the Cardano network, right? Then they can run as if they are ADA.
Yeah. We would, the stake pool operators would basically handle their transactions. I got that.
Right.
But does that mean that we would get something for doing that? I don't know.
Well, I guess it all depends on how the token is set up, right? Is the token divisible? First off, right? How divisible is it?
Well, hang on. In the end, a token running on the ADA network is really just data. Whether it happens to be a DApp or a token or whatever, it's simply data going across the nodes. And my understanding is that the pool operators get, you get 1,000 per epoch, but you also get you also get that money for whatever data was in that block, because
the transactions on it. Yeah.
So if there's a lot of other tokens, a lot of other traffic on ADA, I don't think that we get a portion of that, of the data that's create, or we don't get anything directly from that. What we get is we get the data fee. Your block is this big because you got all these different tokens or other junk running on it that we're processing for you, and because of that, the fees associated with it, might be another 50 ADA or 100 ADA for us processing that block.
Right.
That's a real big unknown right now too, by the way. Those fees are going to be going into that reward purse that is going to be going out to all of our pools, going to go back to the treasury through the process of the blockchain. And that is really a massive unknown that you really can't calculate, right? You can speculate on it. But I think the speculation is that we expect to see quite a bit actually be coming from those fees as well.
You can calculate it right now, but there's no apps running on it. I mean, if you go to like ADA scan pool or something like that, where you can look at the blocks, you can see what the fees are for each block. 0.87 of an ADA, 0.6 of an ADA just popped in. So that 0.6 would go onto that 1,000. You get 1,000.6. But right now it's simply just handling base transactions.
I mean, that's the whole point of the inflation factor, right? I call it the inflation factor. Like you were talking about, where does the rewards come from? Well, they're created. That $10 billion gap between 31 billion and 41 billion, that's where it's coming from. Our fees for the first 7 years, and so we not only, when we mint blocks, we also get the transaction fees on top of the rewards that are minted.
And as there's more data on the network, that's why so right now, if you send ADA to me, you're going to pay approximately 0.17 ADA in transaction fees.
Right.
But when you registered your stake pool, because you're putting that registration certificate and everything else up there, that's a little bit more data than just a standard transaction. And as such, you probably paid like 0.25 ADA for that transaction, because it's a little bit more data. When you have a bunch of apps running, and instead of having 3 or 4 transactions per block, you're getting 50 or 100 transactions per block, and they contain a lot more data, you're going to see those fees start to climb. And especially as the price of ADA comes up, I mean, those could be real, and certainly augment the overall reward system.
Right, and that's why we need representation in the meetings that are talking about Oracle pools, the fee structures for Oracle pools. That's why we need representation in the multi-asset native token fee structure. We need representation, not only so we can educate the pool operators, but B, have a say in it and say, hey, look, that doesn't work for us. That is, academically sounds right, but
if Oracle pools are going to triple my bandwidth and I'm only going to get a half an ADA for running that, don't sign me up for that. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's not worth it to me. So we certainly need to be in that conversation. What are the expectations to the SPOs, and what are the rewards going to be for that increased processing power, increased bandwidth? Because that's going to translate to more hardware we have to pony up in order to handle those transactions.
As the blocks get larger as well, and the chain gets larger, more and more data and we're going to have to upgrade servers eventually and all that kind of stuff.
Hopefully the appreciation in the ADA price, will kind of parallel that at least, or greatly outpace it.
Well, let me ask you guys this. Again, not financial advice or speculation or whatever, just for fun. Where do you see ADA 1 year from now?
40 cents.
Brayman?
More than 40 cents.
I would like to see it higher, but I've been down this roller coaster before.
You know how it is, right? The asset value is a collective speculation based on the meaningful utility that the project brings the ecosystem, and I think that value is going to be all about our apps. Well, who's sitting on us, and what are those apps doing for people? And if Charles is right, and we get the kind of app development that we're expecting to see within the next year, it's going to drive it through the roof. I think in a year, $1 easy $1 in a year. And then beyond that, I don't know.
Here's why I think it'll go back to its all-time high within a year. Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think as Bitcoin and Ethereum rise to their all-time highs and surpass them, it's going to rise all alts.
With Ethereum going to 2.0 and stake of work, or proof of stake, sorry, and Bitcoin has always been, Bitcoin I see at hitting around 25,000. The problem is that once Wall Street and futures and stuff like that got involved, that's whenever you saw the pricing breaks really come on, because there's a lot of people shorting it now. Right. And then you've got people manipulating the market, because right before those shorts are ready to expire, they'll buy up a bunch or sell a bunch. And there's so much auto trading going on that you just get these big price. That's why the price goes down 1,000 in a minute, because all the bots are trading, and it's triggering their sells. It's not humans behind there; it's bots that are causing that to happen. That's just the world we live in. But the big money, the big Wall Street money, which shorts it, typically they make more money shorting it than necessarily going long. I think they're keeping a lot of the brakes right now on Bitcoin, and the regulatory environment is slowing down adoption from where it needs to be. I do think Bitcoin can hit 20,000 within the next 12 months, and based off of that, I do think that Cardano. Eventually, I think Cardano will be the number 2 coin. I don't see Cardano's main value as being a store of value. That's not its value proposition. It's supposed to be a utility. It is supposed to act as a banking and store of value, or at least having coins on it for Africa and stuff like that, some of these other countries. So I definitely see a lot of value potential in Cardano, and I like the fact that unlike Ethereum and stuff like that, I know Ethereum, for instance, they could just set whatever the max cap is. I don't know if Cardano has a max cap. I think it's 45 billion.
No, 41. But 41 billion is the hard cap.
I thought it was 45.
I could be wrong. Could be 45. Either way, it's a hard cap.
I thought it was 45 too.
At any rate, I like the idea of hard caps on currencies, because I can price that into my forecast model. So if Bitcoin hits 20,000 and Cardano gets to rank 3 or rank 4, then we're talking at about a 20 billion market cap based on today's 3 billion market cap. So that's an increase of about 6x over it. So yeah, actually that's pretty close to $1 in a year. So yeah,
like I said, it has to do with
then Cardano's $1.
Yeah. So the way I look at it too is, if we ever hit $1 trillion market cap, right, which with gold being 11 trillion, right, I don't see a problem, with Bitcoin or Cardano ever not getting to $1 trillion, especially if the dollar keeps tanking like it is. That puts us at about $36, $38. I'm saying, but that's way down the road, like decades. You know what I mean? But
that is a possibility. I don't know. I see Bitcoin hitting $1 trillion market cap, before I retire.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that. But I don't know about Cardano. I definitely see it as a top 2 or top 3, because it has real purpose. Unlike some of these other, no offense to Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin SV and stuff like that, but why, right? Yeah. They're posers. You know what I mean? Why do they have a rank 5 and rank 7 market cap? I don't know.
Well, because they're marketed as silver and platinum,
Yeah.
I think, from my own thing, and I know there's a lot of Bitcoin people out there, obviously, because Bitcoin really helped break the scene for us and set the foundation, in the global sphere in terms of the perception of this market.
So did black and white TVs.
I have a lot of respect for it in that way. But where I really don't hope Bitcoin value goes up at all. I think that it needs to be stopped as soon as possible. I think its energy consumption is a massive problem. The fact that right now Bitcoin is consuming more electricity than the country of Switzerland and Kuwait, and will be 10x by the time it reaches its highest hash, and be consuming more than the country of Canada. That is not what this planet, in my opinion, needs right now. We need energy efficiency. We need the kind of stuff that Cardano is bringing and other projects in proof of stake. Proof of work is fun. Mining is fun, and I get all that. But at the end of the day, man, this is a legacy, and this is the next 7 generations standing on our shoulders. We cannot survive sucking that much electricity just to make some block from a complex puzzle.
Let me play the counterpart to that, right? Because in a lot of in the U.S., right, most of the Bitcoin mining comes from New York, from hydroelectric power, And then in Texas, they're building a huge mining operation all based on wind. And in China, the one city that offers free electricity for Bitcoin miners is, again, hydroelectric, right? So they are getting basically free power and all that kind of stuff from natural resources in a sense. And I think all the central banks, once they realize, that fiat is no longer going to work for them, all the banks are going to be in a rush to buy every single possible Bitcoin they have that's out there.
Here's what I see happening within 5 years. Quantum computers. I don't think quantum computers are going to break necessarily the hash, but what do you think a quantum ASIC can do?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to have these little guys setting up these quantum ASICs. Forget about the traditional ASICs. Those aren't going to suck as much power. Those qubit machines, and they're gonna replace these huge, massive power machines, and it's going to be about, at that point, how much you can pour into these huge technical apparatuses, if you will, that are way out of the reach of publics. These are pretty much state actors or major companies at that point that are able to mine, and they've got a 50, 100 qubit machine, mining Bitcoin because they can solve a block, initially every 10 seconds.
Well, let's take that one step further, right?
Yeah.
Right. Let's say all the central banks do buy up all of the Bitcoin, right? And then they just have their systems do like they do now, where they wrap all their transactions up once a day or once an hour or something like that. The actual need for all of that hash in the blocks won't be as much because people won't be using Bitcoin day to day, right? Yeah. That it'll be reserved as currency only for the central banks to settle accounts between each other.
And that's what XRP is trying to fill.
Right.
That's the role that they're trying to fill. But again, that's a company saying, "Hey, I see a need here, and I'll just invent this. And hey, I've got 500 trillion of these. You want some? They're $1 each. I'm a $500 trillion company."
Right. And so, but I think in the long run, I think they'll say, "Okay, that's nice, but why not? Let's just do it with Bitcoin."
Yeah. Now, so I see the need for a digital asset like Bitcoin. I also agree, Raymond, with your thing about the power consumption and the never-ending cycle. Initially it was great, it was fun, but it's starting to get absurd at this point, and I agree. But I still see the need and the desire to have that type of solid asset where its sole purpose. Right, it has one purpose, and that is to be a store of value. I'm not even going to call it really a currency, even though I like to call it a currency. I'm going to really call it a store of value.
That was the problem I had earlier when you were talking about having two cryptos, and I was like, I don't really consider it a cryptocurrency in a sense.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, I do consider it, a store of value right now because it has met its purpose. Right, that was its single purpose in life. Is pretty much, and it has achieved that purpose, and it has done it very well. Hats off to it. Cardano has a very lofty goal, and it is making extremely good strides in seeing that, but it is infinitely more complex in its ambition than Bitcoin is.
Right.
But it has that potential. So yeah, as it continues to move in the right direction, have good communities, have good programmers, attract the top talent into it. Could Cardano be the, let's just call it what I would hope it would be, a world reserve currency? That would be great. You know what I mean? Something that's quick to transact, that's digital, that's decentralized. Yep. The banks can hold all the gold and all the Bitcoin if they want for those big things, but yeah. At that point, you could see Cardano at $10 each, $20 each if it's a world currency. Sure, why not?
That's the great thing about Lovelace.
Here's the thing that gets me that I'm trying to understand, right? So when I first, started getting in, researching and digging into cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, and reading articles and doing all that kind of stuff, I found Cardano through an article that was written about Charles. In terms of the project that he was with, Ethereum, and the data that was for him, and then his new project here with Cardano, right? And and they quoted him in the interview of this article that I came across. This is when I really first came across Cardano for the first time. I didn't know Cardano before that. So my first introduction to Cardano was what the project was trying to do, which was bring actual value. At that point, and a lot of the papers that to the ecosystem, at that point, a lot of the papers that I was seeing were talking about how XRP, most of the transactions are empty, right? A lot of these blockchains are here, the foundation layer is present, but they're not actually doing anything for anybody, right? What are these things actually providing in terms of real value to the common good of the planet? And so I saw that Cardano had a real potential to actually bring that kind of value. And I said, so where's Ethereum? At the time that I was looking at this, Ethereum was down around 200 or less than 200, a coin. And now it's up to where it is now. I'm like, Cardano is at least half of the value of that project, or way more. Why are we, what I'm trying to understand is, why are we sitting at $1, $10, $20, $30 valuations when we have a project that's going to smoke Ethereum easily? Right? I don't understand how Cardano isn't already higher, and certainly once it comes online with all these contracts and Goguen and all this stuff that's being built on it, what do any of these other coins have that are driving their value to the places that they are?
So if you look at Ethereum at where it was at before DApps really started taking off and stuff like that, so I'm not going to go pull up the chart, so I'm not going to quote a specific year or time. But I mean, it was sitting at around, I don't know, $8, $9, $10. I know, because I owned a bunch of it. I owned like 1,000 of it at that point. And I think it went up to like 16 or 18. I sold it because I didn't like Ethereum because they didn't have that cap. Now, mind you, I missed out on the Ethereum ICO, and because I owned 1.2 Bitcoin at the time, and it's like, oh, it's going to cost me a 1 Bitcoin to get into this. This sounds like a great project, but I don't want to put almost all my money into one thing, so I'm not going to participate in that ICO, and I wish I had. You're right, but be that as it may, Ethereum was down until it really started to get some traction, and it's I think Ethereum is Netscape. Okay, let's be real, and Netscape ruled the internet, initially because it was the only real player on the planet, right? Cardano is like, well, I don't know, Brave. I don't know. Maybe not Brave.
I use this analogy at least once a week.
I use Brave. Come on. I use Oprah just because I want to be weird sometimes.
I use this,
and they have. But at any rate,
once a week at least. Bitcoin is like Netscape, right? And then Ethereum is Yahoo, and Cardano is Google.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let's say Cardano is like Google. I mean, there's certainly. Now, don't get me wrong. Ethereum's not just sitting on their laurels. They are sitting there trying to figure out how to make their app better as well.
So is Yahoo.
But they've already got something that's working. Right? Where Cardano is just now getting into line. They've been talking a good talk, and it's that good talk that has kept them within the top 10 or top 15 market share all this time, because of people like Charles being able to eloquently explain to the masses what his vision is. Right. But not a lot of exchanges list Cardano for the longest time. And the trade volume on Cardano is always one of the lowest out there because, it just doesn't have that engagement. A big part of it is Cardano, or is because Charles never pumped his coin. He didn't go out there like everyone else beating his chest saying, this is the best thing since sliced bread. You need to buy this now or you're going to miss out. He's all like, guys, we're developing this awesome protocol and it's going to be open source, right? We're going to do it right, and everyone can benefit from it. That doesn't necessarily sound like a business model, saying that we're going to build these great cars and sell them at cost. Investors aren't necessarily going to want to hop in on that, right? But he's doing it from a passion. He is doing it from a business, and he's getting a little bit more behind, I think, that right now. But initially, he was all about the love of the science and getting a great thing out there, and that's why I, hopped on Cardano. Probably the same reason as you. You saw the brilliance and the aspirations that were trying to be made, and you're like, that's a winner right there. I want to be in on that, right? Because that's definitely going places. Yeah. And I do believe that Cardano will surpass Ethereum. Is it going to happen in a year? Probably not.
No, it won't happen in a year. It's if anything, the
5 years,
10 years,
very possibly.
Yeah.
And then at this point, we're probably looking at crypto space in general being at least 3x its current cap. And if you look at where Ethereum is, 3x that, put Cardano in its place, and you could come up with a price prediction there. I don't know.
Realistically, 99.9% of the population doesn't really have anything to do with crypto right now. And so right. It's,
That's why this project is so important. Because of the value that it will be offering and the need that the people have for it already. Right now, today, people need it to do what it is trying to do. So there's already a demand out there, and they're hungry and they're ready.
Look at the elections in the U.S. right now.
IOHK working with the governments of like Ethiopia. So I used to work for the State Department in Africa. East Africa was my territory. So I used to go to all those embassies. So I've been to a lot of those places, Tanzania and that, where he's been at. And, those are great places. I always thought I was scared to go there. It's like, this is not a place I want to vacation. But I actually really enjoyed my time there. And there's a lot of great people, hardworking people, and they've just been dealt bum hand in life, you know what I mean? From an economic standpoint of just kind of being left behind everyone else, right? So Charles, IOHK, Cardano's going down into a lot of these things saying, you know what, your country might only be 25 years old because it's constantly rebelling and rebuilding itself and you don't have a stable currency and whatever it might be. But I'm going to take some of your bright people and I'm going to teach them a programming language, and we're going to develop a currency for your nation, something that will, people with guns can't just take away from you, per se. We're going to get you smart on the blockchain. And I do see the potential for Africa to leapfrog some of these other countries. You know what I mean? And because they've definitely got a lot of work ethic there. They don't feel privileged. I'll tell you that. Not the ones that I met. Right? They're definitely willing to put in the hard work to learn some stuff, so on and so forth. And you give these guys a good financial system to work with, and you're going to see them be the next China, or then some, a huge economy. And what are they going to run their economy on?
Well, check this out. To all of that, I was lucky enough to have a mentor in my late teens and early 20s who was he was involved in all kinds of stuff, and he was part of some kind of geopolitical elite task force. He was out of the CIA and DEA and all this stuff. So he had all these connections, and every now and then he'd just drop a nugget on me. And the conclusion that his task force came up with, I would say probably now about 10 years ago, is when I got this download, somewhere in that vicinity, was one of the things that was happening is China has a full plan to populate the continent of Africa. It's happening right now. And I'm not for that, but the reason I'm bringing that into this conversation is there is a lot of new growing activity on that continent in all regions. And a lot of it is going to be coming from China, trying to do its thing over there and promote itself in that region and grow and expand as it's trying to do in all the ways that we're seeing. Totally different conversation, but there's going to be a lot of economy through there as well, and it is the motherland, right? So a lot of people, just like David likes crypto. That video, we went in there. 3 billion bankless citizens who need digital identity are on the continent, and they have smartphones, right? So they have everything they need to get it done. So that's another area for excitement as well.
And just because someone might be poor or economically challenged, doesn't mean they're not a hard worker. Doesn't mean they don't have the intelligence where they can't pick up a skill or be trained. Yeah. And a lot of people write off, Africa, whatever. If they're in a first world type country or something like that, people might sit back here in the States and go, how's crypto going to benefit me? I got my money in dollars. That works perfectly good. I don't see the value proposition for it. I don't get it. Right? And the U.S. might be the world reserve currency today. You know what I mean? Because of how we project our power, and and there's no better alternative, quite frankly.
Right.
But the U.S. to some extent is resting on that laurel. Yeah, I hate to I'm not an economist, but I mean, I'm not totally talking out of my ass. Between the central banks and everything else, and all the money being just minted and so on and so forth, they're setting themselves up on the edge. I think a lot of people are just looking for a better alternative. You see gold go up, but gold's not really a better alternative. It's just a different alternative. And that's why you see interest in Bitcoin. But like you said, Bitcoin has a lot of the people that have the money to invest go, why? Per se, why is this one better than the other one? Right? What's really the value proposition there other than the fact that it's just gone up in value? So there's a lot of that type of internal stuff. But once you start seeing nations running off of digital currency, the power of change that that something like Cardano can bring, once people really start to do that, then you're going to see money, right, pouring into those, because businesses are going to want to start setting up shop and infrastructure, and they're going to see some stability, and it's going to be a whirlwind effect, which Cardano and other cryptos I think really could benefit from.
So I've had ever since the 80s. Right? Japan in the 80s was king for manufacturing. And then Taiwan came around. And they lost all the manufacturing. And then Taiwan was king. And then South Korea, now China. And the next on the maps were going to be India and Africa. The only problem is, and you'll notice that after manufacturing left all those places, they left them with a middle class, right? But then they kind of went into a bit of a depression afterward. But if you look, what's the biggest problem that's going to happen for a lot of this stuff is 3D printing. Sure. We're not going to no longer need to be all those goods that we pay almost nothing to have manufactured across the ocean. We can print in our homes. We can print in a Amazon warehouse. Amazon will have these commercial printers. Walmart will have these commercial printers where they can print almost, 2/3 of their inventory right in-house. Some of the bigger stuff we'll be able to tokenize and say, I want to print something with circuitry and a little bit more complex. I buy it online. It gives me a token. I take that token to Staples, for example, who has like a special printer. Use that token, that machine prints it out and gives it to me, right?
Well, our economies, and again, I'm not an economist.
Yeah,
but,
none of us are. We're just talking out of our ass, guys, but we're pretty educated at the same time.
Sure. I mean, if you look at where our economies have been, when we were on a war footing back in World War I, World War II, we were a manufacturing base, right? We had the factories, we had the workers, we were pumping out tanks, we were pumping out cars, we were making steel, we were doing all that stuff. We were making roads and bridges and everything super cheap, super big, you name it, right? We were the king of manufacturing. We had that hard work ethic. We had that, that was good stuff. But then we shifted from there into more of a service. We could provide services, right? And we kind of let manufacturing go to other countries which were developing their infrastructure, whether it be Europe or Asia, so on and so forth. And we shifted more towards services. Yeah, we still did some manufacturing and stuff like that, but there was a lot more service jobs, management type jobs, the white collar, I guess you could call it, type jobs that came into the U.S. And to some extent, manufacturing starting to get automated. So that's displacing some of our workforce here, and of course, it's going to impact, if it hasn't already impacted, a lot of even the lower cost, the cheaper manufacturing centers in Asia, so on and so forth. And then you're going to see AI start to disrupt the white collar work. I think I saw something before where an AI lawyer is like 1,000 times faster and more efficient than a real lawyer.
That was on our last podcast. I brought that up.
And I mean, so AI is going to, end up becoming very disruptive out of us, and it's going to disrupt, what are we going to do are we just going to be creative thinkers, at that point, and musicians and artists and race car drivers or whatever we want to do? I don't know. What is our, what are we going to do for work, or is work even going to really be needed once we hit that type of point? Right. And, I don't quite know where I was going with this.
I do the same thing.
You probably know where I'm going with it. but I've forgotten. So right, well, I'll let you finish.
And that's where I think Africa in India are going to hurt unless they become something.
It just derailed.
Right. Where Africa, where they were supposed to be the next generation of manufacturing, right? And it will get interrupted, and they're not going to get that. So they're going to need something else. They're going to need to be able to provide the services, right? This is why I'm a big fan of UBI, and I was a big fan of Andrew Yang, because there's just going to be too many people and not enough jobs out there other than service jobs, and service jobs are always going to pay the minimum, and people are always going to fight for the lowest possible minimum because we're going to have so many people competing for the same service jobs. I mean, you can already see it. Uber, most of the restaurants are closing down, and switching, to deliveries or Ubers and stuff like that. There'll be a whole different generation for delivery and groceries, and we'll need less and less people, but those people will, I guess, become delivery drivers or things that are still needed to fill that gap until we have like AI driving semis, and we don't have any more truck drivers, right? Like, it's a scary place, and I can imagine what it's going to do here in the U.S., but a lot of those other developing countries are going to miss out. They're never going to have their turn at the manufacturing wheel.
Yeah. And I don't even want to say what AI could possibly do to stake pool operators, because now we're getting really into dark territory. But
well, there's another side to that. One of the reasons I get excited about blockchain, from my current understanding of what blockchain is and can do, is, have you seen We Have to Talk About AI, the documentary that came out earlier this year?
I have not.
I don't think I have. Is that on YouTube or somewhere?
No, it's not. It might be now. Who knows? But it was like a voodoo, right? Like a $3 rental or something like that. James Cameron was in it, and they brought together all the top experts in AI. And we got to see like just how far they've come and how far we still have to go, right? And one of the things they talked about in there is the amount of work an AI can do within the same time that a human has, right? So let's say you have a problem you're trying to solve, and you put the human being at the table and you put the AI at the table, and you give them 30 minutes to solve the problem. Okay, the human being will be in their time, as they always are, solving the problem within the 30 minutes that they have. The AI, once it passes somewhere in the vicinity of the singularity that happens with artificial general intelligence, right, where it starts to kind of be more human-like and be really intelligent and collective, and have a high degree of consensus in terms of its own database and the access that it has to it. It will, in those same 30 minutes, have 30 years to work on that problem. Okay? Yeah. So once we have something that advanced and powerful, think about the kind of technology we're going to have in place to protect our privacy, right? To move financial transactions that aren't modified in some way, right, by this level of power and intelligence. I think blockchain has a chance because of the way it's designed, because of the way it's distributed. So yeah,
I definitely think blockchains are the thing of the future, especially when you start getting into AIs, right? Are you going to want to trust an AI, or are you maybe going to feel a little bit better about trusting the blockchain? The AI might populate the data on the blockchain, but you at least know its history. That can go back and be audited, so on and so forth, than just taking a machine's word for it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I that is a real power that I think this technology will have moving forward in protecting us. At the same time, one of the things that brought me to the cryptocurrency space, I came through a financial advisor, Jeff Brown, who's doing really amazing work in Wall Street, right? And I built my portfolio with him. And through him, I learned about that Tika Tiwari guy, right? That internet marketing guru on cryptocurrency. And I followed his recent, 5-coin pitch, go for these coins. And I looked at the 5 coins, and I ran across some information that drew an interesting commonality between the value that the coins were bringing to the ecosystem, and they all had to do with AI. Right? They were all somehow players in supporting infrastructure for AI. And when you look at just think about the areas that are bullish right now in our economy. Biotech is bullish, right? Gold is bullish. Rare earth element, industrial mining is bullish. And anything that supports AI is bullish right now. 5G infrastructure is bullish. Semiconductor is bullish. My A&B portfolio is ridiculous. I'm up 40% right now in this year, right? In such a volatile year, I never thought I'd have a portfolio that was up 40%. So there's this AI thing is I'm definitely keeping a really close eye on it, and I really hope that in a positive way that Cardano becomes part of that ecosystem, because the amount of transactions and development and energy that will be coming to the project because of that will be incredible.
Did you watch the IOHK Summit AI presentation?
I have not seen that one yet. I've been digging through, trying to catch up with it all, but no. So there is a presentation in there.
There is one of the biggest AI programs out there going to be developing on Cardano.
Oh, exciting! I still have my login. I still go in there to that awesome virtual conference that they built for the summit. So yeah, okay. So do you remember where it was? Was it in the Science Hall?
Yeah, in the Science Hall. It was one of the big AI guys. Charles is always talking about him in the AMAs. But he's going to be developing on Cardano.
Ooh, that's
so big. Yeah, you should check it out. So he's actually does a whole presentation about it and everything. But I think I'm going to call it, guys. I'm hitting hour 6, and so
yeah, I just remembered I've got a dentist appointment at 10 in the morning.
There you go. So. Yeah, I mean it's only 2.
You fall asleep under the chair.
It's just a cleaning, no big deal.
I think we're down to 10 people anyways. I was hoping we'd get some more European viewers and people, but it never happened. So
this has been great. If you guys want me back, I should have a Wednesday or Thursday. I should have a camera so I could participate.
Yeah, one of the things I want to start doing is giving some time to all the candidates who want to basically talk about why they should be a candidate or not. And so I'm going to try to set a lot of that up, and I just like chatting like this, you know what I mean?
Yeah. With regards to my candidacy, just the real quick, I see a need to have, people in there, and I usually gravitate towards, a managerial role. But, if there's good people in there, I'm perfectly cool with that. You know what I mean? I just think I have something I can offer, and I've certainly got the time right now.
Yeah, I think we're a lot alike. I'm that way too. Like when I do something, I tend to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm invested in the success of Cardano, and if I could be part of that success, then great. Otherwise, I just want to make sure it's in the right hands.
Right. I don't think I will to add to that. Right. I don't think people should sleep on advisory panels. Right. If you don't get on the board, right, running an advisory panel could be extremely powerful. Like I said, I think every country that operates pools should have an advisory panel, and because we're going to need a lot of people advising the board on different things. Not saying that you're not going to get on the board. I'm just saying, in general, I feel like that should not be slept on.
No, you guys are going to hear my opinion whether you want to hear it or not.
Yeah, and mute. No, just joking.
By the way, guys, I just saw. I don't know. You guys probably know. Your I don't know, how do you say your
Yoroi?
Yoroi. They got the Shelley wallet out 3.1.1. Looks like 16 hours ago they released it, and it's got delegation support now as well. Nice. So for all of you people out there who see this video later, who are watching now, we got another wallet in the ecosystem. I'm looking forward to checking it out.
Cool. Yeah, I've got some good stake pool tips and tricks and some other stuff, but we'll save those for another day.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Right on.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it was really good to have you on, Frat. I really appreciate your energy.
Yeah, likewise, guys. Good combo. We'll chat later.
All right, bye.
All right, later.
All right, Raymond. Thanks for popping in. Are you glad you popped in?
Yeah, me too. I woke up. I was like, okay, I got to do this. I miss Charles. But I think being out here for people, I'm seeing some conversations about us too on Twitter and different places. I think just being here for the community and that they know that we're here, right? And there's a place to have a voice and get into a fun conversation. Yeah. So that's why I'm doing it.
Sweet. And then, like I said, I'm trying to get the Crypto 2099 to at least 100. Because, like I said, I have this channel, but I'm trying to get that one to 100 so we can do the live streams on that.
Where are you at now? You must have got, I noticed you got a few more today.
I think I'm at 35. I mean, I get more likes and retweets than I get subscribers.
Well, that'll change over time. We're on that year. This is our year, man. Yeah. I think we just got to pace ourselves for the next 12 months, and I think we're going to see there's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to see a lot of activities. It's got to stay on this mountain.
Yeah. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to like all of the channels that are in the Discord. I put up that link, for the share. Mm-hmm. Share your YouTube channel. So I'm going to go ahead and go through and like them all and then head to bed.
All right, man. Thanks for holding the space. We'll see you soon.
Until next time on
all right,
Quest for 50.
Aloha.